I have no interest.
More
So
than
this will have to
18
be
million Australians will have
Yeah,
their say tonight.
live.
Has Anthony Albanese
Indeed, we
convinced
are
the
live.
nation that Labour deserves a second term?
Or repeated Dutton and the coalition.
Nobody's
done
watching
enough
at the
to
moment, so that's
unseat
fine.
the first-term government. And
Well,
will
you
we
told
see an even
everyone
bigger
that-
crossbench
That's right. I
over
know. I
next
told
China.
everybody.
Whoever
I told everybody
prevails
6:45,
tonight will
and
guide the
then
country through an
I'm sitting
increasingly
here
uncertain world.
like,
Time for
everybody
opinion
else is starting
polls
their
and
streams at
pundits
6
is over.
or
So let's get into
5:30.
it. This
I'm like,
is Australia Votes.
Last thing I
Rookie
need is
mistake.
fucking. The AEC has already started counting pre-poll and postals, and all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, it's already over. Because that's the most impressive thing about this election is the number of pre-poll votes. Pre-polling is up. This election, 122% over the
Interesting.
last election. Absolutely massive. And last election was the first time
Welcome back to the ABC Election Centre
you didn't
in Sydney.
need to
I'm
sign
Sarah
like a
Ferguson.
statutory
And,
declaration,
it's
like have a
views.
legitimate
Polls down the
excuse
East Coast have
to
just
pre-poll.
closed.
Ballots are about to be sorted and counted.
And we've got cameras in every state and the
So there
Northern
are
Territory
many,
as it all
much
unfolds.
unfolding.
Many people
Costy's
just
watching,
haven't
unfortunately.
decided.
See, sent a message and now the stream.
Tonight, we'll be dissecting the campaign, the
Thanks,
results,
Costy.
and what's next.
Well, now we'll waste your evening. What the fuck's going on? I'm not even looking
And
at it.
joining us now, the Federal Treasurer, Labour's Jim Chalmers.
And the Queensland LNP Senator and former Assistant Minister James
He looks excited.
McGrath. Jim Chalmers,
Oh,
first to you. Great to have you
thrilled.
both with us. Welcome.
Thanks, David.
Yeah.
I'm
Happy to
keen
be.
just to get your
Happy to be here,
sense
David.
of what you're expecting, what your confidence levels are, what your levels of concern
So
are
I have
as
a-
well at this point.
I have
Well, I
a
think it's
stack
almost
of,
universally
of
accepted.
your URLs here. I have some. Let me just mute the ABC. So we'll be looking at the live results on the ABC and the Guardian because they have a nice map.
If you go up to the top of the
Look
map
at those maps.
and then click on map type, you can actually change it to like the actual map of Australia.
Oh yeah.
Here, okay,
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
okay.
but it's still the site. Like it still looks like Australia.
Yeah.
It does, but like
It's
a
just
bit
like,
weird
oh,
with,
these
like-
islands are rounded out, and
Yeah, but
just
look at like
exaggerates the areas.
the Brisbane ones. Yeah,
Yeah, this
Yeah,
this
it makes a
cluster
small
of
one
green.
pops up.
This cluster of green, I'm hoping will be much smaller by the end of tonight,
as in
Oh, yes.
non-existent.
as in non-existent. Yes.
Yeah.
That would be,
Get them out
that
of
would be
Brisbane.
great. This one's not
Honestly-
going anywhere, unfortunately. That's
Not going anywhere. We can't
Honestly,
do
I'd be
anything
okay
about
with
it.
that. With those three greens going red,
Yeah.
I'd be okay with that.
So we'll be watching. We'll be watching RC's seat of Willis. Though I'm pretty sure I know what's going to happen there. Though
Yeah.
Victoria is actually the state to watch tonight,
Ooh.
because the state Labor Party is incredibly unpopular. Thanks, Dan Andrews. There was a bunch of redistricting, and yeah, so this could come down. A lot of seats in Victoria across the country tonight will come down to preferences, and there's a very high likelihood we're going to be here a really, really long time.
Oh, yeah.
Chicken Little Racist Chook says, let's hope the Hamas Gimp Party gets 0 seats. Yes.
Yes.
For
a second there, I was like, wait.
Greens get 0 seats.
Are you sure you got the right seat there? Because it's like previous Wide Bay and next is right, and then I'm like, those are in Queensland, but no.
Oh, it's alphabetical, yeah.
And I'm like, that's
But yes, I've broken it into states. So we've got Brisbane. These are the ones to look at because they're interesting. Because Green's got
LNP v Greens.
crushed. Yes.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. So
Well,
it's not even red.
that's the thing. The seats the Greens get, it's because the Greens are competing against Labor for either first or second place. And then they rely on Labor preferences to flow to the Greens, which is why I put the Greens below LNP because fuck them.
Oh, yeah. Fuck the Greens.
So yeah, there's the 3 Green seats, and Leichhardt is a key seat. Marginal LNP, it's Cairns and Cape York, so at the top of Australia. But the LNP hold it by a 3.4%. So one difference this election, I don't think we're going to see a lot of uniform swings in either direction. I don't think we will. And the other important seat, I've separated out the leaders. So here we go. Dixon, which is, of course, the wannabe prime minister's seat.
I hope he
Peter
loses
Dutton.
his seat.
It is marginal LNP by 1.7%.
Let
He
us
has
pull
a
a
very
Canada.
he has a very strong push from, I think, Ellie Smith is the. So Ellie France ran last time, and she's the reason it's a 1.7% marginal seat
Because she picked up so many.
because and I think Ellie Smith is the teal, so she's probably going to pick up a lot of liberal votes. So liberal votes, or
So what seat is this again?
so this is Dixon.
Dixon.
If I
Let's have
go,
a look.
so we go to New South Wales. I'm looking at Banks, which is marginally liberal by 2.6%. And again, if there is a swing against the Liberal Party, because the polls have been all over the place. The poll started with it being basically a lock. It was going to be Dutton for PM, and now latest polling has it. Labor has it in the bag. So.
Yep, the Trump factor came through.
But we all know, we all remember 2019. It was going to be Labor in the bag. Didn't happen. Scotty got his miracle.
Yeah.
Benelong, which
And we
is
suffered for it.
fucking on a knife's edge. 0.04% marginally liberal.
Ooh.
This was redistrict. Like this had a redistricting done. So where it was marginally Labor, it's become marginally Liberal. It is held by Labor at the moment, so the Liberals will be hoping to pick that up. The Liberals have to hold every single seat they have, and they have to win 14 more.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
It's very, very unlikely. So if you are hoping for the Liberals to win, I have some bad news for you, and you might as well go to bed now and then wake up tomorrow morning, and maybe you'll be pleasantly surprised. Chicken Little the Racist Chook says, I put Trump of frauds last. They're preferencing Hamas gimps in Menzies. Seriously, they're preferencing the Greens in Menzies.
I don't know what they're doing.
When I went to vote,
Being retarded.
We went to vote about just before lunchtime. So I went and did my tax in the morning, and then did some groceries, and then voted on the way home. Purple Pinger for Senate, yes, that's right. And the mood at the polling place. I mean, this is just one polling place on the Central Coast. So take of this what you will, but pretty much universally, people were mad at Trump and the Patriots. People are over the fucking text messages. No, I didn't get a sausage. We stopped. I wasn't feeling the best this morning, so on the way home we stopped, and I got a thick shake. And yeah, by the time we got there, I was like, nah. Thick shake and a sausage.
Rookie mistake.
Sausage sanger? Nah, it's not going to work.
Were they available though? That's the question.
They were, yes. So the school were big brained, and they opened the fucking canteen.
Amazing.
Yes.
Fucking amazing.
Wow.
Instead of some poor bastard having to schlep his fucking 4-burner grill out to the fucking
and his
school
gazebo
or the community hall.
Yeah.
And stand out the front in the blistering sun or under some hastily assembled tent. They just use the fucking canteen.
Because what's there for? Might as well make some money out of it.
Best deal. Almost got one. Bacon and egg roll, $4.
Damn, son.
I said to the missus, anything with egg for $4 is got to be a bargain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other city is Gilmoy, which is marginally Labor by 0.2%. Robertson, my
another
electorate.
data point.
No, Robertson's my electorate. He knows.
No, not Robertson.
Gilmore.
No, it was a school that.
Oh yeah, there's a school.
So bacon and
school
egg.
on my way home. Yes.
Right.
Another data
data
point.
point.
Dotson
Yes.
for phone booking me. So yeah, my electorate of Robertson is 2.2% and held by it swung to Labor last election I honestly have no idea what's going to happen. The previous Liberal candidate is running. She's trying to get her seat back, Lucy Wicks. Lots of corflutes, lots of trucks with her with her picture on it. So they're throwing some serious dosh around. So I don't know. Could go either way. Bradfield on the North Shore. I want to pay attention to the independent seats as well, because these are kind of important. They make up the crossbench. We hear way more about them than we should, especially this term when they were worthless. I mean, the crossbench didn't have to do anything when the government has a majority in the lower house. So, like, they're
True.
Yeah, say your speech and fucking vote. But yes, Paul Fletcher is retiring. Who's the current sitting member? So who's the independent that's running? Bolette Nicole. So she's one of the teal independents. They're of course running all the Whammons. Louise McCallum, Giselle Captarian, and Nicole Ball. I think she ran last time and lost. So, but I think she came close. I think that's why it was notional, like it was 2.5%. Clare, which is a safe national versus an independent. I think it's one of the few seats in New South Wales that is national. This is the problem. I wish they'd have a teal, use the teal colour so I can figure out which independent it is. Because the teals, of course, supported by Climate 200, which is it's in the name. They're like rich people donating to what I guess would amount to a what are they in the US? A PAC.
A super PAC? Something like
super
that?
PAC, yeah. So that's just,
So what is teal?
the teals are basically, they're called teals because it's what happens when you add some green to some blue. And because the Liberals are blue and the Greens are green, when you mix them together.
Teal.
So they're the teals are conservatives who believe in climate change. And just by uttering the word climate change, the stream will now get a flag. It says, they're talking about climate change. We have to tell them climate change is real.
It is real.
Age
Climate changes all the time.
Also, Cowper is another marginal national against an independent.
Cowper.
These are all in New South Wales.
That's a funny name.
Fowler is marginal independent. Which one was this one? This is Di Lee's seat. So Di Lee is up against Tu Lee. Last election, watermelons painted blue. so they're blue on the absolute outermost layer, green just underneath the surface. But if you dig a bit deeper, they're red.
Tommy red.
So Di Lee is up against Tu Lee, no relation. This is the seat Christina Keneally was parachuted into last election and then promptly lost by a rather wide margin.
This is also the one where I can't remember if it was Di or Two. Was saying that the other one wasn't Di. Didn't she used to be a
Di Lee
Labour?
used to be is Liberal. She was the Liberal. She ran for pre-selection there.
She was the Labour one, and then Labour
she was
brought
the
in another
Liberal.
one with the same name.
No, she was the Liberal.
Okay.
So she's an independent now. And the Labor got Tu Lee to run. So who is a local? It's got a very large Vietnamese population. So there being more than one Lee in the area is like there being more than one Smith.
Yeah.
So it just is what it
It's
is.
just hilarious. It's like throwing shade at each other. It's like, no, you're a token candidate. No, you're a token candidate.
McKellar on the Northern Beaches. This is Sophie Scamp, Dr. Sophie Scamp. Where is she? She's at the top.
Second from the bottom.
Second from the bottom. There she is.
There she is.
She won. She's one of the teals who won last election.
Mm.
Top. Seat of Sydney, which is Tanya Plibersek's seat. It is one of the only seats that maybe the Greens could possibly one day win because, I mean, it's Sydney proper. Of course, this says he voted
Inner city
Rennick.
muckety mucks.
Yeah, inner city muckety mucks. I voted Rennick as number 2 for my Senate. Sometimes has bad takes, but during Senate hearing clips I see, he does seem to make bureaucrats somewhat accountable. Yeah. I've already forgotten who I picked for the Senate. So
I took a photo so I could.
So you could see if you win your pool.
No, I didn't enter a pool. I just so I can give myself whippings later for being a dickhead.
Warringah is the seat that was picked up in 2019 by Zali Stegel, one of the teals, one of the first teals, I think, who was a teal before the rest of the teals were a thing. She's the one who took Tone's. This used to be Tony Abbott's seat.
Yeah. Oh.
So it is. She will win again. It's
Onion Muncher in chief.
Indeed.
Indeed.
And another former Prime Minister's seat held by an independent, marginal independent by 6.8, Wentworth. This is, what's her name? Fuck. It was held by Malcolm Turnbull, then held by Dave Schweimer, now held by Allegra Spender.
Who's running it Indy?
So this is the muckety muck area of Sydney. Over to Victoria, Cowper is Safe Labor versus Greens.
Say Cowper,
again,
but it's Cooper.
That Cooper. Oh yeah, there's a seat called Cowper,
which is funny.
No, that's in New South Wales. Yeah, so I know it's Safe Labor by 7.8%,
but Greens have been gunning for this seat for ages.
Greens really fucking want this seat. They probably won't get it, but I go back to ALP really toxic in Victoria. I just think the Liberals might be more toxic. Just like Dutton did not run a good campaign.
No. So is it party wide preferences, or is it per candidate?
So you're talking about how to vote cards?
No. If say, is it so the party can nominate a preference for where it goes if they don't win, right?
No, that's not how that works.
Nope.
It's not that anymore.
Nope. No, there's no the only optional preferential voting is in the Senate, where you have to number 6 boxes, and you don't have to number anymore.
That's the top of the line.
But if it gets to the 6th preference, your ballot expires.
Yeah.
So the parties don't get to decide anymore where preference slides go. The only control the parties have is what the numbers are on the how to vote cards. That's it.
Oh, right, yeah. Like back in the day on the Senate, you only had to select one.
Yeah, you put a 1 above the line or number every box.
Yeah.
Now, when there's 85 boxes, you could be there quite a while.
Fuck that.
All right, which is why it says now you got to put all the numbers in the green ballot instead of just 1 or 2.
No, you always had to do that.
Really?
As far as I'm aware. As far as I've been voting,
Queensland's
the House of Representatives, you have to fill it out.
Queensland's an odd case because Queensland had optional preferential voting for their lower house at state elections, and I think it extended to federal elections in Queensland.
Oh, because we don't have an upper house.
Yeah, you vote. Yeah. Your upper house voted to abolish itself
back in 1923.
Which is wild.
Yep,
they voted themselves out of a job. That's hilarious.
They voted to abolish themselves.
That's wild.
So yes, Deakin could go to an independent. I think this is one of the ones the Teals are targeting. They targeted it last time. This is Michael Sukar, who's the housing minister. So we'll see how he goes. Who's the independent? Jess Ness. I don't think she's one of the Teals. Oh, they got a libertarian. There you go. Where's Tim?
Ooh.
Probably wait until the 6:45 to join.
Yeah. Whoops. Then there is Goldstein. Goldstein is currently held
Jews.
by Zoe Daniel. I think this is what's his fucking face?
Yes, this is the Jew area.
This is the Jewish area. Yes. Tim
Yes, it
Wilson.
is.
Tim Wilson
It's
used
in
to
the
hold this seat.
It's in the name.
Tim Wilson,
Yeah.
former member of or former employee at the Institute for Public Affairs, made the jump to politics, 2016, yeah, and then won and then lost in 2019.
Oof.
No, 22, he lost. So he's hoping to get
running
his
again.
seat back, and I'm hoping he doesn't because he's a fucking piece of shit.
Yep.
Indi is another independent seat in Victoria.
But Indi's been independent for ages. Like,
Yeah. Oh, since 2013. So I
like I
don't see
said,
that changing.
ages. It's not going to change.
Yeah, that's over. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, I know. I
Four
want to keep track of the
elections?
independents. That's all.
Is that 4 elections now? 3?
Kooyong. Kooyong is another teal seat. It went independent last
Yeah,
election.
Q.
These are the candidates. It's currently held by Monique Ryan. Liberals are throwing a fuck ton of money at Kooyong, supporting Amelia Hamer. You may.
And what's it looking like?
So that's Amelia Hamer.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
She had a very unfortunate photo. Let me see if I can find it quickly. Amelia.
Oh, yeah, the 1,000-yard
She looks like she's just walked in on her parents having sex.
Well, when you see the picture, you might understand.
Is it? Bloody hell! I got to search on Google. I found it easier yet, like earlier.
Was
on
it in
Google.
our Discord? That's where I saw it.
Google search images. Oh, hang on, we got some numbers.
I don't know why it brought up McEwen for me. I must have touched the map by mistake. Let me go to the seat run. Why am I getting McEwen in my seat run?
All right.
I've got 111
We'll come back
votes.
to you, Andy.
back to that.
Look, everybody loves to watch for when the screen doesn't do what it's meant to be doing. So we've got it out of the way early.
We just did a peon to democracy, and it's got no votes.
I can tell you what it is, though. We got 111 votes. They're from the
Oh,
Hamer
111.
Poll Centre for the electorate of Fowler, and they're showing a estimated 5% swing to the Labor Party. But I wouldn't judge this election.
Yeah,
based on the
I'm
votes.
pretty sure
Now
one
will be a
batch
seat
from
that
one
we lost
electorate.
tonight. This is, of course, the seat that Di
Yeah.
Lee won. Labor at the last election pre-selected Christine.
This is fun. I was talking about. It is a fucking cracker of a photo.
Oh, my God.
Like Jesus Christ.
Oh, okay. This needs one of those
1,000-yard
caption
stairs.
this. Who's that one? Who's standing between her and Dutton?
Dutton's wife, I
forgot
think?
her name. No, it's not Dutton's wife.
No.
She's Jane Hume, I think her name is. I think that's her
Okay.
name. She's a Liberal senator, I think. I want to say. Stop the count. Labor, swing to Labor. Stop the count. Yes, it is actually the last hurrah for Antony Green. This will be his last election. He is retiring after this one. So
Was he the one
congratulations
that-
to him.
Playing with the screen?
Yes. So Antony Green has been the Liberal, the ABC's
my
election
God.
analyst
You
for as
repeat
long
yourself.
as I can remember. So, the interesting thing about the disaster that was Amelia Hamer's campaign was she went on a podcast and said that she was it was a comedy errors. She said she was a renter, which is technically correct. She does rent an apartment, like she does rent in a 1-bedroom apartment, but that's because she doesn't live in the electorate. And it's because she owns a place in Canberra and a place in London for when she was at Oxford University. So she is both a landlord and a renter.
Wow.
So she's a home, like when was talking about the struggle of buying a home. Then people figured it. Then people discovered that she actually has something like a $20 million trust fund.
Huh.
So she's quite the quintessential liberal candidate.
Perfect for Q.
This is one of the seats the Exclusive Brethren showed up to. For those who may not be aware, the Exclusive Brethren is a cult-like Christian sect that doesn't actually vote in elections. Like they're not allowed to vote as part of their beliefs. And they were, as Tony Abbott would say, shirt-fronting people to escort people to the polls. So they were escorting oldies to the polls and shirt-fronting Labor how to vote. People handing out Labor how to vote cards. Also, the council that this electorate is in, which keeps getting referred to as a teal council, but I'm pretty sure it's like a Labor Greens council, or maybe even a Liberal Greens council. They instituted a rule for the election, limiting the candidates at pre-polling places to only one core flute. So only one sign that says vote this person with a nice big smiling face on it. The Liberal Party completely ignored this and slathered the area. They rocked up early every time, took over entire areas, blocked off trams, to the point where the council got absolutely fucking jack of it after sending them $25,000 a day fines, and just sent council workers in to collect all the signs. Instead of taking it like a man, the Liberal Party took it to the courts, and the courts enjoined the council and said, "Hey, you got to stop." So they won, but it was a Pyrrhic victory because it seems like she's not going to be a member of parliament. But Kooyong has been redistricted.
Mm-hmm.
It has had sections of Toorak, I think the entire suburb of Toorak, added to it, which is I used to know a guy who lived in Toorak. That's back when cable internet was an amazing thing. It's the rich area. It's the very, very snobby rich area.
Confirm.
So every single person who lives in Toorak is going to vote Liberal. So if she wins, that'll be why. There's also Menzies, which is a very marginal Labor seat. I think this was won at the last election.
Back to the previous one, the chick. There was she the one where she basically made like a corral with her signs?
Yes, that's the one.
I know what the chicken with the brown hair had just said that she thought was so funny. You know, if you lose, you're fucked in politics.
Yes, well,
Dutton's like, Jesus.
This, like, realistically, with the redistricting and the Liberal support, it should be a slam dunk. But she is a babe in the woods. Like the deer in headlights look, the I've made a terrible mistake look, is very very apt. Menzies. I think this was redistricted, and I think it was a by-election. It was one in a by-election. That's why it says Liberal in 2022, but it's notionally Labor. So, an independent and libertarian. That was the other thing about Kooyong. The Liberal Party is preferencing the Libertarian Party, and the Libertarian is one of those ones who's got a bad one of those track records. Richard Peppard. I know he said something stupid on a podcast, which is basically the story of my life.
Questioning the age of consent.
No, I don't think it was age of consent.
So it's not a nonce. It's just, one of those far alt-right podcasters.
Yeah, I think it was just like Tim running for office. and they discovered his podcast.
One.
We should make Tim run.
Wannon is marginally liberal. Up against some strong independents. Wills is a safe Labor seat, but with a 4.6% swing required, the Greens could still take it.
It's a Labor versus Green seat, so
yeah,
they're going hard for it.
Yeah, of course, they always do. And Aston, which is marginally Labor, but only by 3.6%. And like I said, Victorian Labor's not very popular. Heading across the straight, there's 2 seats in Tassie that are actually close. Bass, which is 1.4% marginally Liberal and currently held by Liberal. And Lyons, which is marginally Labor, and the member is retiring. So that one's a clean slate. Just go back to the ABC coverage. Okay, so the polls are closed almost everywhere except for fucking West Australia.
God damn it.
At least it's not. If this was fucking, if this was done in March instead of May, it'd take even fucking longer.
Even, yeah.
Because West
Christ.
Australia be even further behind.
Clear divisions between
You'd have polls closing in.
campaign operation,
You'd have
which
polls
is
closing
provided
in
some very
the ACE in
operators,
New South Wales, the
who
ACC
rehearsed,
in Melbourne.
but it seems
Polls open
like,
for another hour
the
in
opposition leader's
no,
office
the other way
continued
around.
to
You'd have
run
polls closing in
his own
Queensland,
show,
and then
a
polls
lot of
closing in New
confusion
South
about
Wales,
campaign launches and things
Victoria,
being cancelled.
the ACT,
I think
and
all
Tasmania.
of those
I haven't
things
included
left
any
a lot of,
ACT seats because I already know
bad taste
they're going to
for a lot of
Labor.
shadow ministers because they were finding out
You
that
need
policies were
you'd
being
need
announced,
I think
or sorry,
16%
policies in their
swings
portfolios were being announced that
to
they were
lose
seeing
those
for the first
seats.
time effectively, or only a
For
few
some
days
reason,
beforehand.
the
And,
ACT
I
is a
think,
very
some
heavy
policies
Labor
also
seat.
which people really
Labor area.
absolutely.
Oh, look, Peter Dutton's doing some
As
glad
Brisbane
handing.
goes footy mad, Peter Dutton hoping for magic at the ballot.
Thank you.
Please don't
Doubt
lose. Please don't lose my
To
seat.
support the coalition and looking forward to the outcome tonight.
The race to the Lodge, a race through 52 crucial seats, making up 1/3 of the country.
Australians have seen through a
And
bad
you know where he didn't go to?
Australians
Any location
can't
where he
afford
wants
3
to
more
build
years
a
of
nuclear
what
power
they've
plant.
experienced.
He avoided
Oh.
them like the fucking
Final
plague.
day behind in the polls.
Funny that.
The referendum showed that
Before
the
a
ACT is
pick-me-up
full over. Well,
to the
yes.
speed date style cafe
Yeah,
blitz
true.
in the city of Melbourne.
We've had to think about whether I have a career. Going to do something about the childcare costs for me.
Key seats and key issues from cost of living to crime.
There is a lot of pain out in the community. A lot of people are really hurting.
The Coalition's campaign has been built around one question. Are Australians better off now under Labor than they were 3 years ago? While Peter Dutton is confident of a victory, the question is whether he has done enough to convince voters that he has a better offering.
As a voter, I care about stability.
Oh, there you go. There's a Labor voter.
Good to see you.
One final petrol station pit stop,
Oh, but he's been to all the fucking petrol stations
fueling up for what could be a long night ahead.
because
Claudia
God damn, he
Of
spent
the-
more on fucking on chocolate than he did on petrol.
yeah, he's a fucking idiot. You should have bought that at Woolies because at least Woolies the discount's better.
Well, George, if you're to believe the polls, it certainly is the place to be tonight. For the past 5 weeks, we know that Labor has been in the front seat.
Sarah
They are
Arbo.
expected to be re-elected come the end
I think
of
that's
this
how you
evening.
say
But
that.
It could be a long night because they are
Please
wanting
don't
ABO.
to shouldn't become complacent, or the Labor faithful shouldn't
Isn't that a
become
last name,
complacent because
ABO?
Though the polls have been pointing to their victory, anything can happen, as we know. But we've mentioned lots
Her
of
nose isn't
historical
wide enough.
stats over these past 5 weeks, and one that Anthony Albanese is certainly hoping isn't repeated tonight is the one from 1931, when that was the last time a first-term government was turfed out. So he's
Holy
hoping to
shit.
be re-elected today.
Oh, yeah, I remember
to
that.
Start his second term.
Yeah, I'm not that old. Yes. Also, I also have the leaders' seats here. So I have Grandler for Albo, Dixon for Dutto, Melbourne, of course, for Adam Bant, Hunter for drumroll, Trumpet of Patriots, And Kennedy for Bob Catter.
You fucking legend.
Catter Australia Party.
Is Pauline Hanson not up for a re-election?
She's in the Senate.
She's in the Senate.
But this is a twofer. This is a twofer because Hunter could actually end up being the one seat in the lower house that the One Nation picks up. Stuart Bonds ran last time. He was 2% short of the national vote.
Ooh.
Last time he got 2019, he got 21.6% of the vote.
That's not bad.
Which put him 2% short of the Nationals. So there's no Liberal candidate in the Hunter. They're up against the Nationals. Hunter is a semi-regional seat. It's like from Maitland to like Dungog, like up into the. So there's a breakdown here. Yeah, so it's the areas of Newcastle that aren't important. It's basically
area.
the Hunter Valley. It's the Hunter Valley. So it's from the west of the Central Coast up to the Highlands.
All the undeveloped region.
Yeah. So a lot of coal miners, a lot of farmers. Exactly the type of seat that you would expect to go to the Nationals. It's traditionally, like there you go, since 1972, been a Labor seat. It is still notionally Labor, but that can change. So, yeah. One Nation preferences traditionally flow to the Liberals 65% of the time. So, and Kennedy, Bob Catter will win that seat. Like Bob Catter has won that seat for since 1993. So,
yeah.
Oh, he was national and then Indian, then his
that's
own
right.
party.
Yeah, there's a lot of the country independents started as Nationals.
Yeah.
Her name's Jessie Price, and I don't think it's a seat that's been on the radar very much.
I would add in McPherson as well. Sorry, which is in.
And now we play the waiting game.
There.
This waiting game sucks.
Let's play Hungry Hungry Hippos. I should do top. Tight one trumpet. It is pretty fucking clear that this is the least popular party, maybe in my lifetime. Though I did experience the Democrats getting wiped off the fucking planet. So
that was slightly before my time.
That's what you get for fucking giving us the GST, you pricks.
Yeah.
But that's great. Go me. Reduced living. Free P. It's your cunt. You don't need some. You don't need to come. Cunt ration. Nonsense policies. Clive Palmer, chairman of Trumpet of Patriots. Trans rights now.
Boo.
Nonsense solutions. That's exactly right. I actually have all the text messages they sent me.
That's why the wild thing for me. I got no messages.
Demo, hang on, go back real quick if you could.
Yeah.
It's nonsense solutions reducing living.
Yes,
that was
nonsense
that line.
Policies. Oh.
No sense solutions reducing.
Oh, nonsense solutions reducing living. Yes, I missed that one.
Yep.
So yes, this is mostly why Trumpet of Patriots is nobody's a big fan. These are the text messages we've gotten since the 24th of April, or at least I've gotten. Solve housing, fast trains, 20 minutes CBD, cheaper land, super for deposit, 3% interest, cut immigration by 80%. At which point you block the number. But unfortunately, they use a different number every time. It's just the name. It's one of those like randomized numbers.
No, I've got them all under the same number. 878-6738.
Okay.
Double fee for foreign students, free education for Aussies, forgive loans. Like this all these things are so all over the place when it comes to where they are on the political spectrum. Like, it's clearly populism, but populism isn't about, oh, let's just do the things we think people will want. That's not what populism is about.
Let's give the populist money. No, that's not how it works.
Take your super anytime,
I mean,
cut
does,
immigration
but
by 80%, 3% home loans, forgive student debt, vote trumpet of patriots. Voting One Nation is a vote for the Liberal Party. Don't be fooled. It's no nation.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You don't need to be welcome to your own country. 3%. This is after Anzac Day, where they're like, "Oh, welcome to country's big. Better update the SMSs." Hey, 3% home loans. They're fucking really banging on enough. 15% iron ore license fee repays our trillions of debt instead of you. Yeah,
but
sure.
Yeah, doubt it. They're not going to do it.
Vote for Robert Nambla in Bennelong and Rosemary Mullen in Bradfield for Trump and the Patriots. So those must be the two candidates they think will actually get some votes. So yeah, the general consensus is people are fucking sick of these pricks, and they want them gone. There you go. There's they're the ones you're basically the same ones.
I looked them up and they're identical.
Yeah. They just blasted it out to the entire fucking country.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. I didn't get any. I have no idea why.
Well, then you're on the wrong list. Clearly.
Well, clearly.
So this is 0.8% counted.
We may have absolutely no idea.
It's 0.5% counted.
Oh, it's a lock.
That's the best way to do it. Andrew G has been sent several terms as the national MP. Sam Faraway's the new.
Andrew G, isn't that the guy who
resigned from the National Party?
Who hosts The Bachelor?
Over The Voice, the party's position on The Voice. So
I've fucking not watched that.
Now, if I look at these,
I'm gonna say yes.
Wait, you mean Andrew G, who used to do who's a comedian who went over to and did the Olympics?
Andrew G's got 26. Kate Hawke is an independent who finished second time to Andrew G.
I think you changed his name to like some Jewish name.
I think the commission is doing national versus independent tonight.
Who was he doing it with? Who was his co-host?
There's a number of these seats where its sitting members
I don't remember.
Where Russell running as an independent.
It was someone in Andrew G.
And in more in Western Australia where Ian Goodenough is running. It may well be that with a sitting member having a significant personal vote, that we may not.
Chicken Little, the racist chook says, who would have thought that the Cheeseburger King was so unpopular? Hashtag trumpet of frauds.
Yes. But at the moment, those figures showing you that the Nationals are certainly not running away with Clare on these early figures.
Oh, no, I'm thinking of someone else. I'm thinking of Roy and HG. Andrew G is now Oisha.
Oh, yeah, Roy
Gunsberg.
And H, yeah.
James Patterson, welcome. Can I
Osher
start
Gunsberg,
by
yeah.
asking you whether you think you've done enough to present
Formerly known as his
case
stage
that the
name
coalition
as
can
Andrew
do a better
G.
job at handling Australia's cost of living
Oh, I can't stand this prick. Here you go. So what democracy in Australia looks like, besides voting, you're supporting your local school and community. It just feels right.
Yeah.
There you go. Some snacks and some bacon.
It's like the one good thing about the whole voting thing. It's supporting your local area.
Clearly went to the wrong polling station in my election.
You can, of course, every election you can find your nearest polling place that has something on. So if you're, let's say you're in Newcastle.
Yep.
You could go to Newcastle
Public School. And
I was pretty far off doxing myself. I've got to head a bit further south. So yes, this has savoury vegetarian options and sausage sizzle. Over here at St. John's Church, they had a sausage sizzle, a cake stall, some coffee, and some bacon and eggs.
Oh, lovely!
So a very valuable resource for election day. That's democracy.
So what happened with Costy then? Did he not read the map, or
I don't think he read the map?
Costy mustn't have checked the map. He just wasn't prepared. See, like they say, fail to prepare, prepare to fail. Of course, there is the Australian tradition of people voting in their scunnies, in the jocks, in their togs, in their budgie smugglers.
There we go. Roy and HG.
There's Roy and HG in
There
the
you
tally
go.
room, yeah.
When was that?
Boomer with a Liberal how to vote card, quietly jumping ahead in the queue while everybody else waits behind. Kind of what you get under Liberals.
Oh, that's not the worst I've seen. I've seen the Australian
thanks
Socialist
to the
Party
quiet Australians.
hand how to vote cards literally in the line right next to the actual polling place.
Bloody hell. Can vote, protect queer kids, vote one the Greens.
That's an endorsement not to vote the Greens.
Sure.
Oh, here's a good one. Classic banger, ballot banger, $4.50.
Oh,
Gluten free. No surcharge for gluten free. Good shit. My wife would be very happy. Voters' choice veggie sausage. Juice poppers, $2. Cans, $3. Chips for $1.
Oh,
onion and sauce included. Fucking boss. Cash and FPOS. That's what I noticed too. Didn't need cash. They took FPOS.
Yeah, I noticed that too, even though I bought
In
cash.
the last 2 hours, coalition odds of winning changed by $1. So what do we got? Labor.
Oh, Labor's going to win it.
10.50.
Yeah, no, the odds didn't tighten. Labor's still $1.06 to win. So
versus $1 and
this is $1.06 to win. The odds
Where
didn't actually
did that
tighten.
dollar go?
So, all right. How I want the night to go is I want Dutton to lose his seat.
Yes.
And I want most of the Greens to lose their seats.
Yes. So I
If we can
agree on
arrange
those
that,
2 points.
If we can arrange that, I don't care who ends up being Prime Minister.
Yeah.
Well, it'll be Albanese.
It'll probably be
because he'll get
Albo,
voted
but
in.
still. I'll be fucking laughing.
So who? Okay,
Oh,
if
so
Dutton
good.
does lose his seat, who's gonna take over?
If Dutton loses his seat, it's up to the party to decide who's going to be the leader.
Who takes over his seat? Like who wins?
Oh, whoever gets voted in.
Whoever
It
gets the
turns
votes
out-
to win his seat. But
Yeah.
Dermo,
It turns
that's
if
what
it-
I'm saying. Who is he up against right now?
oh, right.
Oh, sorry.
Like, who's he up against?
Sorry, I thought you meant. So he's up against. So the Labor candidate is Ali France. Like I said, she won. She lost in 2019 and 2022. So she's a two-time loser.
Oh.
And
wants a vote for
then
a
I said
loser?
there's the green the teal candidate. Ellie Smith, I think, is the teal candidate. Let me just check.
So
I
who's
think
most
she's
likely
like the climate 2020 EllieSmith.com. I don't think it's this Ellie Smith. If it was,
and you're brave scrolling.
she should win everything. All of the things.
Yes.
No, it's this one. It's elliesmith.com.au. Not elliesmith.com. Just for people who might be interested in that last one. So yes, she's got the teal coloring. So this is the one I was thinking of. Yes. So she's
Okay.
actually, you know what? Let's do this. Let's look at the polling. What is it? I've got it on my open on my phone. So let me just get the URL.
Yeah. It would be nice to get another independent in the House of Representatives.
YouGov.com/elections/EU. YouGov.com/elections. Elections, federal election. Alrighty. So this is YouGov's polling for till the 30th. So was their last update. So it misses the last week of the election. It's a monochrome clone, yeah. Aren't they all?
True.
So this is one of their probabilities. With 84 Labor, 3 Green, 14 Independent, 2 other, no One Nation, and 47 Coalition. That would be this would be an absolute disaster.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God! Yes.
If this was the result, I do not think this will be the result. If it is the result, this would be devastating.
That's a mandate
for the Liberal Party.
Yeah.
Even if Dutton wins, his time as leader is over.
What?
Oh yeah, they're throwing him
how many
out.
seats have they got now? Yeah, that'd be him losing what, 20 seats?
I guess look at the 2022 elections.
Yep, 1 sec.
Even though some of the seats are swapped by this time.
So right now, 58 seats. So that would be a loss of 11 seats.
Oh my God!
Still,
you would lose 11
looks like majority
seats.
of them went to independents.
Yeah, independents. Like independents and other. Like fuck, that's not going to happen. What were we looking at? We were looking at.
I'm totally for it.
His election, Dixon.
Yep.
Coxon, Dixon. So Dixon has it as
Richardson.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So 34.6% primary vote is what they're estimating.
28. Okay.
But that is a range. So, and it's a safe bet that Greens preferences will mostly flow to Labor. One Nation preferences will mostly flow to the coalition, and independents will split. So, because if you're not, who knows?
It just depends on which issues that you care the most.
Yeah. So you would have thought he would have jumped to a safe seat, but well, that's
Let's do a Canada.
Yeah, let's do a Canadian with the. That will be funny if the coalition picks up seats, so improves its vote share, and then still
Dutton loses his seats.
Still loses, but Dutton loses his seat. That'll be very eerily familiar.
Yes, and that's another scenario I would love to watch.
Caters to or caters for that group of voters are less likely to
I'll troll Viva on Twitter
more likely to support
Where do you think that
by blaming Trump.
relevant and which seats tonight?
number of seats.
I mean, it kind of is his fault.
Trump fucked you. Trump fucked me. Fuck.
Concede that we're likely to see something like that, a stronger flow of One Nation votes back to the coalition than normal?
Yeah, I expect two things to happen. I think the One Nation vote will be up. I think that's
almost certainly.
Making, and I do
yes.
think the preference flow to the coalition will be.
That's very quiet.
But if you look
I've got it.
Some of the assessments of the Liberal primary, ordinarily you'd want, if you're a Liberal National Party person, you'd want the Liberal primary to be in the high 30s. We've seen it in the mid 30s, sometimes lower than that, and that's because they are being cannibalised a little bit to their right. And I think what we're seeing, and this is where the American influence I think comes in,
the only person
is the further and further, or the more
Rumble.
enthusiastically Peter Dutton has courted those right-wing voters, the less mainstream the party
You'd think there'd be more people than just
that's
us.
an opportunity for us.
Nobody likes to be in a political wedgie situation.
Rebel News
as
is doing
you
a
were
string.
in 2019, where you had.
Thanks for bringing.
Oh no, that was 8 days ago. That's
enough time has passed.
That's Canadian.
You had one message on Adani, for instance, for the rest of the country, and then got awkward when you actually were in Queensland, as of course you were. Ended badly for Bill Shorten.
Whatever
James,
the
I wanna ask
unshackled
you,
is
Peter Dutton in a
live.
difficult position?
Yeah, it's
having
the
to
unshackled
try
in
and
us.
hold on to the prime.
So there you go. Come on, 4 people. Those are rookie numbers.
That kind of looks like Butterfield.
Comments. The
No,
party,
he's not streaming. That's
we
just a
have
video.
Labor to the left, and in terms of the Greens also. You know,
What?
still
Labor's
putting
to the
away
left?
Labor votes, and you look at the seat of right, the last federal election.
When are you going to tell us
Hello,
this?
doing streams.
All
Oh,
of the
fuck
LNP
those
column
guys.
shifted straight.
How dare they? Didn't they know I had it locked in?
10%. That was a shocking figure. So we've got Labor and the Greens on
They're
the
doing
left.
it on. I don't think they're
We
doing it
also
on
do
Rumble. Though.
have the populist parties on the right, and then we have the Teals who are shameless at being whatever you want them to be, and they're pecking away also. So it's not a traditional Labor versus
Yes,
LNP
that's what
contest.
happens with independents. They can be whatever they want to be.
We've got sort of everybody
funny
sort of
that.
circling us at the moment, rather than that typical.
You're not coming up on my
knife
search
fight, I think you,
at
you
Rumble.
called
It
it.
is a
I
knife
think he just,
fight.
I think he just said a shameless teal. Didn't he say the shameless teals?
Well,
and lo and behold,
Let's go to Zali.
Speaking of,
speaking of, here's one we prepared earlier.
Zali is in.
To be fair, live streaming on Rumble, I don't think is a huge thing.
We haven't seen any
No, I
results
just
come through here for
you
your
probably
seat, but
because you don't have
I guess you'd be
election in
feeling
the
pretty
title.
confident about holding on again this evening.
Don't know. Thought I did.
Absolutely,
Oh,
and I
Australia
can tell you,
votes.
I don't feel shameless. I actually feel like I
Not bad.
represent my community. It's been a
'cause
phenomenal
you can't
day.
attack.
The SEO.
27 boosts today, and the team has been amazing, and the feedback from the community was really strong.
Zali, hi, it's Bridget Brennan here. Can you tell us how will you approach working with an incoming government? Is it that you're going to be likely negotiating on bill by bill, issue by issue? What's that going to look like, do you think?
Well, I've just done it for the last fucking 3 years.
Than what it has already for my first 2 terms.
There you go.
In the parliament, I've worked with a coalition government and I've worked with a Labor government. I've passed over 20 amendments to legislation.
Good evening, Tom Bolo.
And I've been able to deliver for my community. So
Welcome to the party panel.
I don't know what's happening now.
Whatever Simon says.
I hope I will be
Oh,
able
they've
to
called one for
continue
LNP.
that vein. I genuinely, as a
Oh, there you go.
barrister,
What seat is
I
that?
know
Let's,
how important it is for our
refresh. Come on, ABC. You've called it on your fucking show, like on your broadcast, but not on your website.
Slackers.
Disgraceful. Yes, Rumble is terrible for finding content for new visitors. Yeah. That's why all the people who love Rumble are like, oh, it's great. I had hundreds of thousands of viewers on. I had millions of viewers on YouTube. Now I have hundreds of thousands on Rumble.
And what we've been
Yeah, no
able
shit.
to do is needed, in particular around climate risk and legislating net zero by 2050.
Like,
for
if you take,
example, we
someone
know
like,
Australians want to see these big issues addressed.
his name?
Traditionally, the major parties are less
Like Crowder or something like that?
They
No,
feel
no,
more
not Crowder,
hamstrung. But we, I think, on the crossbench, myself and others, create the space and give a voice to communities around change. So banning gambling advertising, for example, the HECS changes in the last
Good
parliament.
luck with that in
These are
New South
all
Wales.
issues that are very
Yeah.
much pushed from the crossbench to the point where the
I
major
don't
parties,
understand the
if they
hex
are in
that
government
changes.
with
Like, I'm like,
majority,
really?
still have to address them.
What are they?
I thought
What are
they
they
were already
doing?
generous.
Which party might form
So the Labor Party is reducing like the hex step by 20% just across the board.
Look, from my electorate, it's a bit harder to say.
Why?
Basically, an indexing adjustment. Just because the I think the reasoning is,
One in 3 voters are new for
'cause it's
Warringah.
not-
It's about 36,000 new
because the way
voters.
hex
So
works is
I
it's
think
not
that will
it doesn't have interest accrued, but it does get a
It's tied
inflation
to
adjustment
our-
every year.
Yeah.
So it's
It's
tied
tied to
to your
inflation.
CPI, and because we've had a couple of years of really high inflation, there's been some very big CPI adjustments, and by very big I mean 10%.
Oh, that's a chunk of change.
That's
it's not
not
nothing.
ideal, but you know,
No, if you're like 100 grand in debt, that's
1% of university graduates in Australia have a debt of $100,000.
Really?
The vast
Is that all?
majority. I think the average is 20 grand, or the median is 20 grand. Like it's really not that much.
It's not like the
University in
US.
Australia isn't super expensive.
Yeah,
because
they haven't
they
adopted
don't do the
US
loans
model.
like America.
Domestic places are already subsidised. So domestic places are already subsidised by the government.
Yeah,
So
you
really,
would
you're
only get the
paying
100,000.
You're paying a fraction of the cost.
Yeah, you would only pay 100,000 if you weren't like an Australian citizen and were paying from
Yeah, oh yeah,
outside
no, I
the-
looked into doing like a web dev thing, and it was like, you want to do it as a external student, like sorry,
Go to TAFE, my brother.
overseas.
Yeah, you just go to TAFE.
That's what I'm saying though. The TAFE cost, if you're
TAFE
doing it
free.
as an international student, it was like $14,000. As an
Oh, yeah.
Australian, it was 10, and on like what's it called, subsidized, it's like $1,000.
Oh, there we go. It's 7 o'clock. I was wondering why they were playing the music.
But yeah, that's how our system works. It's not free, it's just subsidized.
Lutrawita tea, tapu tea,
Lutrawita
Wulawali,
tea.
Wulinam tikala tu, Manta, Larapuna tu, Miladina, Takaralia, Palawa.
Tikka masala.
Speak English.
Wapara Palawanini, Narakupa, Miladina, Paiwuta, Proni.
I thought all the
This is an English-speaking nation.
You're watching Australia Votes live from the ABC Election Centre. I'm Sarah Ferguson.
And I'm David Spears.
It's 7 o'clock in the east, and the numbers of votes counted is about to pick up from here.
Yes, at the moment we have only a small.
They're all
tally
busy.
in.
They've
It's
finally
in the
unfolded all the
thousands. Very
lower
normal
house
for this
votes.
time of the evening. It stands at about 1% of the vote counted, or just over 100,000 or so of the 18 million people enrolled.
There are 150 seats up for grabs. The magic number for majority government is 76. Because of the small number of votes counted, it's too early for us to fill out any seats in the parliament.
Again, noting the small numbers, Labor's two-party preferred vote, as you can see, sitting at 54% to the Coalition's 46%. This does represent a swing to the government of just under 2% nationally on those early figures.
Although there's a broad national trend there, some individual seats are already standing out. The Liberal-held seat of Lindsay in Western Sydney suggests an early drift away from sitting member Melissa McIntosh.
And Leichhardt in far north Queensland, it's looking positive for Labor too. A giant of a candidate in the former basketballer Matt Smith is running up some early points
Stunt
on
candidate.
the board in the seat formerly held by Warren Inch.
And in central west New South Wales, currently held on the crossbench by Andrew G. He's faring well in early counting. So in town and country, a swing is on. It might be happening everywhere, but
That's right, top G.
So there's a swing on. We don't know what direction. It could be in every direction, but so far
Get some of
it's
those
notionally
further numbers now
nationwide
with Antony Green.
to the
I'm
government.
going to start with the national trend.
And it's about 2%.
And then I'm going to talk
Very
about
useful.
Tasmania.
Thank you, ABC.
The
Yes.
national figure, which again, it's only 1% counted. Labor's projected at 34, the Coalition at 32, Greens 12, One Nation 7. Now, I want to go and have a look at Tasmania.
I
That's a
don't.
very different picture.
I mean, in
Current
person, I
projections,
wouldn't mind,
37
but-
for Labor, 22 for the LNP, 11.7 for the Greens, is 16%. That's I must say that's Andrew Wilkie, because there's only 5 electorates and he holds one of them rock solid. If we look at the change in vote that's occurring there, is the Labor having a big swing to them, a big swing against the LNP.
Oh, that's a fucking disgrace, Tasmania. Hang your head in shame. 3.8% for fucking Palmer United.
To be fair, it's 3.8 from 0.
1.6, but I've done 2 elections, 1993 and
That's
2004,
3.8%
when Tasmania were on
than they
daylight
deserve.
saving and the rest of the country wasn't. And the figures that came
yes.
in Tasmania before the rest of the
But-
country started
ONP,
counting,
what's
and
ONP?
huge, really told you what the story
Well,
was.
One
One
Nation.
Nation.
One Nation Party.
Only time will tell
Sorry.
if these figures are indicative. Now, what I
It should
do
be
have, I
PHON,
actually
but-
have 2 seats I want to talk about. The first one is what...
No, see, she wouldn't do that because she's
one of
against
Braddon,
Asians.
Mal Hingston's on 36
PHON.
and Urquhart.
Yeah, fine.
But
Yes.
it's fine.
Yes.
Pauline Hanson's One Nation.
Yeah, no, I get that. But
No,
she's
but
so
she's
against
against-
Asians that she
against
wouldn't want to be
Asians.
known as Fon.
Fine. She doesn't
Yes.
want to have the Asian sounding name.
It's the
I don't
Tasmanian
like
vote
it.
here that matters. The Labor vote's well up, the Liberal vote's down. We're projecting the Liberal vote will be much lower than that percentage by the end.
Fucking Liberals are getting wrecked.
That's a fucking huge swing. No, no, it's only 3.8%. Jeez,
Garland, the fisherman.
Is it Chris?
Craig Garland. stood
When
last
it
time and
starts
got
this
more than
bad,
10% of the
it's
vote.
very
So that's
hard to
complicating
recover.
What's going on in Braddon? And I think we've got a two-party preferred.
I don't
There's
know.
only 3.8% counted though.
Places showing a
Yeah.
9% swing. So the Tasmanian figures.
All it
showing
takes
some
is a
quite
couple
big
of booths
swings at
that
the
are
moment.
very heavily
That's
Labor or
yeah,
very
yeah.
heavily
And we'll
Liberal,
go on to one
and it
Then
can
we'll
skew
count
your
one.
early
Just
results.
simply because
Yeah.
this is a seat where Alex Dyson is having his 3rd tilt at the seat. The moment Dantine is nearly just under 50%. We're projecting him to be 44, 45. And that starts to get into danger territory because the Labor
that your mouse,
preferences
Thermo?
will flow very strongly
Yeah,
to,
that's
the,
my
to,
mouse, yeah.
to the
No, no,
independent.
there
The
was-
Labor vote will go up. They
Someone else is
count.
controlling the
So
screen.
we'll be coming
Well,
back
there's
to one
someone
later
else is
in the year.
moving the mouse
That first figure
on the
there
screen up there.
looks
I'm moving a
good
mouse
for him.
now.
But
No, it was
a big
a few seconds ago.
independent coming from the other parties.
Before I
That's
asked.
a complex count. It'll take a long time to do.
It was probably
Just back
there,
on
right?
Tasmania, just some thoughts on that.
Probably
I know
was
these
me.
are early numbers,
Yeah.
but there's a pretty evident move there in Labor's favour. Jim Chalmers?
I mean, first of all, it is really important to remind everyone that we expect the early voting to be weaker for us than the on-the-day voting, and so that's a caveat that applies right around the country, including in Tasmania.
So you'd expect that to come down later for Labor?
Yes, we do. But there are 3 seats there broadly in play, apart from Julie Collins in the south and Andrew Wilkie in the south. Rebecca White.
See, I don't know if there's a
very
standard
popular
for when
figure in
they
Tasmania. She's
um,
contesting Lyons. We
Former
expect-
state
when they
Labor
actually
leader,
count
people
what.
we expect her to do very well.
Yeah,
in
I'm not too
Lyons.
sure which
Then you've got the
goes
2
first.
northern seats. In Bass, very small
what
margin.
fucking-
And
there
in
we go.
Braddon, you've
Because it never really mattered.
I think that is an extra reason for caution across the board, because it means 2 things. It means a lot of votes we won't see until later, and because so many pre-poll, the pre-poll booths are so big, they will take longer to count.
Yeah, something like
We won't see
5.3 million pre-poll votes.
Decent-sized pre-poll booths until after 9 p.m. So I certainly, for one, will be reluctant to call or concede seats.
I know
too early
absentee
because
and,
don't
and
see pre-poll
postals
results, but that's pretty
tend to
encouraging.
count
But
it
in saying
after.
that, yeah.
Well, if it's pre-polling and you don't do the pre-polling within your electorate, then that's an absent vote.
Explain why
Yeah.
it's so significant. It's that pre-poll is an older voter.
We do
So would you
think,
say pre-poll
in this instance today,
and absent?
that the
Sorry,
average
pre-polling
pre-poll
and
So
voter will be
absentee,
older,
absentee,
and that tends to be
and
more
pre-poll that are
conservative
outside
historically.
your electorate
So that is a cause
will
for
be counted.
caution for us.
Counted. You should
Certainly,
traditionally
we
count
won't
it
be counting
after.
seats too early until we see.
Towards the end, towards the end of the
in the
night. So
Queensland
you
election.
get through all the ballots you've got on
Jack
you.
Labor and then came back.
Exactly.
Because they're in
And,
boxes
just simply when you've got
ready to go.
Almost half the electorate having voted. and
Whereas
not
the
yet,
absentee
again, the
votes, you've
figures that
got
we see
layers
today
where you
being
got to
counted on the day.
verify.
You got to open envelopes. You've got
Open an envelope, verify it, then open it up to the
It seems
actual
like ancient
ballots.
history. And so
Alright.
certainly that is a cause for just a bit of caution.
It's just more checking.
And you're saying
for
5 point
absentee.
something
From
million
memory,
were-
every electorate will have a central. Will have one location that central ballots go to. So
Let's
those
move on to
ballots
the
will go
seat
to
of
one
Bonner now in
central counting
Queensland,
location.
of course, named after
Oh,
Neville
yeah.
Bonner, the first Aborigine to serve in the Australian Parliament.
And a Liberal.
The Prime Minister was on pre-poll here. If those votes hold up, it won't be Liberal for that long. Ross Faster.
Oh
has held the
no,
seat
he
for a
was a
long
black
time. He's
man who was a
getting
Liberal.
30%. Cara Cook's had a great night so far. She's up.
Have to make
12%
sure we
compared to
tell
that
everyone
group
about
last
that.
time. It's early, we know. With the Green vote, that'd be enough.
Some commentators are saying that the Labor Party vote could be as much as between 1.5% and 2%, actually higher tonight than it will end up being 2PP because of the pre-polls. And an interesting thing about pre-polls in terms of counting, Chris Bowen talked about the counting. I've been told that they have actually put the first preference votes in piles for the pre-polls across Australia in the booths.
There you go.
They've never done that before. They've always waited and started from the beginning.
So they've
and that
already
they can
they've already
at least
gone through
count
the
first
pre-poll
preferences
votes for first
straight off the
preferences
bat
and
tonight,
allocated
starting
them
at 6 o'clock. So yes, I agree we won't get a lot of
across
results
the country.
tonight, but it won't be
So-
quite as bad as it's been in previous year, or bad as slow as it's been in previous years.
Okay, we've been saying
Someone
too
says,
early
like
to
Canada,
really
Australia is dominated by
say
boomer
anything, except
politics and
maybe
values.
this one,
TV.
Marinoa in Queensland.
It is the first
one. I will be very surprised.
You'll notice on the
You will
bottom
get
of-
up and
Oh
leave.
yeah, I think David Littleproud's going to win that one. Oh fuck's sake!
You will get up and leave if this doesn't go.
Oh, you think?
I think.
You'll notice on the bottom of the screen we have the target of 76, ALP on 0. The coalition was on 1, just lost it. It'll be this one. David Littleproud with 51.2% of the vote. This is tracking as it is. Because it's such a varied seat, you actually get a pretty quick count on Marinoa as well. He's losing some skin. Another place where there's a nuclear power plant going in, but still more than enough. 51.2, anyone's going to be happy with that.
So jump back over the ABC.
So I don't know, Raf, whether you caught that line from James.
Wait, who was that last one you just?
From Tim Wilson.
Who was the last feed? You're right. That's Channel 9.
This one?
Okay.
Right up
So Channel 9
decent
isn't calling
campaign
out
for
even, but
Queensland.
ABC is
Yeah.
called like 8.
Are we
No,
still there, Raf?
7, 8, 9,
So,
12. Okay.
Yeah, so that was some information that our panelists had got directly from Tim Wilson about the
It's the
Caulfield
magic of
South
Antony
booth
Green.
in Goldstein. Have you heard anything about that? And otherwise, just tell us what
so far
what you're hearing
ABC's
being there
called
tonight. If
4
you haven't
seats for
heard
Labor,
anything as direct as
7
that.
for the coalition, and 1 for other.
I
That'll
got
be
it
Bob
with
Catter.
Tim Wilson or Zoe Daniel. I've got their flyers. I'm in one of
Probably.
the outside one of the busy pubs. I'll let you know too. They're watching the football. They're not watching
It
the
doesn't
election
show up
live
on their
stream.
map,
Thanks, Matt.
their fancy fucking map thing.
Tim will point out those Caulfield South booths are important. Of course, that's where the Jewish population in this electorate would be. I'm sure Tim is hoping
really
that
not
their-
comfortable with this
their
fucking
staunch
like,
stand
oh,
on
this is where the Jewish
anti-Semitism makes a
population
difference.
is. This is where
It's really worth
the other
pointing out this
population.
campaign's been
I'm
pretty
really not
nasty.
comfortable with that
I've
bullshit.
spoken
I'm
to one
like,
of Zoe Daniels'
But
supporters.
that's where the Jewish population is.
yeah, but I don't care. Like, I don't think we should even
Some of Tim
comment on it.
Wilson's posters have had homophobic graffiti. We've even
I
had, and I
know,
can't believe I'm
but
saying this sentence in 2025.
other
Nazis
factors
outside
of force
one of the
carry
houses.
68.
So it has been a
Oh
pretty
yeah,
willing,
Bobcat's not winning seat.
Oh yeah,
pretty
Bobcat is
nasty
currently
campaign.
his margin
On
is
the
sitting at
plus side,
13.1%.
I did go on Thursday to the
Nice.
pre-poll, one of the two pre-polls, and I met both Tim Wilson's mother. She's lovely. And I also met Zoe Daniels' dad, and he was obliged as well. But I am not too surprised that there's an increase.
Yeah,
in the Liberal
racist
vote
segregated Australians.
in that
Yeah,
part of the
I'm not a
electorate that
fan.
Tim has
Not a big
been to
fan.
point out. Going out
Yes,
on a limb,
I'm very
I would
very
say
interested to
that
see where the
they're
Greens end up.
both sides
Hopefully
in
it's
this
zero.
contest, as in both camps
Well,
in this
be
contest,
glad.
weirdly
Well, I'm not even
The
going to get
Jews,
into
the
the
Jews are
Senate.
looking to.
I'll be interested
Sorry,
to see
the Jews are looking at actually creating a school for them in Flemington.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about Kooyong.
So they're
I know
spreading
you're
out.
there in Goldstein, but the
They're not
other,
going to be contained in that zone.
independent seat we're all keeping an eye on. Seems
Hope they called another one for
out of all the
LNP
independent seats
and
nationally, These are
ALP.
the two that are going to be most line ball tonight. Would you agree, Goldstein and Kooyong? What's the sense in Kooyong?
I think definitely Goldstein's the most line ball because the lack of demographic change and the issues that Tim Wilson's been camping on. Kooyong, my feel on Kooyong is that Monique Ryan is safer because the redistribution, the big redistribution that happened because of the abolition of Higgins, that gives Monique Ryan a whole lot more people who rent, who live in flats, who are younger. And I think also Amelia Hamer's campaign in Kooyong was derailed when she says she's a renter, but she actually owns property in Canberra and owns property in London. Whatever the merits of that, that damages her in
Look
the
at
new
there.
parts of the electorate that Monique Ryan picks up.
But they are more
Oh,
liberal.
another
than
coalition
new
called
parts of the electorate that have come into the redistribution there, like Toorak and Armidale.
and independent.
Yep.
They are more liberal, but they're also picking up bits near that which are closer to Paran that have lots of flats and lots of apartments. So if you look at it, actually, the
Map has its first coloured. These are assigned, but they're not actually lighting up the maps. But this is the one they were talking about on Channel 9. This is David Littleproud's seat.
Wait, what is that? Is that supposed to be Australia?
Seat of Gilmore,
Yes.
where we have Fiona Phillips.
It's the
battling
seats that are
with Andrew
closed.
Constance.
There's a lot happening here. We've
Oh,
got
okay.
polling places, 6% of the vote, which means there's a lot of pre-poll. It's actually over 50% of enrolled voters in
Wow.
voted pre-poll.
Wow.
So that's
Half.
58 to 60.
Half of Gilmore voted.
That's crazy.
Half of Gilmore voted
That's
pre-poll. That's
crazy.
insane.
Polling places.
Does that include
Now,
postal?
Andrew Constance is
Well, yeah.
not
Okay.
polling well. This is a corrected swing from where the figures are from. And
Oh my God.
Jesus.
Down, there's an independent. They're just
Oh, that's got to hurt, man.
67% of preferences, I'll come back here, 67% of preferences from everybody else is going to Labor. So if Labor's ahead in the primaries, they're getting a lot of preferences, even if they're slightly behind. And just to look at the two-party preferred, an estimate, this is actually 4 actual preferences, and there's a 4.7%
that's a
swing to Labor.
Jesus.
As I
Wow.
said earlier on, maybe 58 to 60% of the votes in that electorate are
That's a
pre-polls.
spanking.
They may behave differently and may turn around that swing, but they're encouraging figures for the Labor Party in Gilmore. Now, in Leichhardt, of course, Warren Ensch, let's do the setup here. Warren Ensch is retiring. Jeremy Neal is the new Liberal candidate, and Matt Smith, the former basketballer, Taipan's basketballer, is the candidate there. The votes that we're seeing there now, he's well ahead. We've got 9 polling places in. He's got twice the Labor, the LNP vote, 12% there for the Greens. If you look at the change in votes occurring, that's a big increase in Labor.
God.
Oh my
The
God.
LNP vote down, and that's translating into
Liberals are getting fucked.
9.6%. So I think that's an estimate rather than actual. But
Stay
there's
down,
another big
price
swing
rise.
there. I like that's another seat with a
Yeah.
free poll. So it may be we're going to be buckling in for. a
Not
lot
for
of
me,
swings early
buddy.
in
I
the
started
night,
turning my
and
computer
then
off at
we'll have to
night.
wait for what the pre-poll does.
Save money.
This is not as encouraging for the Labor Party. We do only have 2.8% of the vote.
I'm surprised you don't have
David Smith
solar.
from Labor members on
I do.
39%. Jesse
No,
Price is
with
the,
batteries.
No, I
that's
don't have
just got
battery.
climate
And
200 from memory.
Definitely gonna have to
I
look
think
into that.
my daily use. Well,
Liberal
actually,
Party
I
have
can
directed
see
preferences, recommended preferences for the independent.
right now.
So, and
my
I
house
think
is
we've
using
got an estimate of
3.2
preferences. No, we've got-
kilowatts.
this is an estimate of preferences.
Mostly because I think and Mrs. has
independents
the
ahead in being. So that would
has
be
the
fourth seat
the heated
in
blanket on
35 years that
the
Labor has
electric
lost an
blanket.
Independents are traditionally much
and
more
so
of a
far today
problem
I've used
for the coalition for
14.9
Labor.
kilowatts.
Let's go on to
Eh.
Bradfield. Now, this one is interesting.
14.9 kilowatts.
3% counted, Giselle Captarian, the Liberal, the new Liberal candidate.
But it's okay because the cat enjoys
Paul Fletcher is the retiring
electric
member.
blanket.
Giselle Captarian is a Liberal member.
Well, cats will do
Nicolette
cats
Bullock
things.
is running for the second time in that electorate. If we look at the first preference votes there, as you can see, the Liberal vote's only 39%, and that puts them in a great deal of danger. And if that continues, they're in a great deal of danger in that seat. The change in vote there,
because not a lot of those bloody
where the figures are from, big drop in the Liberal vote.
Wow.
To candidate preferred swing, which would deliver
Again, I want to remind these are single booths. With 3% counted.
It is only 3%.
May
At
not
the moment,
represent.
that's what we're seeing. Now another seat.
May not represent the whole swing. This is very, very, very early numbers.
True, you would have to know the seats and know what the individual
I'd have to have
polling's
very.
leanings.
I'd have to have Antony Green levels of knowledge of.
Foreign correspondent.
Like throughout the night, you will hear Antony Green talk about like, oh, you know, that booth is, you know, a smaller booth where there's a lot of these type of people. It's like, dude, how the fuck do you remember that?
Yeah,
like I
the
understand that is your
Anthony
job,
Green.
but holy
Thermo
shit,
one,
man.
one word.
Autism.
Oh, it's 100%
And I'm going to
true.
be very
He was-
disappointed
He
when
was being
he's
interviewed
retired.
on 7:30 report, and he was sitting on the chair, and it was a wide shot, and I saw him swinging his legs back and forth
So at the moment,
because they weren't quite touching the ground, and I thought, oh, dude, he's so autistic.
later figures change it.
Yes. We need another autistic to to
Yes,
take over
we need
from
another
him.
autistic to take over.
For them, admittedly with no pre-polls yet.
So
Like,
we, hang on
maybe
to
have
that
to give
word
him
caution
time
for
to
the time
get
being.
like
Just gonna go over to Joe
used
because
to
I
the
think
camera,
he's got
but still.
a change there on the big board.
I forgot what seat that was, but
It's
it
a
looks like it
momentous
might end up
part of the
being
night where we
an
can
independent gain over Labor.
That was in Tasmania. It was the one right down the bottom.
Oh, okay, yes.
Oh, yeah.
By David Littleproud, the leader of the Nationals, Minister for Agriculture. Perhaps
Franklin,
no surprise,
I believe.
The safest seat is the one that's been
Oh,
coloured
okay,
in
yeah,
first.
I didn't
Just
even have
to
that on my
explain
list.
why we haven't coloured in any other part of the board yet. We are still waiting for the count to basically get up. So we're only going to start colouring in seats when we're in a position to make a projection if the count is above 10%. So that's why the board is largely
Okay, so there you
empty
go.
this time. It starts
So
with a
ABC's
trickle.
only
That
lining them
makes
up
sense.
if the count is above 10%, and it's a clear win. It's a clear winner, so they can see a clear
back to
trend.
some of the seats Anthony was just updating us on. I think what we're seeing
Whereas,
here, all
yeah, the
caveats around this is
title bar
still
basically
early.
showing
shit,
leanings.
dude.
Poll might be
That
different.
the seat of Franklin, I didn't have it on my list because she's
see how
fucking
you
got it
would-
by
I mean, look at
13%.
Leichhardt, you've got a 9.6%
Is it enough swing that she might lose it?
Labor.
There's a 31%, 31.5% swing to the independent.
Holy shit!
Now,
That's the
granted,
entire thing. That's the
granted,
entire thing.
granted, it's only like 500 votes counted. Like I think probably what 1,200 votes counted, 8 precincts reporting.
But still,
But
And
that's
only 3
wild.
done preferred so far, but that's
yeah.
And it's not looking good at this point of the night for him. What else did we see? Bradfield.
Oh,
the
let's have a
swing
look.
to Nicola Bullock, the
Let's have a look
independent.
at
It's so
where
far all
is
pretty hefty swings away
Dick
from you guys.
Edson.
And these are on the day.
Is there
figures.
any results for
No,
Dixon?
Oh, no, I'm very concerned, and I've said from the beginning that in relation to Leichhardt, in relation
Oh, I've
to
got to refresh
Brisbane
the
and
page.
Ryan, they will be knife fight seats. We
Dixon.
will not know.
Oh ho ho! Oh ho ho!
Oh no!
It might turn into a very bad night for Peter Dutton.
Oh, it'd be such a great note for us.
So,
okay. So the only way
2%
Dutton
swing to
stays,
Labor, 10% swing away from Dutton. So the Greens have lost a bit. And the Independents have picked up most of the Independents and the Liberals. Labor have picked up the legalist cannabis. That's really early,
But still.
Hey, a man can dream.
Oh, I am dreaming.
I would love to see the back.
Make it reality.
The back of Voldemort.
Oh yes, back of the potato.
Do you think he runs next time? Say he does win, right? But
he loses his gun in the private
election.
sector. He's going to retire.
Yeah, private sector. He's fucking gone.
It does sound like
No,
He
like
don't
say
need- he doesn't need
he
to
wins
cheat.
his seat. He wins his seat, but loses the election. Does he stay on this one term and then
It
bow
depends.
I
out next
don't
time?
think the
or-
party's going to allow
depends.
him to run it. Like,
If the party, it depends on how they. Again, I think I said it earlier tonight. It depends on how the party does. If the party does well but doesn't win, then
and he might say
he may stay because
He'll never
look,
run for prime minister again. Though.
like they said at the start, no first term government has lost since 1931. As a general rule, Aussies will give a government 2 terms to get their shit together.
Okay.
Oh, dude, Costy, that would be fucking hilarious. Dado loses the Magnamba Ginger Price letter. Yeah.
oh my god, that would be
Dude,
so
this is the
hilarious.
outcome I want now.
Yes,
I didn't
Make
even
this
know I
reality.
wanted it.
Heartland seats, particularly in that northern part. Of
And that
Sydney.
way,
You had
the
one
Liberals can say
left
that they've got the
threat
first,
tonight. Did you learn
the first,
wrong lessons
the
for
first
last
leader,
election?
the first Indigenous
First
leader,
opposition leader. That's
first
and
Indigenous opposition leader, and first
Yes.
first party leader from first federal party leader from the Northern Territory.
Reflects the broader North Shore community.
Is she from the NT or is it?
She, yeah, she's
Or is it
from
Queensland?
the Northern Territory.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
She has been a senator for the Northern Territory.
Ah,
since 1992.
senator, fucking yeah. Then no.
Let's see what happens with
Sorry,
Oh, that
Senator
might suck,
Costi.
yeah. Sorry, yeah.
She'd have to find an open seat and jump to the lower house.
I don't think they're going to allow a senator be the head of the party.
No, hang on. She's been shadow minister for Indigenous Affairs since April.
Yeah, you can be
2020.
minister in the Senate, but you can't be the prime minister. The prime minister.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think they're going to allow a senator to be the prime minister.
If you're losing seats like Franklin and Dean to independents, and again, this is early days, I'm not saying this is what will happen, that's got to be a concern for you.
Of course, when you see numbers like in the south of Tassie, but I mean, it is very early. The usual caveat about we think that the early voters will behave very differently to the on-the-day voters, and we're seeing on-the-day voters so far. But even in a world where if we did well, we still wouldn't anticipate that it would be one-way traffic. You know, because of all these different kinds of contests, there's a much greater element of volatility and unpredictability. You know, I didn't have Julie's seat bookmarked on my ABC site to keep an eye on. So there'll be a lot of
either in Canberra.
There'll be a lot
Yeah,
of
neither did I. I had two. The only 2 seats I thought would change in
Even if
Tasmania.
James's party does well, there'll be seats changing hands in both directions.
It's going to be
Who the fuck is Peter George?
Based on these very early
Like,
numbers, we've got no doubt about
Who
that.
the fuck is
Seats
this
leading in
guy?
both directions. Let's go to
You
Chinchilla
got
now,
fucking candidates.
Queensland.
Peter George.
Local
Peter
RSL
George.
with the Nationals
Spent his
behind
life
him.
working as a
Using
journalist,
reporter
starting out as a
Steph
newspaper
Bell. Is
reporter
there,
and then a reporter for the ABC in Hobart. Over many decades, he's worked as a reporter for federal parliament, foreign correspondent, and on ABC's Four Corners, reporter and producer. He was on the steps of Parliament House on the day when Prime Minister Gough Whitlam.
In the New South Wales seat of Clare, the Nationals versus
damn, it's
the
not the place.
defector,
I'm gonna have to switch the
former
turn the volume
MP
down.
Andrew G, who quit the party over its opposition to the
On the day
Voice, is
Gough
now
Whitlam was sacked and spent many years
seat
working as a
in what's
correspondent in the
been
Middle
a
East.
very
George is
bitter
running as an
battle.
independent and
There's also
campaigning
the New
against the
South Wales
environmental
seat of
harm
Alba.
caused
The
to
Nationals are
Tasmanian
holding it, but
waterways
it's under
by
threat from the
commercial
independent.
salmon farming.
In Victoria, we've seen an unusual
Oh, the
situation
fucking
in
salmon
the
farming. Yeah, right.
It's still very early, Stabby. It looks like the government we have already will probably stay that way.
Also in WA, there's a three-cornered contest in the seat
Who
of
knows? Like
Morwell.
something like
Now,
3%
David
counted so
Littleproud has
far.
claimed credit for leading the coalition's agenda.
And what did you
It's
say? It was like
it's looking to be
five-
fucking hilarious.
5-point-something million out of the 18 million voters were postal. Or
5.8 were
postal.
pre-poll. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's It's almost a third.
In the country. David
Wow.
On our side.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, certainly on the coalition side. Let's get to Antony Green now with some more numbers for us.
Well, Australia's Voldemort might lose his seat, so that'd be hilarious.
We're struggling to actually illustrate it in some sense because there's a lot.
We're gonna do a Canadian.
The Labor Party is currently projected between.
Yeah, we're going to blame Trump.
5% nationally, with 4% counted.
Well, every nation's doing that.
12.4. Others.
No, we'll blame Canada.
No, the
What's the fuck about Conservative Party losing the
Canada.
fucking party leader seat?
With the beady little eyes, the flapping heads of full eyes, blame Canada.
4.6% counted. So we're seeing a lot going
Not
on.
even a real country anyway.
I'll do Queensland as the state figures first.
Spitting true facts right there.
Labor Party's projected to 31, the Coalition at 35, the LNP in Queensland 12.8 for the Greens. If we look at the change
Channel 9
in vote,
saying there's a
the Labor vote's up, the LNP
8.1% swing to the independents in Bradfield.
Of 3.2%. Now we're going to look at a couple of seats at the moment. To do that, I go to the map, then I go to the seat run. The first one is Peter Dutton's seat of Dixon. Now, it is only 5% counted. It's a very low primary vote. Labor's primary vote is low. Ellie Smith, who's one of the Climate 200 backed independents, on 14%. It's 9 polling places. Look at the change in vote in those polling places.
That's not good. That's not good.
Have a good day, Stabby.
Oh my God.
Numbers. We estimate a 5% swing now. It is 5.2%.
Oh
This is the
God.
sort of swing we're seeing in every seat at the moment.
Gonna happen.
8.2% counted. Emma Corner, who I must admit was one of the last announced Labor candidates, and to see her ahead of a long-serving Luke Howarth is quite a surprise. The change in vote there again, it's that rise in the Labor vote, the LNP vote down, and the two-party preferred point swing of 6.8.
This is baffling. This is baffling because Labor just got turfed out at the last election, I think in 24 in Queensland.
When you're not expecting a big swing to Labor, you of course rather.
And if I heard correctly, these numbers are for those precincts that have been counted. Like they're not going, oh, these 3 precincts versus the entire district. It's these 3 precincts versus these 3 precincts.
Yeah.
Is what these numbers are representing.
4.9%.
So there you go. We've counted
So that's
5%
actually-
of the nationwide vote. Suck it, Americans.
These are looking good for the Labor Party without being
This is how you do it.
calling this election.
No, okay, and that's important that we're still early, just under 5% of the vote counted, but none of it so far, none of it.
Disappointed that Trump and
There's
Patriot
a big
has its own
asterisk on
column.
it because it's actually just the first party
If
votes.
anything, I think
True.
We're going to distribute preferences.
it'll come down, you would assume.
4 days later.
Why is Trump and Patriots got its own column?
I just want to go to the seat that really jumped out
3%.
there,
What a
I think, for
fucking
everybody on this
disgrace,
panel,
man.
and that's
Oh no. Just why?
Does that concern you, those early numbers there?
Palmer's not going to help you. You might as well just vote One Nation.
Say that for a while, but remember with that seat that Peter's had it since 2001. Every single election, it has been a very close election. I think in 2007 he won it by like 100 votes. It is a classic.
He did actually try to
fight
fuck off
there.
to another seat on the Gold Coast,
Teal Independent
but he waited too long
Labor, I think
and missed the window for the pre-selection.
Rookie mistake.
I think that was in 2019. He tried to get a new seat,
Jim Chalmers, what do you think about the seat?
which is hilarious.
My phone's blowing up about Dixon, but again, we think that the early voting, which will come in huge chunks later in the night,
We'll bring it back.
will be better for him than on the day. But there's a lot of interest, as you can imagine, because of that big early number.
Well, there's certainly we'll keep coming back to Dixon. You can be sure of that. Right now, though, we want to go to Adam Bant, the Greens leader, who's standing by at the Greens function there in Melbourne. Thank you.
Don't count it out. Don't count out the teals.
Feeling about your prospects.
Like I said, there's a teal. Ellie Smith in Dixon is a teal. She's been running a teal campaign. It's been coordinated by the same people doing the teal campaigns in. I think it's the same company doing it in one of the Sydney seats, one of the Sydney teal seats. Not Zoe Steggles, but one of the other ones. Maybe I think Allegra Spender's seat. So Wentworth. I think the company running her campaign, it's the same one.
So why did the Greens get their own
Headquarters?
No, their
Party.
own ticker.
Well, they get their own number there because they actually have 4 seats.
They are
If
legitimately
Pauline
the
Hans's One
third
Nation had 4
candidate.
seats, they'd have a thing there.
Oh, okay.
It's just because all the if the Teals were an actual party, they'd probably
Teals
knock
would,
the
yeah.
Greens out of there, or they'd have to make it wider to fit.
Gotcha. All right.
And just
Freaky,
only
of course,
represents
it
the
didn't
House
sound
where it's
smart
represented.
until without mentioning how much fewer courses there would be. Yeah, exactly. Reichsführer bum bandit speaks. I couldn't remember I couldn't remember if he was gay.
Who, this guy?
Yeah, I mean it's obvious that he probably is.
What's
But I
his
couldn't
name?
remember explicitly if he was. Adam Band.
Might have been closeted.
Feeling so far is good, but as I understand it, there haven't yet
I
been
wish Pauline had 4 seats.
coming in. So I think in that seat,
Me too, buddy. Me too.
And what about those all-important seats in Brisbane, Adam Band? Are you at risk of losing a couple of those tonight? Those are tight contests. I know you
Claudia
pull up with-
Perkins.
Oh yeah, he's
is
setting off
his
my gator.
partner.
So he
He's
is
two
straight.
kids. Well,
So there you go.
He's at least had 2 kids.
If he's setting off your gaydar, then you must be getting interference from a gay weather balloon.
Oh no, he's setting off my gaydar too. Like this guy, she's a beard, 100%.
Oh yeah, totally. Only there to pop out kids.
Frau
They're in-
Bandit is a Labour senator. Is he married to a Labour senator? That can't be right.
Claudia Perkins.
That's his wife.
Queensland Adam Band. Yes.
Labor people elected on Liberal preferences, but it did take a while for those seats to be counted last time. And the feeling so far, I spent a bit of time on the booths up there as well. I think people really understood that Peter Dutton
No, she doesn't have a
really
Wikipedia page, and she would if she was a Labor staffer. Okay, that's probably it.
Okay.
If we can go back to Melbourne for a sec, Labor's pretty cranky about its view that you decided to put out
Former Labor staffer.
how to vote cards today. Did you do that?
I was going to say, if she works for the Labor Party, it's got to be fucking awkward.
I think the Victorian
That would be
Party made
weird.
a statement very clearly about that. If you go to the Greens website, even now, you'll find that the Greens are saying vote one Greens and preference Labor above Liberal in every seat across the country. And we've run really strongly the message that vote one Greens, preference Labor above the Liberals as a way of keeping...
She left a job as an advisor to Julie Gillard, married her love, Adam Band, head of the Greens Party here in Australia, gave birth to 2 daughters, in addition to teaching yoga in Melbourne. She studied...
Jesus
to be a
fucking
nurse.
Christ. She teaches yoga.
Of course she
So the
does.
Greens, the leader of the Greens' wife
Is a hippie.
Is a yoga teacher.
Yeah. A hippie that just pumps out kids.
It's a dirty... Well, I don't have a problem with that, but it's a dirty, filthy hippie.
Yeah.
Oh, that was what I wanted to look at. It's Dan Tan's seat in Victoria.
That you're going to see some across the country, depending on how things go. You may well see some Labor members elected on
Is the
Liberal
guy there's
preferences.
holding a
That's the way the Liberals have decided
yeah,
to preference. And it may make a
Wannon.
difference in the number of seats.
She's probably a raging feminist as well.
Like our campaign has been really strongly to lift
Aren't
our
they
primary
all?
vote, and all
Well, not like...
indications are that we've held our primary vote. And we can't do much.
No, I was just gonna say she's probably really close to being a lesbian, and this is the closest she can get without actually marrying a chick.
Fuck.
So here you go, Costa. Here you go, RC. Here's your seat.
Like I said, Labor's going to win.
Labor's probably going to win that one.
Like the Greens are not going to win it. They're not
No.
going to win Willis. They're not going to win Cooper. They're not going to win their seats, even though they're trying for decades now.
Yeah. Where are we? So my seat. Let's have a fucking look, shall we? Robertson. Ooh, not looking good for Lucy Wicks.
Ooh, that's not good.
That's
bad.
That might be a bigger margin. Well, there you go. It's 7:30. Do. I should have got the AI to make me some music.
Wanham in Western Victoria is the state's
Oh, this is the one I wanted to
second
talk about,
biggest
yes.
electorate. It's named after a local river. Encompassing Victoria's famous surf coast and Great Ocean Road, it also takes in the regional centres of Colac and Hamilton. It's been a
I think a
safe
comedian
seat
is
since
running
former
against
Prime Minister
the
Malcolm
Liberal member
Fraser won it from Labor back in
as an independent.
1955. You're watching Australia live from the ABC Election Centre. I'm David Spears.
And I'm Sarah Ferguson. It's 7:33 on the eastern coast. 5% of the votes have been counted.
that's a rough South Australia's closed.
Let's look at the primary vote. 4.9% counted still. Labor
hasn't
Party
moved.
projected to be 34.6.
They're all taking a
Coalition
fucking break.
31.3. Greens 12.4.
Fucking slackers.
12.3. Others 12.4.
These paid
Change in vote
volunteers.
that's
My
going
brother
on
was
at the
going to try
moment
and get
is 2.1 up for Labor, 4.4 down
get
for
some
the
work
coalition
on the election
smaller
for the
swings for
AEC.
the other parties. And all at the moment, that's translating into a 3.2% swing to Labor. Now, Labor is everywhere outperforming what
As
the
like an
opinion polls are
observer.
saying. Now, this projection here is
Or
based
counter.
on the fact that by the time all the votes are counted with the pre-polls, we factored in that 1.6% drop in the Labor vote. So for that swing,
Is he just doing like a weird hip thrust?
I
then?
saw
don't know, anybody notice
that. I saw that. The fucking autistic.
Dude needs his fucking Adderall.
Yeah, he's rocking. He's rocking. He's stimming. Andrew Green stimming.
Yeah, he needs his Adderall to kick him
Before
back
the
in.
election, there was a lot of talk.
How long's he been on
about,
for? 4 hours now?
Victoria would
About the
be
right time
the Labor
to
Party's worst
take
state.
another.
He's been working all day.
It is the
Take some more
Labor's
decks.
worst state because there's
Have a
only
Kit Kat
0.6%
and have some
swing
decks.
to Labor in Victoria.
Well, there you go.
If you look at,
That may be
New
where,
South Wales,
like the
there's a
dislike of the
3.8% swing
Victorian
to
Labor
Labor.
Party might
Let's
be
take Victoria off and look at
might be just
Queensland.
muting the swing.
There's a 3.3% swing at
It
this
looks
stage.
like it.
And I'll add Tasmania. Tasmania, this is a very odd figure for Tasmania. It's affected by the fact there's 2 seats where independents are well ahead, but there's still swings to Labor in both Lyons and Braddon at this stage. Now, again, let's put all that caveat there about pre-poll votes. But the swing, this is a significant swing that's going on, and it's going to have to be the pre-polls to turn
What's
around.
the what's the over under?
It's quite remarkable.
on,
Either all the Labor people
on
voted
a Labor
on the day,
victory that
and all the coalition members have
all
said
the
that
lunatics
pre-polls
say
won't
was
go till later in
it
the
was
year.
stolen. It was
Anthony, can I
stolen
just get
because
you to
you
recap
know
for anybody who's joined us
pre-poll.
there at the beginning to explain
some sort
why
of ridiculous
pre-polls
conspiracy.
favour
3%.
favour the Liberals.
There's a 3% one in postal.
The people who voted for Trump are patriots.
Yeah, the people who voted for the Trump and the Patriots Party, they're like, it was stolen.
Who have no idea
Yeah, you
how
idiots, because you
the
voted for
Australian
fucking
election
Trump and the Patriots.
works.
Presupposes people who are conservative votes to go and vote pre-poll. I mean, there's numerous reasons for that. But for that reason, you get this gap between the two. And at the
I would
last
have voted
election,
pre-poll, but I
on
would have had the
polling day
fucking,
votes,
you know, leave
Labor
like,
got 53.7%.
leave the house
At the end of the count, that had
while I
reduced
was working
to 52.1.
and
The
sacrifice my
recent
lunch
Queensland
nap.
election, the Labor Party won the on the
Oh, you
day
can't
vote,
do that.
and they then went on
No.
to lose the election. If anyone's watching tonight who remembers us watching on the Queensland election, when we only had the polling day votes, it wasn't a lot going on. And then the pre-polls arrived. But at the moment, there is a lot going on here.
And that's the thing, Anthony. I'm not going to push you to make a call. You'll call when it's right to call. But
They can only sack me.
That's right.
Brilliant. There is a movement. I know this is the on-the-day vote, but a movement to Labor in Victoria. And as you rather ironically said, their worst state is Victoria because the swing to them is smaller than other states. You've got to say it's pretty hard to see how the coalition wins government from here, isn't it?
Yeah, look, it's hard to see them winning government. I must say that. Whether this is going to translate to Labor having a win or a big win, it's going to take a lot more to go. But while we're just talking to the Greens, and
I'm thinking Labor's going to win, and they're going to have an increased
this is
majority.
Griffith. And at this stage, the Labor Party is
looks like it.
ahead. Green is second, and the LNP's third. If those numbers continue, and we're projecting that they will finish in that order, and if that continues, then Renee Coffey will win that seat. for the
Chicken
Labor
Little the
Party,
racist Chook says
defeating
trumpet of
Green.
retards voters will definitely claim it was stolen. Their rotund burger lord was destined to provide.
Second, the LNP's third. There will be a lot of pre-polls.
You're on fire with the
On
insults,
our
man.
current projection,
Didn't,
looking at where the figures are from,
Palmer
projecting
drop
that order as well.
a ridiculous
Not calling
amount
those
of money
seats,
and get
but
no
that's
seats?
what the position looks like.
He
And
dropped
in
100
Ryan,
million.
I mean, If that continues, I'd be surprised.
of his own money.
This election or next one?
Leads in
No,
Yeah, I think it was
when it was
Labour is ahead.
like when it was
maybe for a
Palmer United
second.
Party,
The Greens
the
third.
first
Yeah,
time those
the-
guys showed
the
up,
pu- the pups.
Yeah, the
Held by
pups.
The Greens. If that
Dutton
trend
needs to go.
continues, there will be problems.
Yes.
Dr. Evil looking
Amazing.
ass.
An hour and a half into the count, and the movement
He very
is
well
all
could. I'll
towards
look at
Labor
the
across
the numbers at
board, and
Dixon
none of the
so
news is
far.
good
It's
for the
leaning
coalition.
that he's going to
Again,
lose the seat.
it's the projections based on the preference count so far has Ali France beating Peter Dutton. I don't know how long that'll hold.
Yeah, the
that's
independents
10
kind of.
So that's 10 of the 41 centres reporting primaries. 2 of the 41 reporting a preference count. So,
And your question
maybe
is, what
we may get
how
out.
is the
We may get
independent
our
going to
wish.
swing? Yeah, the independent swing is going to judge like who's going to win.
Oh yeah.
Where's their preference votes going to go?
Campaigns on record. And so clearly the campaign has had an influence. The Prime Minister had 4 debates. Don't forget this, 4 debates with Peter Dutton. His strategy was
I watched
3
of them.
see Peter Dutton more, thinking that
I didn't watch
they
any
would
of them.
see more of Peter Dutton.
I watched
and
3
they
of
would
them. I
make
couldn't
a
watch the
judgment.
first one
It
because
seems
on
that
Sky
his
News.
assessment is right. And if you look at some of the swings,
I watched none of them.
There was a Sky News
Fuck
one.
that.
There was an ABC. There was an ABC one. There was a Channel 7 one, and there was a Channel 9
very,
one.
very, very positive
Channel
swings
10
to the Labour
Channel 10
Party
didn't care.
there. All places where there are
These are career
high
Channel 10 is
politicians.
CBS now. They don't give a fuck.
Australians. So the demography
Is this
I
a
Channel 10
repeat of the
doesn't care about
Canadian
Australian
vote?
same
politics.
place we were at the
Maybe.
last election, particularly
I'm
when it
hoping
comes to some
so.
of these
Swing-
multicultural communities.
No, not really,
I also
because
want
the
to bring
Canadian
you in
vote was
there.
swing.
You heard what Antony said
There was
before.
still
He
a swing
thinks
against the
it's
government in
hard to
Canada.
see an alternative to the
It was
outcome
just that
we're
the
starting to discuss.
replacement leader, Mark Carney,
Well-
was marginally more popular than
Actually, you might be right
like
because
so
in
Carney came in
Canada-
and he had a clean slate. So he was a clean skin, so people could project what they wanted onto him.
Also, the
the
third parties that collapsed around.
Third parties got absolutely fucked in Canada. They got absolutely demolished. The Conservatives had their best percentage-wide showing since I think
Yeah,
2011.
they still gained a bit. It was just the collapse of the third parties that
so
allowed Labour
so
to
the
win.
Liberals over there didn't do as badly
Or coalition.
as.
Sorry,
as,
Conservatives. Sorry, not coalition.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the Liberals. Over there,
Oh,
it's the Liberals.
the Labour Liberals.
Over
yeah,
there, the
got it.
Liberals are the red,
Fucking gotta
and
remember,
the,
it's
and
like-
the Conservatives are
yeah.
the blue.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, it's
so
annoying.
hard to remember.
Goddamn Liberal Party.
Our research was the Liberal base is now.
No, but it's good.
Yeah.
I can say "fuck you, Liberal Party," no matter where I am in the world, and I'll still be right.
I'm spiritually.
Oh, that's great.
Fucking Liberal Party.
It's too narrow.
Also,
and we failed to expand. The
so
base.
Pierre Poilievre ran on basically one thing: axe to tax.
So I think
He ran on a platform to get the only thing he was going to do is get rid of the carbon tax. First thing Mark Carney did when he came in was get rid of it.
Victoria should be the exception to the rule.
That kind of undercuts your entire campaign.
Yep.
Especially if that's all your campaign is.
And that's a
If you're-
smart
yeah.
move.
And that that's a smart move. Look, Mark Carney is not a fucking idiot.
Would indicate this is going to be
Like you don't get to be the
You think we're in for?
you don't get to run two fucking
I think. Look, I think
reserve banks,
Labor will
like two fucking national like
but then start coming back,
Federal Reserve style banks.
as the pre-poll.
Yeah.
Because he ran the Bank of England and he ran the
Whether it
fucking Bank of
remains above
Canada.
76 or not.
Yeah.
The guy's not a fucking guy's not a fool. He's no
Thanks
fucking
very much
slouch.
indeed, Tony. We're going to
Yeah.
bring in.
But,
we're going to speak to Tony Burke in.
But
just
yeah,
a
and
moment
then
in-
Trump
in
and his
receipt of what's
51st
in
state stuff
Yeah, thanks, Sarah.
that
Really
drove
spooked.
nationalism.
That really
And
spooked
Mark
them.
Carney had
Some
was,
time, 21 years
made
since
Trump the enemy and fucking ran against Trump.
To be fair, Trudeau already started that seat. Mark Carney kind of just kept on with it.
Interest in the independence at Basuni, whether Muslim voters.
But yeah, we didn't have that here.
Be some backlash against
We
Labor
did
over the
like
government's handling of the war in Gaza.
the Liberal
We're
Party
more
kind
muted.
of embraced the Trumpian stuff.
But he will be easily
Yeah.
Didn't get much traction with it. And then they've kind of they've backed away slowly. There was a story earlier this week. There's been some like foot in mouth actions from the Conservatives here. They haven't run a very good campaign.
very
The leader's been like Dutton's been running on this ridiculous fucking nuclear ambition that isn't fully costed. Like, I can go through some numbers, but
Oh, it's a good vibe, Tony. It's a good vibe.
so they want to. All right, so
If the support in this room
the signature policy from the Liberal Party for this campaign, sorry, the Conservative Party, was we're going to build nuclear reactors. We're going to build something like 9 of them. We're going to build them in all these old coal power plants.
Not to mention, these are not the big ones. These are the smaller nuclears.
And the
modular.
first two, they released their costings on the 2 days ago. They were going to build the first 2 for only $34 billion. Now, I had a look because they mentioned what types they were. They were Westinghouse, Westinghouse AP 1100s.
Oh, like my washing machine.
That's right, the Westinghouse AP 1100s.
Are these like the?
These are third generation small modular reactors. I went and had a poke around, and in Georgia, in 2011, one of the nuclear power stations there approved an extension and they added 2 more of those reactors to the facility. They projected a cost. Actually, I'll have to go to my Twitter account because I actually did a tweet about it, and it's got the numbers.
I'm guessing more.
So, where is it? Shouldn't be too hard. It's not like I tweet a lot. Okay.
Well, what are you doing, man?
This is what.
So
the coalition costing had $34 billion. So all of these are Australian dollars. I did the conversion. $34 billion for 2 Westinghouse AP 1000 reactors. So the state of Georgia started building 2 more of these reactors in 2011 at a projected cost of $22 billion. They came online in 2023, 7 years late, and cost $57.6 billion.
I love government spending.
This is on an existing site, so a site that already has a nuclear power plant, with the state buying in, which is none of the states in Australia want it. In a country that has an established nuclear industry. I literally know a nuclear engineer who works in the fucking US. We all do. Fucking Trudeo is a fucking nuclear engineer.
Who?
Trudeo from Ricada's Discord.
Oh, okay.
He's literally a nuclear engineer.
Oh, okay.
And a regulatory framework that already exists.
We have.
This is not happening. The states aren't going to cooperate. The reactors aren't going to cost they would have cost enormous amounts of money. If those so Labor was running these. So the Liberals are like, for all 9 reactors, it's going to be. They threw out $130 billion for 9 nuclear reactors. No.
Yeah, I doubt that.
Not going to fucking happen.
Not going to happen.
This is also coming from the coalition who said they would make the NBN cheaper and
That's
faster.
right. Mix with a multi-technology mix.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is
I've said many times
that didn't
before,
happen.
the time for nuclear was 25 years ago.
Strongly favoured the Labor Party.
Well, no, I still think there
totally.
is a possibility of nuclear. There is, but it's just
It's the new technology, like what's the other one? The salts one.
That's exactly right. Yeah, pro-nuclear policy needs loads more work, even if it's correct.
Yeah.
By the actual figures that do come in.
Tom Boy says, I watched no debates. Dutton did not excite me at all. Yeah.
I'm comfortable about.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan.
Well, I think they need to.
Albo acquitted himself well in the debates.
Jim, you were going to say something?
Yes. His affect gets a little grating after a while.
Will be stronger for the coalition than on the day vote.
But I need him to run the country, not talk to me.
Yeah. What I think they need to do with nuclear is they need to do a bunch of ads over the next 5 to 10 years on how nuclear is not what it used to be, and they need to be done properly. They need to get the population.
We have it.
We need to have a discussion.
Yeah, but they need to start with just an ad here, just a random ad, not advertising anything, not supported by anyone. It's just the government puts out an ad saying this is what nuclear is, and just leave it at that. Let people have the discussion, and then another ad. This is what nuclear is, and then slowly just put it out there, and then have a debate.
That's what
after
that's what I was thinking.
I don't know, after 5 years maybe, of just these ads just being slowly put out there. No agenda, just here's the information. And then, okay, let's have a discussion on nuclear. Okay, no, here's where you're wrong and here's what's actually the case is. But right now you've got two sides and it's
Well, I think overall
nuclear will kill everyone,
grand strategy was to pick up
which is a
assets
fairly
in
large population, and no nuclear's fine.
The sort of assessments
Yeah.
I was getting about
You're missing
is
the
a very
fact that the
small number.
anti-nuclear will also do their advertisement, trying to suppress the pro-nuclear message.
Now it's possible that they might be losing.
Yeah, that's what I mean though. That those debates have to be put out there. That information has to be put out there. And at the moment, all you've got is Greenpeace screaming about how nuclear is going to destroy the world.
Yeah, like Chernobyl, which is Soviets, so naturally,
Yeah, and that's what these
they're gonna fuck
campaigns.
it up.
Yeah.
That's what you do with these campaigns. Is you say, no, Chernobyl was this, and this. This is why Chernobyl went down. This is why it melted, and so on. And so forth.
I don't think China has not, like, nobody's built molten salt thorium reactors yet.
Not enough to
Not
be
even
commercial
China.
viable.
China has said they're going to build one. The US had a test. The US had one that was a test one that they shut down in like 97 or something.
Oh, I thought we were looking at it. That was a thorium thing back in 2011. Oh no, that was the patent for one or something.
That was the design.
Was in
Toshiba's
2011.
Toshiba's self-contained units. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Like that's
what
what
most
we
people
need.
associate mushroom clouds with nuclear power. Yeah. It's got a bad
Yeah,
rap.
that's just the yeah.
And then
can't
you get
argue around that.
Look, this is the thing. The thing about nuclear is there are a lot of forces working against it, and it is an uphill battle. And in Australia, do you want to waste the energy, no pun intended, on pushing through nuclear, which will take a lot of money and will take a lot of time before you even start generating 1 megawatt? Or do you want to just go all in on fucking like hydro and get fucking snowy hydro sorted?
Hydro, solar, wind.
Start cranking out batteries and solar panels from our own fucking lithium.
Yeah. We have our own
And while we're doing
we
that,
create our own
burn the coal that we pull
manufacturing
out of the
structure.
ground.
Yeah, burn the coal that we pull out of the ground.
Like the thing is, it's if you're it makes sense for Japan to go solar so early, to go nuclear so early. The resources aren't there for them. Like you said, 20 years ago, 25 years ago would have been the best time for us to go nuclear.
Yeah.
Just park it
I
up
don't
the
think
end.
that's. I don't
But,
think that's
yeah.
Then why have it so late?
I think with Peter Dutton being a former defence minister and Andrew Hastie being a former officer in the SAS, you've got two people who understand the importance
So
of
why
the
not
defence.
put that earlier in the
And
campaign?
we've consistently talked about defence issues throughout this term of
We
parliament.
talk about it all the time.
Oh, talk about defence all the time. No, you haven't.
I love that. She's like, no, nice try, James.
That's because
Let's check in on Channel 9, shall we?
For a coalition to be
Who's this guy talking now?
competitive
Didn't he used to be
in
for
3
Liberals?
years, right? And we
He
do
is.
have
Isn't he
what I'm
Liberal?
saying. It's too early to
Yeah.
know.
That's Chris
And
Pine.
we do have the numbers
Chris
up
Pine,
there
that's him.
on screen.
Former foreign
for
minister.
Franklin, and this is telling
Generally, what
one
they'll
of
do
the
is they'll have
stories
some
within the
liberal, they'll have a
story.
liberal candidate, they'll have a
You
national
can see
candidate,
that, Julie
Labor
Collins,
candidate.
Minister.
So they have
the
someone
Crown.
representing both sides.
She's down, or she was up by one.
Is he still in
1.4.
the?
However, the
still
independent
in
Peter George.
government?
No, he works
He's
for the private
retired.
sector now.
He
But
is
yeah.
an anti.
Okay.
He's not anti-salmon. He's anti-salmon fishing.
Yeah.
How could you be anti? But there you go. 24.9. That's enormous.
That's huge.
And on that,
For the
count,
Indy.
I mean, he's a damn good chance of.
Yeah, that's for
of
Franklin.
finishing.
Yeah.
Which makes it hard for Labor. Sorry, Ali, which is starting to make it hard for Labor to form a majority government, right?
Well, part of the mix, but we're looking at those 3 Queensland
But that's
green
true.
seats.
So they can easily.
Lose a cabinet minister.
We haven't touched on Fowler yet, where I think it's competitive. I think you've got to look at the entire embroidery. Yeah, I agree. Franklin's looking. I'd rather it looking much better at this point. But
Labor's looking very good in Brisbane.
Take a look here at Banks to New South Wales. This might
Ooh.
help with the path that
Speaking
you're
of-
talking
speaking
about.
losing cabinet
Might be a bit
ministers.
Z soon.
Lost 7.6%.
Yes, that, think
Might be a
about
bit
it.
soon to call.
So you're gonna need
I'm
to-
going to
we
make a
watching
call. I'm going to make a call myself.
Thinks is out there when it
This
comes
is
to
like a
pre-poll
100%
early vote, and it
firm
may be that
exclusive
case.
call.
But
I'm
he
going
is
to
in
call
real trouble.
Grindler for the current Prime Minister. I know that's a big call. It's a massive call.
And it's only 2.7 counted.
With only 3% of the count, I'm ready to call Graindler for Anthony Albanese.
Very nice.
Yeah.
I'm wondering why we aren't watching Sky News to watch the COPE over there.
You'd rather be on the 54 than the
Do they have a live stream, like a YouTube live stream?
They usually do have a live stream.
For quite a while, since 2013.
Unless they
It's always been a seat where we thought we might
YouTube.
be the chance. We've all got them, where it's always, oh, maybe this time's the one. Well, maybe this time is the one.
Probably the first of the big sort of Chinese community votes too that we've seen. So that'll be
Too early to call.
And we've got,
That's
you know,
important going on.
and without getting ahead of ourselves, encouraging figures for us in Bennelong and Reid as well.
We'll
Oh,
check
no,
in
they
on
do.
them shortly.
They do.
Let's have a look at the seat of Hughes.
Have a look.
Got no one on. They're coping hard. No one in the panel wants to talk, so they're coping. They're coping hard.
Wait, is this it?
Yeah, this is apparently it. They don't have a panel. They're coping. This is pure cope.
They're not even playing the audio from their own.
Yeah, like
the second live feed.
No past the majority. Like you can't. No past the majority for coalition. Womp womp
womp womp. Oh my god, that's so bad.
They're all crying into their beers.
They're all what? Sorry.
No wonder
crying
they're
into
not
their
live
beer.
streaming their panel.
Yeah, isn't those 4 people supposed to be on panel? Like,
yeah,
I would have thought.
You would think so, but
What,
they're
did
in the
Peter
small
Credlin call in
corner.
sick or something.
How long?
No.
How long has it been going for?
I searched for ski news. That's why.
Skly.
Skly news.
Skly.
God damn it.
No, I really think Sky
Really
News is
dark, yeah,
coping.
that's why. Yeah, that's,
They
that's
really
the
are
only
coping.
stream they have.
How long's that been going for? This stream?
2 hours.
Was it
Oh,
any
they
time?
had- earlier.
You to that interview now. Political editor
You hit
Andrew Cordell.
forward.
They are coping.
No, I went
You hit the fast.
Stealing our
Oh.
country.
No, you hit the fast forward button
This is a game
next to the pause.
Oh yeah,
You
this
went
is
to
a
a new
video.
page.
This is
Oh, yeah,
not-
I did,
this is not a
damn it.
live stream.
Power, your renewables are a
you go.
massive vote loser.
Maybe they're on like an
Oh,
ad
okay.
break.
Party and a bit.
You're back. Thank you very much.
Nah, they're
40
coping.
minutes.
They fucking coping,
Good
man.
God. Can Barnaby Joyce get B any redder?
Yes.
And he's against a red
He's against
background
the blue
too.
background. Like
Oh yes.
when they go to the wide shot, like you can see how fucking red he is.
Yeah, that's
Have they fucking totally coped? And they're like, no, fucking, we're not streaming anymore.
You're not streaming anymore. Fucking.
Yeah, like, show the numbers and just fucking who cares? Oh, they did. They cut. That's exactly the point they cut.
They're fucking coping. Yes.
You
I-
are coping.
Coping is cheating.
what was the conversation they were having when they cut?
An annoyance right throughout the. What we're looking at so far tonight is that there are individual by-elections, dozens of them at this election campaign. So yes, we can look at the trends, but there is.
There we go.
So yeah, if they can't pick up Gilmore, it's a bit of a concern.
Wow, yeah, that is. I mean, I know they are early days.
Yeah, there it is. Well,
Don't forget to watch what you say on.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept.
Nice.
His blood pressure
Holy
is,
shit.
Yes, his blood pressure is worse than Thermo's. Yes. 100%.
I'm glad they asked about that. Oh my god, I
Dude.
didn't realize they would.
Hilarious.
Holy shit.
Someone in the whole room's like, no, cut it, cut the
Cut
thing.
it. I fucking cut it.
What have you made watching both Peter Dutton and Anthony Albanese?
It hasn't been like the normal elections in the past. People just haven't been excited. It's been quite weird.
You know, so that's been
Yeah, I
very
wonder why people
interesting.
haven't
Just like,
quite
let's get
excited.
this over and done with. So
Especially
we
about
can
Jackie
get
Levy.
on
He's a
with it.
fucking
That's sort of attitude I've seen on the
bootlicker.
ground
But has
down
one
here,
been any
so,
better than the other? When
in
you
spectacular
line up
fashion.
Albanese,
She's only in the Senate.
how
So.
would you?
Yeah,
Well, I used to think she was
I think Labor's
half
just been
decent,
a
but
bigger,
then
smarter
fucking
outfit. They've
COVID
just
came
done a
around
lot
and she
better.
became
They look like
retarded.
they want to run. They look like they want to rule.
Well, just
That's
get
her
your
secret.
fucking. She was always
That's her
retarded.
secret. She was always retarded.
And not coming out in your costumes still towards the end. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
I mean, that's just ridiculous.
You want to govern, but you actually don't want to tell us how you're going to do that. That's just ridiculous. I reckon they've lost a lot of.
Something I didn't realise for Sky News Australia, the live stream, they've turned off the comments. They don't turn off the comments. That unlike the other news sites, they generally leave the comments open.
ABC doesn't leave the comments open.
Well, that yeah,
they don't do it on anything because
but that's a norm. That's the norm on their side. But for Sky News Australia, they leave the comments on.
Thermo.
Yeah.
Did you know you can scroll down in a full screen video?
Campaign, and you're not seeing what other people are saying.
No,
Oh, yeah.
what I'm saying is, can we wait until we get some more voting figures in?
Now, this is a reflection on the campaign.
What is this? Election result coverage. This is like a playlist.
Is a political opponent of ours. She's not going to say nice things about.
Oh, Channel 10 has a fucking stream. Let's fucking go.
Things about any Liberals down in Tasmania.
Fuck,
So I'm not surprised.
Let's see what Channel 10's doing.
I can't imagine what Channel 10's doing.
Oh.
How long have they been like that for?
We're on an ad break. I'll leave it unmuted so I hear it.
Single word to describe Peter Dutton's campaign.
Solid.
Solid. Give me a fucking break.
Okay, well, we are
Tell him he's
up
dreaming.
we are approaching 8 o'clock Eastern time, and that means the polls are about to close in the West, and we'll start to see some of those early numbers.
That means the
come
only
through.
place
Labour
that's still got to finish
hold the
voting
seats it won at
is
the last
Christmas
election.
Island.
What about the new seat of Bullwinkle?
Oh, so
And I guess the third, and I guess the third and McDonald Islands, now that everybody knows they exist.
So what, the 38 people who were stationed there?
No, I don't think they actually. I don't think they have polls. I think they're just all postal.
Yeah, that makes sense.
From memory, I think they're part of Solomon, which is the seat, one of the two seats in the Northern Territory.
Oh, yeah.
Not WA.
You're watching Australia
No, not
Votes
WA.
live from the
Just WA is the
AEC
state.
Election Centre. I'm David
Yep.
Spence.
And I'm
Whereas,
Makes sense.
Oh,
It's the
okay.
territory.
It's the,
Gotcha.
Yes, well, at the moment,
What?
number is the magic number, 150. The number of seats in the House, 76, gives you a majority. You get to govern in your own right. We
hear
have
that, like,
so far are
slight
able to declare
buzzing
and be
noise?
with full.
Oh, it's
say
coming
that
from the
Labour has
fucking.
collected 23.
It's coming from the Channel 10 feed.
13. We
I
have
can't
You guys hear that?
hear it.
for the Greens. That's not to say they won't get any.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I hear it.
Adam Bance.
Good job,
like,
Channel 10.
What the fuck?
It's like across. It's like a when you're on the telephone on a landline and you press a key.
That is it
It's
as it currently stands at the moment. There is
Tone.
action going on.
It's
There's
a,
no
like it's a
question
solid
about that.
tone.
As an example,
Let's
let
go
me
on.
give
Some
you the seat of-
audio engineer figured it out.
Now, Deakin is another one of these outer suburban Melbourne seats.
Where's that fucking thing
It is
coming from?
held By Michael Sukar, who's a senior.
Maybe that's why they
frontbencher,
went to break.
for the
He's
Liberal
trying to
Party.
figure it
He is
out.
the leader of opposition business in the House. Right
Dude,
now, Michael
those fucking
Sukar is in
numbers.
trouble. His
If you're at
primary vote
35.5%, like
4.38%.
if you're at that for your primary
Labour's
vote,
is up.
and you got
There's
the
an
like you got the
independent vote.
Greens at 13%,
One
you're not having a
probably
fucking.
you're fucked.
Not that significant. The shifters
Oh,
have
you're
won
gonna
the
have
last
some
time.
time,
There's been a lot
man.
of talk about
Fuck.
one nation preferences in these outer suburban seats. This is
And that's
a lot
in
of the Liberal Party's
Victoria.
hopes and expectations is that
Where,
they're gonna
like I
lift
said,
some
I
of
thought
these
it was.
one
I
nation
thought
votes.
Labour's going
Probably
to get
won't,
fucking smashed.
count that much. A lot
The
will
issue is the
depend on
Liberal
where the
is
preference is for
equally
those who voted for
worse
Jess
option.
I know
Nash.
Victorian Liberals are
Vote,
fucking terrible.
but, it would seem, and I
There's
did
a reason
say
Dan
ridiculously
Andrews is
terrible.
premier for
that
fucking
it's a
ever.
nervous couple of
We have a fucking dictatorship, and our opposition party is fucking useless.
Peter George is on 24%.
You all need to fucking make Maureen big boobs. You need to make her the Liberal leader.
Maureen Big Boots.
Yeah, yes,
What's the name? Based in Redfield, Maureen.
On those numbers, if that trend continues, Labor would hold.
Yeah.
I can't remember the last name.
Commission stopped counting preferences in that electorate because they believe that Peter George will be one of the final pairing. But on the numbers, primary votes, I'm looking here.
Ideally, you want to get to 50%. Then you don't have to go to preferences.
Yeah, and then you're all done.
Anthony, can I just ask you about that seat?
See, Americans and Canadians,
Brian, that we were asking
and
Adam Banter
Brits.
earlier, but does
This
it
is
look like
this is the
Labour
good
push
part of our
themselves
system.
into second position there?
Just because someone has the most votes
navigate the Electoral Commission's
out of everybody doesn't mean they win. Unless they get to 50% plus
Labor's
one.
on 30. And the LNP's on 29. It's a three-way tie between those candidates at the moment. So it would come down to who finishes third.
Yeah, okay. Well, and
Victoria's so
that's
cocked.
been interesting
It's
to
the
hear,
worst.
Brisbane, based on the earlier numbers that we
Well,
have.
it is.
It's that LNP dropping into third, which is going to knock the Greens out of contention.
Labor promises 9 out of 10 GP visits will be bulk billed by 2030. I don't know how they can. More redeeming, yes, that's who it is. What was I saying? I feel like I wasn't even getting the first name right.
Maureen.
No, you wouldn't.
Maureen
Not
Big
close
Boobs,
at
yes.
all.
I meant more redeeming. She could be the leader.
The position
But
to
she's
be
a
in
should,
is
but
to be number 2
Batten got it,
when
so-
the party
Number
that's
3
being
gets
eliminated
excluded,
is
yeah.
going to support you more than the number 1, right? That's the come from behind
Can you set
situation.
that onto music?
I could give it a naughty
A red
calypso
hot
rhythm
go.
for you if you
Thank
like.
you.
So, I mean, it's kind of a bitter pill, I imagine, for
A
the
butter
Greens
bowl.
to find themselves in
That's
a
a butter
situation
bowl.
where the LNP candidate is third, and then
Why did they get rid of the seat of Batman?
pushes Labor over the line.
They changed. That's the seat of Cooper.
That's how
Ah, boo!
Uh-huh.
What's wrong with Batman?
He's a.
Well, his case was frozen. That's what's wrong with that.
You have to go through it's the whole fucking colonizer shit. Because he did bad things to the indigenous peoples. That's why his name got removed.
On primaries. So
It happened like 10 plus years ago. So
in terms of having a sip each time, they're under the table now.
that's why they think that seat's going to go
Batman's
to
places in
Greens.
Australia, and it's all named after the same guy.
I'm glad
I know.
And it's not the Dark Knight.
What do you make as a campaigner?
I know. Very disappointed.
It was abolished in 2019.
Oh, the Greens
Replaced by the
are-
division of Cooper.
Yeah, well, they were talking about it for ages.
And when you deal with them on pre-poll, they are just horrible people. I've never.
A grazier, entrepreneur, and explorer.
And with all due respect, union
Had a
thugs
prominent role in
any day of
founding
the week
of
compared to the
Melbourne.
Greens. They are
Yes.
horrible people.
So he's very important.
He was also
in
involved
Melbourne.
in many attacks against
He was
Indigenous
in
Australians.
right, just
There's the rub.
things they were saying to Trevor Evans in Brisbane were just.
Sorry.
Oh, the Greens are horrible.
Oh, the Greens.
Greens are horrible.
Yes, I agree. The Greens are horrible.
Yes, I agree.
It is an ugly side of politics
Fuck
in
those
Australia. They steal signs all the time. They deface signs. They are a horrible political movement.
I think the core flute war. I mean,
Agree.
there's been some
Fuck the
very
Greens.
dodgy tactics across the board in all sorts of different electorates. We've
Watch
seen
this
it in
crowd
just many
defend
of the
Greens.
Now, I think the
Yes, Moira Big Boobs women deeming. Thank you. Thank you,
to
Barbara.
add to their stock of lower house seats, which of course,
yeah.
of which they had hardly any until recently in this country's history. So
the Greens
how they're going to go in Richmond, that's another seat that they've been looking at.
Wills.
And Wills,
Yeah,
don't know yet.
No, we don't. We'll see the data on that. We can see the votes being counted, though, at Bibra Lake there in WA. The polls having closed there just in the last 5 or 6 minutes. So that count is happening, and we'll bring you those results as soon as we can from Western Australia as well.
But let me just ask you, Jim Chalmers, about that. And I'm interested to note that someone just rang Jim Chalmers. So I want to know who that is. Because
One of my
don't
booth
they-
captains, actually, who's so focused on getting
He
the
didn't
booth
know that
results
you were
in,
on
he's
air.
rung me on the panel.
That's allowed. That's okay. Anything to report?
Look, in my own electorate, I'm happy to do that at some future point. In the context of the Greens thing, we feel pretty good about Brisbane. Really quite confident about Brisbane now winning that off the Greens, and we are a very good show.
Nice.
I know about that.
Show in Griffith. Most of the traffic I'm getting at the moment is from people in southeast Queensland, particularly at the Paddo Tavern, where the gathering is. saying that those two places, especially Brisbane, look really good.
So those early numbers for Max Chandler Mather, you think they may be borne out?
I'm being told that certainly in terms of the primary, in Brisbane, very, very strong showing for Madonna Jarrett, coming first in a lot of booths. And in Griffith, the Liberals are well clear on third. And in Griffith, obviously, the key for us, the point that Annabelle was making earlier, if we come top two, we are a good show. And we are comfortably in the top two right now.
What would you put
Okay, so Batman.
In Griffith,
Batman bought Melbourne for some beads, so Batman is Batman.
High profile,
Yeah.
made a big name for himself.
Yeah, he is
Con the Indigenous, but sorry, he's bad.
I think the CFMEU stuff that he did was
Well, they can have it back, but we want the beads back.
Also, probably, one
Yeah,
of the
not equivalent.
No substitutes.
No
want
thermo,
the beads.
no takesy
The beads,
backsies.
those exact beads.
Exact beads.
The exact beads.
And so all of those factors, I
Exact
think,
condition they were handed over
calling
with.
either of those places.
Actually, no, fuck it. They can just have Melbourne.
Can I just ask?
Hey, fuck you.
And perhaps what you guys
If that's the case, I want
two
asylum.
independent candidates had run in some of these seats. Brisbane.
Sorry, we don't do asylum up here.
Brisbane, Griffith, Ryan. Would they have done better?
No, they bypass
Off to
fucking
PNG with you.
Victorians bypass fucking New South Wales and head just
Back to
Queensland.
what was happening in 2022 for those
Jesus.
Greens. I mean,
Good
it was
choice.
surprised to see
We see more
I'd still
Victorian plates
accept
here than
it.
we see New South Wales plates.
going to the
It's
Greens.
ridiculous.
Yeah, 'cause
in Brisbane, there
that's
were
where all the
local
retirees go to
aircraft
retire.
Noise
Yeah, it's too
wasn't
cold in
just
Melbourne, in
about,
Victoria, so it's like
Chicken
fuck
Little, the
Morrison
racist trick says,
and
just
the
tell them they have
coalition.
to.
So
They must
a
have
significant
ad
protest vote.
bum
But obviously,
bum bandit
those
as part of
seats are mobile now in the way that a lot of seats are across the federal landscape. I'm actually, now that we're back to just phoning people on the ground and working out what's going on, I'd be interested to hear from both of you, moving away from the three-corner seats. What are you hearing about the seats like Leichhardt and Bonner? Because I think our early voting is showing
That can't be
a
right.
much
The numbers for
stronger
Dixon haven't
Labor
updated
presence
for
there
45
than
minutes.
I was anticipating, and also we'd all like to
That's
hear a bit more about Dixon
odd.
and what you're gathering about that.
Before we get to that, I was going to say, Ian,
Yeah, see, 6.1% counted, updated 45 minutes ago.
Weird. But Daisy,
and
Which part of
a letter
America
from
is
North Carolina.
NC?
Carolina.
North Carolina.
Okay.
Labor
Yep.
on 30%.
Hey, Daisy,
we're
how
on
you doing?
38%.
So
So
that's that in the seat of Darwin.
Yes,
so it's got
everything
Darwin,
is going
yeah,
hilarious.
crime is a big
Hilarious.
issue up there.
Yeah.
Leah Finocchiaro is a really
going great.
popular chief minister up there. And I've been door knocking up there with Lisa Bayliss, our candidate.
That explains it.
And no, it's just, senators should never door knock. So I was like, but it's just, you could tell that there is a mood there.
James,
All
I'm
right.
a trained observer. I just asked you about Queensland.
All the counts are
You've gone
45 minutes
straight to
old.
the Northern Territory.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
All right,
Let's go straight to Antony Green
Yep.
instead. Anthony,
Oh, they're rigging it. They're doing a ballot dump.
They stopped
The
counting
Labor
at
Party is still
7:30 today.
going very strongly at the moment.
Kinda looks like it.
Trawling through the
Yeah.
Election Commission's
Well, they
website,
stopped
they've
updating
got
us
more
in
than 50
7:30.
seats, but it's very unclear that the coalition's got more than 25 of them. There's 15 coalition-held seats where the Labor Party is currently leading. Now,
Did you see that? It
without
was
all my fabulous technology, I
1941
can't see how
in
close
South
they
Australia
are
and
at
then
the moment.
1940
Everything
in Northern
that we were
Territory.
talking about earlier looks like it's still occurring with the later numbers.
That was
At
weird.
this stage, it's a bit hard. We
That
haven't
was
the ability
weird.
to turn that into a graphic for you. But at this
Well,
stage,
something ain't synced in probably.
I wonder if
Labor.
it's the
Okay,
AEC
so that's holding
website.
up. Do we know what national
It might be the
percentage of vote
website
has been
because
counted? 'Cause I think
they
it
don't
was about
seem to have
5%.
an issue
I think
on
it's about
like
16.
official
TV.
Publish a percentage on their website.
Okay,
anymore.
but that's getting up a little higher.
So 15 coalition seats.
Where-
where Labor's
Tally
at.
room.
Labor's
Okay,
Yep.
let's have a look. So we'll go to tally room results by state
All right.
division. So Dixon, the last numbers I had were from 47 minutes ago.
So the issue is, Crystal, is it's more ABC websites
Yeah, no,
not
the-
updating.
Yeah, so this is the issue we're having, Crystal. I'll show you here. ABC's numbers are 51 minutes old. I don't know why. Set to resume counting at 3 a.m. Okay. Okay, so the ABC numbers are behind.
Yeah. So that's what's happening.
Now, Thermo might be streaming at 3 a.m. I won't be here.
I will not be streaming at 3 a.m. So what are the numbers? Yeah, so these are definitely high. Like these are definitely big accounts.
Then what's on ABC's website?
On ABC. So here's the counts on the ABC on the AEC website. So the Labor Party, Ali Francis has 8,000 votes, but if I look at the website here,
she's only at 2.
She's only at 2. It's way behind. I don't know what the deal is with the ABC. So let me check the socials and I'll put us back to the coverage while I check social media and.
They're the great hope was for the coalition. And there were
I didn't
potentially
catch
up to 10 seats
Antony
on the
Green
table,
say anything
in
about
early
the
polling, all the way down the pendulum
website.
to, potentially Isaacs even, Gorton and Hawke were all in the frame. And the Labor Party have run
They don't give him enough airtime for him to kind of spurg out like that.
fantastic campaign. They leveraged off the nuclear campaign message.
Okay, so we're not the only people to notice.
$60 billion cost that will come out of Medicare.
Aussie Integrity says ABC Service just went 35 minutes ago, struggling live on air.
Now, there's some dubious claims.
That makes sense.
I think it's 600
billion.
That was a Labor figure.
It was obviously fairly dubious, but
This is what happens when ABC is like the most popular tally results.
Yeah, because everybody's hitting the fucking website.
We'll come back to Cos and PK, get some thoughts
Well,
from you, but just on the Liberals.
Who else? Like, I'm not going to look at any.
Oh, there you go. 9 minutes ago, 7 News has declared that no path to victory with coalition. If the Liberals lose their first seat to Labor.
Yeah, they're fucked.
So it may be all over for the coalition, except for the whatever it is.
Past 10 minutes or so, there were
Chris
very
says,
few
yeah. So what happens is each seat has multiple booths. No, Crystal. What I'm saying is, here are the tally room. Here are the AEC numbers from Dixon.
These are the true values,
which were just posted.
These are up to date.
Yep.
These are showing Ali Francis with 8,000 votes. If I look at the numbers on the ABC election website, they're 50 minutes old, and they're showing 2,000 votes. So
they're having issues with their server.
Count is fine.
Being able to pull.
Count is fine. Something wrong with the ABC.
Yeah, they're unable to pull the information from the AEC tally room.
Needs more money for website.
Yeah, we're not going to give it to them because it comes from us, the taxpayer. ABC is a state-run media. If people didn't realise.
Almost 35 days ago now. He was joined by Frederick Jim Chalmers, who joins you there on the panel. A bit of a
he was pretty good, yeah.
But perhaps
and the fact that they live stream to YouTube is fantastic.
In Labor's site. I've spoken to
national
side and Labor.
I watch most of ABC
to pick up
on
Peter
YouTube.
Dutton's seat. I am sort of
It was the census that crashed the website, wasn't it?
Census website always goes down. That's because we outsource it.
That ultimately we haven't seen those.
It's outsourced. Unisys did it last time, I think.
But Labor would certainly be happy
I
about.
recall the
they even
first time
built
they
like
went
a
digital.
whiz-bang
Very much indeed
website.
for that update. We're now going to
And built it like built it in like Amazon Cloud, so it could like scale dynamically.
A very
Fell
quiet
over.
room at Liberal Party
Yeah, they
headquarters.
realised the whole population of Australia would log in at the same
they just
time.
designed it for you. Amazon can handle it.
Sarah, I think the mood is buoyant. There's one of excitement and expectation.
Oh, so- okay, so it's a design for.
Because of where our camera's
Yeah, they
positioned,
fucked
but
it
there are hundreds of people. in
Yeah,
this
they
room,
fucked up.
all
They didn't
wearing their
realise that
T-shirts.
all of
They're
the
kind of gathered to
Australian
my left,
population would log in at the same time.
around the ABC broadcast, because that's the audio
Yeah, I've been watching the first season of I think it's the newsroom, the newsreader.
Anxiety. They were terribly anxious about the
Okay.
result, and they've
Because
certainly become
I'm
more and more.
I'm a big fan of Anna Torv.
And I
She
just
remi-
actually
she looks
had
like
a
my
text
wife.
from a Labor insider who said that
'Cause Anna
if
Torv
the
and,
Labor lead is maintained when
and
Costi
Costi.
is accounted,
They both-
we're
they both
bound for
kinda look
glory.
like my missus.
So certainly a contrast with
Data
the
point.
Liberal
A
HQ.
data point,
And
yeah.
I think it's worth reflecting that at the very start of this
What's the show
campaign,
called?
Steve
Newsreader.
and I
the
were on the
newsreader.
panel together as the
It's
day
a period
called.
piece
We
in the
said
80s.
that this election would be
About a
decided
newsreader.
during the 5-week campaign because there were just so many
Well, pair of
soft,
newsreaders. It's
undecided
basically
voters.
like Channel
Well,
6
Labor has
news.
pointed
It's not
out
a
that unusually
fictionalised
for an
news
opposition leader,
outlet in the
Peter
80s.
standing has actually gone
But they
backwards
incorporate
during his
real,
campaign, largely due to his
real
missteps
news
and
footage
mistakes, but
from
also,
real events.
a pretty big character assassination sort of
It's a drama.
launched
It's
by
a-
the Labor Party.
So you can kind of gauge where,
First
which
episode's
period,
calendar.
like what days that they're kind of
First episode's
after
calendar.
at.
But certainly the campaign hasn't
Okay.
helped Peter Dutton, and so we'll see what obviously happens tonight. But as the panel was remarking, Labor has run
Yeah,
really.
that's right. It's kind of like Man Cross with the newsroom.
5
Yeah.
days.
Yeah,
Okay.
the campaign
Without
has
Aaron
not
Sorkin.
been kind and not been a helpful period for Peter Dutton. That's very clear in what we're seeing so far. Jane, thank you. Let's go back to Antony Green for the latest numbers.
I've just been trying through the Election Commission. The Labor Party is currently
He's
having
got the fucking
huge,
notepad out. Because the
Banks,
the
Someone
the
in
ABC
New
website.
South Wales. Labor's ahead in Aston, Deakin, Menzies, Casey and Flinders. In Victoria, Labor's ahead in Bonner, Leichhardt, Dixon, Petrie, Longman, Ford. There's a Mick now. I'm not sure which, and Bowman.
Not McPherson.
I haven't looked.
Dixon, Peter Dutton's seat,
Yes.
Anthony. What can you tell us any more about that? Labor's ahead there still?
Both major parties' primary vote is well down, but the Labor Party is currently ahead on that primary vote. Labor's ahead on primary votes. There's preferences from the Teal Independent. I'd have to go and have a look at
Okay. Do either of you have any?
Labor's way ahead on the primary vote.
page for Dixon
Yeah.
are
Sorry, on the two party.
projected two-candidate
They're
preferred.
three and a bit
at
percent ahead on the, actually almost 4% ahead on the primary.
57%.
Based on how many?
And two party there, it's 57.87 to 42.13.
swing. In
Is
that
that
seat,
New South Wales
which makes
or
us
national?
Dutton
wonder
might
if
be
that's what's
Dunton.
happening.
Sorry, Laura.
Oh, fuck yes.
43% of the vote counted in Dixon.
So,
Yeah, I like to hear it.
Counted.
Your leader.
Oh,
Peter
that's
Dutton,
updated since I last
will be in
refreshed.
Parliament.
44% counted. It is
What
now
do you think? Getting all
58%.
the free poll figures in. Let's wait for
The
them
Labor,
all to
two
come
party.
in. And as I've said several times tonight,
So there'd have to be
Dixon
some
is
really
always a
strange
tight seat.
preferences
Peter's
to go
held by
for
less
Dutton
than
to
100
win.
votes after the
Well, this is the
2007
same day
election.
votes. So if
Peter will be
the
there. A number of seats, whether ours
Yeah,
or
that's like
or
postal
Robertson's, will not
pre-poll.
vote as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they're showing pre-poll numbers.
I don't think they've done those yet.
I think so.
Has that happened before, ever?
First preference counts for the division.
noticed that
27 of
pre-polls
40 polling
typically
places have
Queensland
returned.
for us.
Also includes any
James,
postal
just on
votes
the
currently
Dixon,
counted.
You were cautious earlier. What do you think
Yeah.
now?
Oh, look, I'm still cautious.
So far, they are.
but that's
So
a hell
far,
of a
Dixon
swing,
is
and it's a big
4%,
chunk of votes that
4.5% informal.
And so Ali France and her amazing
What does that mean?
campaign
Oh, that's not
will
good.
be
People fucking up their
feeling
ballots.
encouraged, But I don't think anyone thinks
Ooh.
we're home and
Or
hosed
purposely
yet.
fucking up the
If
ballots.
you look
I
at
think
another
Queensland has a
seat,
higher
which I've been
rate
following
of,
very
of
closely to my
donkey
neighbour,
votes.
the seat
informal,
of
no,
Bonner.
of informal votes, so
We have
incorrect
built a
votes.
very
And I think it's,
substantial
I think
vote
it
as
dates
well,
back
about
to
36% of the vote counted there, and it's looking like
the
more of a
old
60-40 contest that will close up. Because
option
of early
preferential
voting.
voting.
But,
It's why they
Cara
made it
Cook
unified.
is
Oh,
in,
Yeah, they made it
yes.
a
unified.
very, very strong
Okay.
position in Bonner, and I feel relatively confident.
You
that
feel
we can get
relatively
there.
Yeah, they're like,
Labor's
oh, it's
going to
optional, so I just don't feel the candidates I want.
You will still be
Not realizing that invalidates the
Look,
vote.
it's looking harder and harder for
In
the
a moment,
coalition. I think that's been acknowledged in different ways. I am
Sorry, I
from
didn't catch that.
the Richard Marles School. As he explained to us earlier on, I'm extremely cautious about this. I do genuinely think, as James does, that this will tighten up considerably. But I am surprised that we are holding on to some
the
of these
treasurer
big
is
leads
focused
as
on
we
the
get
numbers.
into the kind of the 30%, 40%.
Yeah, of course.
You're all about the pre-poll.
Let's,
but are there
let's have a look
things
at
happening in
Hume.
other parts of the party
If you
now
got
Results I want to
about
say.
Peter
All right,
Dutton's
let's have a look.
leadership, with or without, leave Dixon aside.
Let's
Too
see.
early.
Hume.
That conversation
Peter is
isn't happening.
No. Peter.
Oh, Angus Taylor's one.
Yep.
Yeah, he's at 45% of the primary vote. He's got a 2%
Yeah.
swing towards him.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to lose his seat.
Okay. Most of the swing comes from the former United Australian Party voters.
Makes sense.
Yeah, Hume south of Macarthur, a lot of new suburbs hoping for an upset. Nah.
In what
Unfortunately,
state?
no.
New South Wales.
Oh.
campaign. Is there any truth in that?
I don't think there's any truth in that. That's not my experience with policy development within the coalition.
All right,
Just on
I'm going to
something you
start
just
going
said,
through
James
the
McGrath, Peter Dutton
Victorian
will remain
seats
leader
that
as
we
long
were
as he wants
interested
to
in.
remain leader. Doesn't the party room get, after an election, doesn't the party room get a chance to say, hang on, if it's gone disastrously, we should
say Cooper's fine.
Cooper's fine. Willis will be fine.
So the projection in, let's have a look at Deacon, because that was
that's your
Michael
message
Cooper's
to the party
seat.
room. They should stick with Peter Dutton no matter how bad this gets.
Results.
My reading is the party room, and
Deacon.
I can sometimes read things like numbers, is the party room would strongly
Oh,
support Peter
Michael
Dutton.
Super is in trouble there.
Okay.
So far, it's 56 almost, 56-44.
Takes a long time. You don't get to look like by not being
But explain to us this reading of people without talking
because
about
we've been focused on the Labor Party and focused on the Greens and focused on the Teals.
Sorry, I'm just keen to answer a question on this.
You've literally been
You're
focused
reading
on everybody.
people And you're confident.
We've been focused on the Labor Party. We've focused on the Teals. We've focused on the Greens.
And you don't think?
Check Willis.
There's no need
Willis is not looking good for the Labor Party.
So strongly behind Peter.
Leading party
will continue to be behind Peter. He is
The Greens leading it. That's not good.
Having these types of conversations.
51 to 48.
While the votes are still coming in.
Damn you, Socialist
Andy Green's
Alliance.
got something important for us.
I'm not sure it's important. I can't see how the coalition wins from here. Everything
sounds
I'm seeing
Well, that does sound important.
is bad for them.
Don't let me interrupt you,
Yeah,
Anthony.
yeah.
Is that they've just gone backwards everywhere. I can't see it is bad news everywhere for them. There's seats all over the country, all over the eastern states. They're losing and they're behind in.
Right, so let's see, Brisbane.
No, they need to get 19 seats for majority government.
I
They need
really
to
don't want the
gain 10
Greens
seats
to have
for
a
Labor.
fucking good
They're
night.
currently in the process of losing 12 to 15.
That'll really
Yeah,
bum
but
me
the
out.
trend is all the
I'll
wrong
sour
way.
the mood.
I am a bit limited.
I don't want them to win Willis because they spent so many.
Possible to see how this
Okay, so
this
look at
isn't necessary. I mean, at the
seat of
moment, it's a
Brisbane.
bit hard to work this. I can't.
Well, here's the question.
Say that. I can't see how the
Choice
coalition
of
wins from
Greens
here.
lose
Now, does that
everywhere
mean
but
the
Melbourne
Albanese government is white?
versus Dutton loses.
Well, yes, it's a binary
seat.
contest.
Dutton loses.
Have they got majority?
You
or
prefer
minority?
Dutton lose and
Dutton
Greens
lose.
keep?
Figures,
If the
they are going
Greens
to
stay
have
as they are
substantially increased
and
the
Dutton
You are
loses, that's
categorically ruling out
I'll have to
That's a
take.
win.
anything other than a minority
I
or
will take
majority
Dutton
government for
losing
Anthony Albanese tonight.
over Greens
Crystal
not
clear, this
winning.
question for your right-leaning panel.
I mean, I'm a bit
Why would
hindered. I
anyone
can't
have voted
see how
Dutton
the
that literally had
coalition
no
gets into
campaign and
government
backtracked
from
on
the
everything
numbers
and
we're
his
seeing at
costings
the
were
moment.
way off?
Therefore, the coalition
Nobody
can't
cares
form
about
government.
costings
Therefore,
realistically.
Labor
Like
will
people
form
like me
government in the
do,
next parliament. So
people like
helping
you
me
do,
form my
but
words
the
by
vast
asking.
majority
You
of
heard
voters
what
don't give a
James
shit about
McGrath said.
costings.
He thinks the
They
pre-poll
think
is
they
going
think they're all
to
made up.
perform a
Which
I don't know.
Depends on
half the
they are.
time they are.
I'm not super
Either a
right-leaning.
minority or a majority government.
For pre-poll to turn around from here, they'd have to
Although
have a lot of loads
probably
of
like
fishes,
if
I
Tim
think.
were here,
I think it's a
he'd
big
have your
swing
answer.
that's on at the moment. I can't see how it
Oh,
turns
there you go.
around now.
Costi says I didn't
Caveat,
vote for Dutton.
I'm a bit limited by the numbers, but it's just.
I didn't put Dutton the
this
first
could be a
choice.
win for Labor, but it's certainly a win.
It's certainly a
That's
win for Labor. I think we can take that as Anthony.
His
calling
personal,
it
like,
as
honestly,
a
his
win
personal
of some
brand
sort
would
for
never
Labor
have let me
tonight.
vote for him. I
And
don't like
there it-
him.
And look,
I've
this will
never
be the
liked
final
the man.
call that Anthony makes, and he might firm up that call as to whether it's a minority or a majority.
His answer to Labor's policies was inadequate.
But that would also make it for Anthony Albanese the first
Like
prime minister
Labor
to
has
back
good
to back
policies.
elections in
I'll
more
say
than
it.
20
I'll say it.
years.
Yes,
Labor's got
that is
good
the biggest
policies.
thing, and
behind
quite
the
a
polls
stunning
before the
indictment
campaign
of our
began
system.
to now
Anthony
being
Albanese
in this
made his
position
first
where
prime,
he
first
has
prime
won
minister
either in a minority
to
or
win an
majority
election
government,
back
and
to
that's
back.
despite the frustrations
in
of voters
20
and the cost
years.
of living, all these issues that we've seen over the last
Yeah, it's
3
been a while.
years, and we can
Been a
see
while.
someone with the Anthony
I'll
Green
put the
t-shirt
LNP
there
as third
celebrating that
last.
call from Anthony Green
Yeah,
just now. That would be at the Labor
no,
headquarters tonight,
I,
and they'd be celebrating that moment from Anthony Green there. Jim Chalmers,
I put them above the
congratulations to you.
Greens.
Oh, thank
I'm
you.
above
Can I pay tribute to the
Pauline
Prime Minister
Hanson, and I
again?
put them above
And the way that he has
Trump
led
and
our
Patrick.
team in these circumstances has been nothing short of phenomenal. And the fact that we are at 8:30 on election night, and Anthony is pointing out that Peter Dutton will not be the next Prime Minister, with still an element of uncertainty around seats and majority and minority. The fact that we're in this position at 8:30.
It's wild that it's very big call that Albanese is returning as PM.
I think his campaign has been extraordinary. It has.
My God.
I wouldn't say it's been extraordinary. I'd say it has been relatively. It has been
winning position.
Pretty solid. It was error-free.
Credit for that, and I
Yeah.
congratulate him.
And really,
And we're
that's
looking
all.
at
Like
some
that's the
pictures
best
here
you can
from
hope for in a lot of
Labor
situations.
HQ
That there's no major
with the breaking
fuck-ups.
news, Anthony
And he didn't
Albanese
fuck up.
returned as
Campaign
Prime
like an
Minister,
election,
Labor
like an
wins
election
government.
in any
Looks like they're
modern
waiting
country
for someone to
is
appear, possibly from the back
is
of the room.
hurting the
I think
biggest
you're listening to
herd of cats you've ever found, like you've ever seen.
Especially in
There's a couple of
Australia.
dogs.
This news has
This is
just broken. And look, first-term governments, we know for nearly 100 years have been returned. But we have seen a lot of difficulty for this government over the last
There was a
3
lot of
years,
clenched
as I
butt
mentioned,
cheek
through the inflation problems
in the
that they
lead
faced.
up to this
The
election.
polling did show them behind. Things started to turn before the campaign
So the
began.
Labor is
Yeah.
ahead.
Campaign has
Labor is
been,
ahead in
as many
Brisbane.
have
The
noted, a
Greens
textbook
are
one for Labor.
the Greens are behind
It's pretty clear
by.
now that they have won the campaign and they have won this
Here we
election.
go. There's no preference flows yet, mostly because it's almost a three-way tie. So
Fair enough.
it'll be a fight for third place to see who gets knocked out. So we're not going to know Brisbane for a while. Griffith was the other one. Griffith. They're bloody neck and neck. So these are swings against the Greens. This is Max Chandler Mather.
So we might have a net for Greens where they lose their seats in Queensland.
They may
but
lose.
gain
They
seats
may
in
lose a
Victoria.
seat in Queensland and pick one up in Victoria.
I guess that's all we can hope
The
for.
other one was Ryan.
Ryan's
Ryan.
going red.
Yeah, Ryan's going green.
It's going green.
It's staying green. That one's 58-41.
I thought Ryan was red. Hang on.
No, that's green. It's a
Maybe.
green seat. That's one of the. Those are the three green seats in Queensland. Brisbane, Griffith, and Ryan.
Oh, sorry. I'm thinking Blair, not Ryan. Sorry.
Yeah, so that one they've got. So that one they've got. Griffiths is a maybe, and enable refresh. And Brisbane is a maybe.
I just poked my head in the
These will
Memorons.
these will have to go to preference, all of them.
Yeah, I just poked my head on Memorons electorate and just realised a lot of the third parties didn't actually join into Victoria's House of Representatives. It was, especially with Marginal, because there was only 4 people: Greens, Labor, Liberal, Pauline, and One Nation.
An LNP opposition
Very
more
small.
than anything else.
Let's have a look at Victoria, shall we?
Queensland was the heartland.
Very
of
weird.
the,
It sounds like the small left-leaning parties just didn't put a candidate up to allow
operation, if you like. And
people just to
the
vote for
losses in
either
Queensland,
Greens.
I think they're likely.
Yeah,
potential
Boomer's voting
losses in
early. Yeah,
Queensland
there's
that
probably a lot of that.
That too.
Labor is leading in a lot of seats.
And
that
like
would really sort of,
like the Treasurer has been saying, he thinks that
So,
a lot of the early pre-poll
and particularly, I
is going to
suppose,
be
Queensland is
more
a state.
coalition
This should be a
than
state that
than
the
Labor.
coalition
So
is really sort of bolstered
just
in
based on the
that.
numbers and the way
Very
the way the
interested to see what
campaign
happens in
shook
Western
out.
Australia, but
Yeah,
But I
maybe.
mean, we're not talking about a long time. Pre-poll opened last week.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So it's literally all it excludes is the last week of the campaign.
The Tasmanian seats we were talking
And
about
like Liberals were not doing that great.
We got lucky. We I found a path that had no people on it. And we snuck behind.
Laura a moment ago is Petrie.
So we didn't even get accosted.
Surprise for us.
That's the ballot seats.
I never take a how to vote
55%
card. I know how to
of the
vote. I don't
vote
need
is
it.
counted.
I don't need it
We've got a
explained to
5.5
me.
lead in Petrie.
Yeah, I just say thank you
Emma Cohen's
politely
an
and move
amazing
on.
person, but I don't think a lot of us have
No thanks,
No
mate.
thanks.
bookmarked tonight.
Yeah.
So I think that gives you a bit
Have
of
a good
sense of the broader range.
If
of
they start getting
possibilities
pushy,
for
I
us.
walk past them with my
I
hands
just wanted
out
to
in like
say
a crab
something
claw and
about,
don't close
the
my hands.
Liberal leadership.
Oh, I don't even stop
If
like
I
stop my
walk
stride.
kicking the air and you walk into it.
Like just crab claw out, like pretending I'm taking it. They'll hand it to you and they'll let it go and it'll fall on the ground. It's like, yeah, that's a
Not
bit
to
of
pick it up.
And so many of the issues
Cooper.
that the Liberal Party campaign
Let's have a
had
good look
can
at
be traced
Cooper.
back to Angus. And so
Okay, so Cooper is that holds. It's going to be Labor.
Okay, yeah.
Let's see. The next one was Deakin. Named after our first Prime Minister, second Prime Minister.
Yeah, come on, second.
Michael Sukkar still in trouble.
Okay.
Yeah, look, Labor's ahead on first preferences. Only just, but it is.
He's only what?
So,
it looks like Labor's.
There's an independent there who's fucking chewing up probably a lot of Liberal votes.
True.
And the Greens are on 13% in that seat as well. That preference votes for the Greens, I think something like 70% flow to Labor. So in comparison,
but those
to One
are
Nation, where preferences flow 65% to the Liberals. So
I just got to be careful because those could be Labor versus Green seats.
no, this one's a Liberal seat.
Okay.
So, and it's going to stay Labor v Liberal. Just the Greens are too low on the count. That's 13%. They're not going to get high enough. All right, let's have a look at Goldstein.
Goldsteins.
Oh, there we go. It looks like
In brackets 3 times.
Okay, so Tim Wilson's ahead on first preferences. Oh, sorry, on the primary, but Zoe Daniels is right behind Daniel rather, and Two Party has her winning, so she might be returning. So that's another teal that's staying.
Well, yeah, you don't think you think that the because the next one down is the independent. You'd think that they'd go to Labor.
Helen Haynes, she's got that one locked up.
Yeah, I wouldn't even bother.
Little bit of a swing against her in the Two Party, but
the Liberals are not taking that back.
42% on the first party. That's
versus 30.
That's a solid fucking independent seat.
They have to wait for her to retire before they can even look at Indy.
That'll be all right. Let's see, Kooyong. Let's fucking go.
All right.
Let's see if.
Yep. Fuck me.
Oh, sorry. Fucking hell.
Oh my god.
She's not going to be joining the ranks of the fucking members of the Liberal Party in the Parliament. We're not going to have a bench to sit on.
Fucking wrecked.
Oh, it's only 300.
She's experiencing a swing away.
Oh,
so this was Josh Frydenberg's seat in the last election. He lost that seat to Monique Ryan, and looks like Monique Ryan's going to be holding on to that seat for another few years. So
lovely. Yeah, Dutton's not happy about that in the picture.
He's like, I should have picked someone else. Yep, could have been an easy pickup. Anyway, next is Menzies. Let's have a look. Well, hang on a sec.
As well.
Michael Sukkar.
That's because you haven't looked. They are struggling to hold on.
Okay, so here's the
They're
seat changes.
struggling to hold the seats they
All
hold.
right, so Brisbane and Clare.
Yeah, and they're losing both front.
It's a national that goes independent.
Talent, as well.
Yes.
Their leader.
Fuck you, Greens.
Tim Chalmers, just back to you for.
So yeah, like I said, Greens have probably lost Brisbane. See you, Maxi.
The tribute that you wanted to pay to the
Arriva Dirce, Max. You fuckwit.
Healthcare at the centre of the campaign.
Not a fan, I take it.
At the centre
No.
of the campaign to come. How important a decision was that in this result?
Yeah, and the cost of living.
He's quite
You know,
the
we
fucking
decided
smug
that
prick.
To win
I'm
the
kidding,
election,
mate.
we would go through that
Yes.
rather than around that, the cost of living. I think the biggest
He looks like a
reason
smug
for
prick.
what looks like a very good result
Oh, you looked up
is
photo of him.
Anthony's leadership. I
Yeah.
think second
Menzies.
is that we
Oh, that could be going
won
to
the argument
that could be
over the
going
economy,
Labor.
particularly the cost of living.
Ooh.
And
Keith Wallen is the Liberal. He's experiencing a 3.5% swing in the two party. That hands them the seat.
Okay.
Reich Furibund Bandit, yes. Reich Furibund Bandit. Wannon. Let's have a
Look. I think we've just counted the inter-city seats, which are primarily going to go to Greens. After you go through after High Street,
Okay,
up
so
there,
Dan Tian's.
there's a whole bunch of Labor
not going
stuff.
anywhere.
Yeah.
Dan Tian's not going anywhere.
Yeah. I think Willis is going to still stay Labor, but just barely.
Oh, no, Dan Tian's Liberal.
I was talking about Willis.
Oh.
You moved on, but I was still talking about Willis.
Aston. Aston. Okay, yes, Aston's looks like it's going to stay Labor.
Mm-hmm.
With an increased eight. These swings can't be fucking right, man. I have been reliably informed that Labor is toxic in Victoria. How the fuck is Liberal more toxic?
Because it's state Labor that's toxic.
So you're
Not
telling me
necessarily
Victorians
the
actually
federal.
understand the difference between state and federal? They'd be the only
Apparently
fucking
so.
state in the federation that do.
What?
Apparently so.
Isn't Queensland like turning Labor as well?
Well, yeah.
We voted
Turning
Liberal.
anti-green, that's bloody sure.
Yeah.
Looks like Peter Carley might be going. Might be going
Yeah,
to the
that's why I'm
Greens.
thinking.
Yeah.
That's why I'm thinking the polling places that got picked up are the inner city polls, which are definitely going to go Greens. It's the ones in the outer suburbs because those are hard Labor. So I think he's going to win it.
Queensland, and then voted Labor up there.
Of course.
Once that state of Labor voters.
Yeah. That's what happens.
All right, let's hop across the Bass Strait. Let's have a look at Bass. Antony Green's got some breaking news.
Bass to mouth.
See, their graphics are on point. Pity their fucking website's shit. It's still showing an hour ago.
Well, the story at the moment is
what an absolute fuck up for these
Dixon.
guys.
At this stage, Peter Dutton is on
Peter
track
Dick.
to lose his seat.
And also on Anthony Green's last election as well.
Seat ready for me.
Yeah. Good
Dixon,
job, ABC
32%
Dex. You
of the vote
fucking
counted.
screwed
That is
Anthony
basically
Green.
Nearly all of the on-the-day votes. Labor's ahead on 34. Peter
You
Dutton's on
monsters.
30. The independent Ellie Smith is on 13. The Greens are on 8.6.
You just hate
now.
autistic
We haven't got
people.
As many preference
Poor
counts in.
Dutto.
Oh, looks
So
like
that
David's
might
going to have to
go
pay.
9% swing.
Looks like David's going to have to pay for his own campaign.
Yes.
Applied it to the
See ya,
larger
Dutton.
number that we got primaries for, and it turns out that the swing is about 10% still. There is about 70% of preferences flowing to the Labor Party. I think that independent, every time you get an independent on the seat, you get this strong flow of preferences. But at this stage, we're saying that that Ali France at her third attempt should go on to win that seat. And Peter Dutton is
let's fucking go.
Cautious, almost certain to lose. But we've called it. We believe that Ali France will win Dixon.
All right, there you go. Anthony Green's called it.
James McGrath, a massive repudiation of the leader. Your response?
Ooh,
Let's wait for the figures to come
Speechless.
in.
Let's
With
wait
respect
for
to Anthony
the.
Green, Senator Dixon is a tough seat. It's always been a
Total
tough seat. As Antony Green said,
God.
This is on the day figures. We need to get the pre-poll figures.
It's a repudiation nonetheless.
That's a fucking cope.
This seat's always been a very tough seat for Peter.
You are coping and seething. You just can't accept what you're seeing. Yes, you're coping.
This is your career. You're a master of reading numbers.
I'm pretty sure
You
Cost
look
is
at those
saying
numbers
total,
and you honestly think
total
Peter Dutton can still
Dutton
win.
death.
Yeah, that's what
It's going to be tough.
Yeah.
It's going to be very tough.
Fucking
But what
love
I've learned in
it.
politics
Yes.
is wait till the numbers come in. And Jim has pointed this out, and other people have pointed it out. We've got to wait till the numbers come in. It will be tough for him to
Don't
hold.
need to
It'll be
wait,
tough
man.
for us to hold a number
He
of
has
seats
said tough
and win a
5
number of
times
seats. For
now.
seats like Bradfield, for example, that before everyone was saying is basically gone to the teal. I'm pretty sure it's coming back to us.
No,
so let's just wait
no.
for all the figures to come in for this week and next week, and before we get a final.
What do you mean
count
this
of
week
where
and
the
next
numbers are
week?
at. But it's not a great night for the party. So I'll admit that.
James, you're in Queensland. Your
I'll
house is
admit
on
that.
fire. You're defending Longman, Leichhardt, Ford, Dixon. I mean, Petrie, Bowman.
And what I'm
Bonner.
saying is wait for the sorry to interrupt. I'm waiting for the pre-poll figures to come in.
Jeez, they're
for
hanging their
these
fucking
seats.
hat on the pre-poll.
And then we can have a
Fuck,
frank
that's so
discussion
much
about
coping.
where we ended up in Queensland. But it's not. It's
I
not
respect
a,
you, but this is starting
I'm
to
just
sound
going
a
to
bit
wait until all the
chemical.
votes are actually
it's
been
not a
counted.
great night for the party. But what I've learnt in politics, having worked on many losing and the odd winning campaign, is wait for the figures to come in.
I mean, you have a job to do tonight. We know that if I were to
Fucking
look,
just,
and
my
here,
God.
like here's the these are divisions in Queensland. Incumbent trailing, leading Labor. Like Labor is leading in all of those. There's only so much pre-poll you can fucking count on.
Life goes on. Look, what you're seeing is this was when Anthony called it, and
Yeah,
the
look,
mood
that's true
and the
too,
scene at
Costy.
Liberal
Costy
headquarters.
says, anecdotally, the boomers I know are Lib
Yeah,
voters,
it's a little different
retirees,
to what we
all
witnessed earlier from the Labor
pre-polled or
headquarters when that
postal
moment
voted.
happened. As you can see there,
Not a lot of
that was
jubilation in that
just
room.
seeing Antony Green's
Oh, really?
Yes. Quick calls.
Yes.
Well, the energy seems to be a little
respect you
demure.
too, James, but I think that position on Dixon's.
Oh, get to the coping again.
We think we've won Bonner and
Just
we
without-
think we've won Bass.
Without audio.
And those were really two very, very key targets for us. We thought if we were to get to a majority, we needed those two. We've been very, very.
So let's see if I look at Bass.
Focused on both of those seats for some time now, and we're really
Well, it was a
confident we have
third.
both of those.
Yeah, look, dude,
almost a third
sit here
of
tonight.
pre-poll. Was the vote.
Bass is she's approaching 60%.
God damn.
That's a 10% swing. Wait,
Yeah.
I know that name, Bridget Archer.
Made an egregious error on the Sunday night of the final week, saying he'd be comfortable having a nuclear reactor in his suburb when Mark Riley asked him.
And Labor was quick to point that
Big
out. to people
mistake.
at Dixon.
It was a big mistake.
Was it-
but that's not the only thing.
Okay.
There are foundational issues here. I think that they lost the argument on Medicare. They lost the argument on the cost of living. And Peter Dutton trailed away as the campaign wore on, and we shouldn't expect that.
Yeah, see, Costy, knowing how much eggs cost is a real
Yeah.
thing.
Despite the fact that, as James rightly points out, he
I
has
don't think it'd be enough to
clung
change
on
the
when we've
seat,
been confident
but it
before.
might
Aileen
make the
Francis
bloodbath
had
look a little messy.
three
Yeah,
cracks at
I don't think
this.
Dutton can be
There is a
saved.
special place in the Labor pantheon for people who keep going again and again and again with persistence and perseverance. And,
Well, this is,
Aileen France, if she's won Dixon,
Yeah, if Ali France has
is
won
genuinely
Dixon,
a Labor hero tonight.
it's third time's a
This is a
charm.
pretty seismic event.
Yeah.
She ran in 2019
first-time
and
government extending its
2022,
majority is what we're looking at
and
the
in
moment.
2025
But also an
she may have
opposition leader
won.
losing his seat. I mean, John Howard obviously did in 2007.
Yeah, John Howard lost his seat,
and I might
the
get
seat
some
of
thoughts
Bennelong.
from, Tony Barry and Cosamaris and PK on this as well. Just
Oh, that was in
this. Tony,
07, wasn't it?
Peter Dutton losing.
Yes, it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, I wasn't meant to switch there.
He had everyone preferencing against him, so he needed something in the.
Fuck, ABC, please fix your website. I relied on you to having your fucking website
Here
sorted.
is obviously Trump had a massive.
Next election, I'm just going to use the
in
AC tally
changing
room.
People's perceptions about risk assessments, And when you're
I've got
voting
all
for
these
an
fucking
opposition,
seats
there's a risk
set up.
involved, and
so I can hit refresh
whether
and
it's
go through them
9/11
and see
or,
where we are
COVID,
at the time,
people
and then
go,
not
Hour,
fucking
hour,
updating
hour,
an hour ago.
hour and 10 minutes. Hour and 10
Hour
minutes.
ago.
Over the last
Fucking
couple of years,
Christ.
thanks to Donald Trump, that's flipped.
That's flipped.
What
Now-
about things like nuclear?
Yeah, nuclear was. So I'm not suggesting that the coalition were having a great campaign until Trump came along with tariffs and sent this sort of shockwave through the community about their superannuation balances.
I
which
just
was
sent
Trump
bye-bye
did
Dutton to
anything.
my family chat,
a very poor campaign.
and my
back
son's
to
just
those
come back
margins.
and said, "Adios,
The
duck
stick that they
duck
gave
plug."
to Paul Eric
Duck
to
plug.
be
Duck plug.
and it's a $600 billion claim, which was tenuous at best. But that scare campaign was incredibly effective on our polling when we put that proposition to voters. 56% agreed with the proposition that nuclear energy, the $600 billion plan,
Nice, I got a Mars bar
would
left.
come at the cost of
Hey.
Medicare and
Ooh,
education.
nice.
So those adverse
So it says
fee
dinner
cuts you
arrived
paid,
with a
they were
free yet
devastating.
disappointing goon
Devastating.
bag. How can a goon bag be disappointing? That's un-Australian, Crystal.
I don't think it's
Wow.
No, you can't. Like, it's too dry and it's very tangy. That's very disappointing. goon bag.
Like I haven't
you-
drank. I haven't drank alcohol from a
We've
goon
had the
bag
coalition
in
spend
about 15
days
years.
off message talking about
Yeah.
welcome to countries, talking
Oh,
about
there's
the
water
wars again.
inside.
When everyone's
Ah.
finished with that, the country spoke. The Prime Minister settled.
That's
it.
very
I spoke to
disappointing.
some very senior
We used
Labor,
to put water-filled goon bags
campaigners today who were saying to
on the
me,
front lawn to keep the
at
dogs
this
away.
key time where voters were making their
Our
minds
Channel
up,
7 has a
there
rather
were a lot of
subdued
undecided
Clive.
voters.
Fuck.
They heard Peter
They don't
Dutton
stream this
talking
shit
about,
on like
welcome to countries and culture
on
wars.
YouTube, and I don't
think
want to
it's been
sign into their
diabolical for their
bullshit.
campaign.
Oh, hang on.
They're
Oh,
really
really?
Help me with this.
Every single day, they have
You got
struggled to
something?
talk about the economy and cost
Oh,
of living.
you know what? I think it's the
All of their
perfect time to
research
go and
many
see what
months
Sky News is doing.
Yes. They still
Can
coping?
anybody guess what Sky News is doing? They're still coping.
Oh, yes.
They're still like, no, you can't hear us.
Still coping.
You can't hear us. Sky calls elections ALP and Albanese. Oh God, that must hurt them so much. Your tears, your tears
We'll
taste
love the
great.
cope.
Just put goon bag on the clothesline and spin it like a wheel of fortune.
Ah, yes, Goon of Fortune.
And Jim's next to you. I mean, he's been part of that story. They recast it. They made the case. We had the coalition going to the election telling us they were going to increase taxes, which has been their historical strength. It has confounded me that they would do that. The genius of it was, well, the petrol.
Yeah, everyone saw through the coalition's tax cut in quotation.
That was
got the
brilliant
message,
strategy.
And Labor actually articulated
Just
and landed
before
the
the
message that it would run
just
out in
before
12
the
months and it wasn't
Parliament
permanent. They didn't land the cost
departed,
of
they
living
passed the Labor the
message.
tax
It
cuts.
was grievance,
Mhm.
but they didn't provide the
The
answer.
Liberal Party ran on
now,
removing them.
I can't
Now,
see
granted,
whether
it's
the
not a lot of money.
coalition's won
It's
a
something
seat
like
from Labor.
$250 a year.
Solomon?
I'll check on
But-
that. And we'll get.
And I think in the
But
next
that's-
the year follow the next year it goes up to $500.
I don't.
But it's a tax cut. How do you fuck you run against a
and at
tax
the
cut?
risk of turning everyone,
Yeah.
turning everyone at home.
They really fucked it up.
And they literally came out and said, "Look, we're going to cut it. We're going to roll that back."
Let's wait for the pre-poll figures to come.
Well,
in
now I'm
on some of the
confused.
seats,
Are you
but
rolling back that
it
tax
is
cut
on a good
so that you
night
can
in
roll
August,
back the
so
stage 3
there'll-
tax
there'll
cuts so
be
that
a
you can
lot
give
of
us the
soul-searching in
the
party,
original stage 3 tax cut?
as
How many
to-
tax cuts are you going to be
as
rolling
to
back this
how
time?
we take the party
Yeah.
forward and what we need to do to make sure
Like-
we are an election-winning force.
I
Remembering
have no idea
and
what their
people in the
strategy
Liberal
was
National Party of
because
Queensland know I say
it
this
seemed
all
like
the
it was
time,
all
that
over the place.
The Liberal National Party exists to fight.
I would
win
argue they didn't
elections
even have
in
a
order to
bloody
implement
strategy
our
to begin with.
policies and our values.
And that might be the
Absolutely.
case.
When we don't do that, we let down
And it was just
ourselves.
nuclear,
More importantly, we let down
which
the Australian
And James,
is not going to
can I just
happen.
ask you, how should we regard what your policies and values are as a result of tonight's outcome? I mean, PK was just talking about, all going back to the culture wars and all those sorts of issues. Do you think
That was dumb. That
those
doesn't
things
work in
ended up
Australia.
No.
hurting you in the final days of the campaign? I mean,
Mandatory
what do
voting
you
kind of
think-
And this is
neutralizes
the other
that.
thing. I don't know that I actually
Um,
finished
I mean,
saying it, but
you know,
There was a
as
story
we've
last week,
discussed, you were
actually
basically
probably 2
putting a
days ago,
proposition that taxes
that
would
had
go up.
Trump's
Well, that's not correct.
Trump's
The
campaign
proposition
manager
that we were putting
was
is that
in
overall
Australia
people would be
advising
paying
the
lower
Liberals
taxes.
2 weeks ago.
People would be paying lower taxes.
Like
in terms of why
Chris
do people
Chris
vote for
Lasavita.
the Liberal National Party?
So he and
They vote
Susie
for us
Wiles
primarily because
ran
they know
Trump's
we are
campaign.
good with the economy, and primarily because we are good with
And
issues of
now he
national
was in
security.
Australia,
And
fucking advising
what we've got to
Liberals
do is
2
make
weeks ago
sure
as they're
that
trying to
those
run away
primary
from Trump.
issues are at the forefront
Yeah,
of our policy
which is
development. But
just
what we also do is I'm not going to do a
shake my head.
postmortem tonight on the
Just
campaign
no.
and on the last 3 years. It's very important for any political party.
Yeah, nuclear
to
and
take
banning free
stock
speech, just like
of
Labour.
the
Yeah,
election results and what worked and what didn't work.
that's the thing. If
and
you're going
that
to play the
needs to be
culture war
done
game,
not in the
do it properly.
in the hot air of
Yeah, got to take a
ABC
fucking
studio
position
in
on
Sydney,
speech,
but
and they
in
can't
terms of
because they're
a
like,
serious,
oh,
considered look
we don't actually
at
want
the
speech.
party
Because they're the
Because
ones
the
who
Liberal,
actually
the
are
Liberal Party
suppressing
has
our
always
speech.
been
Brisbane,
authoritarian in
as
nature.
Lord Mayor in terms of
They're the ones who
how
actually rolled out
my
the
entire life, they
anti-speech
have been
stuff.
authoritarian.
pro-service
Yeah.
administration there. I think it's the longest serving administration in the country. You look at what David Crucifulli's victory in Queensland on
They're
October
always
24.
taking out our
Are they
rights.
really going back to
Labour
Howard now? Like
James McGrath, but
we had the longest serving prime minister, both of them.
Celebrating the successful
come the
governments
fuck
around the
on.
country. We're just going to go in, and we'll come back to that. But just for now,
I
we're
was
going to go to.
I was pointing the pathway.
That's exactly right, Costy. Trump politics only works for Trump.
I think we want
Because that's tailored to him.
Garfield the Destroyer says, "Brah, Labor won a majority again." Yes, they won. It looks like they have won an increased majority.
Starting
Yes.
with the ultra-marginal seat of Benelong, Antony.
Oh, I was going to look at that. Yeah, look at the margin.
His seat has become
0.
marginal liberal in the redistribution. up against
They don't have enough.
Scott
They don't have enough
Young.
digits.
There's been a lot of noise about this campaign. Let's look at the first preference votes here. And you'll see there's a big increase in the Labor vote, 46.7. Now, some of that
Holy
is because
fuck.
a large part of this seat had an independent last time. So probably about 10% of that is the disappearance of the independent. But still,
Jesus, with redistribution, this was supposed to be notionally liberal.
Two-party preferred
Yeah,
swing.
I agree with Tom Boley. Australians has mostly heard lies and untruths about Trump for almost a decade, and that's not going to get changed anytime soon.
That is a late
And what's astounding? What is astounding about that is think about the media landscape in Australia. It's almost entirely the opposite of America.
It's News Corp.
In America, the media landscape is heavily left-wing.
Yes, and look at the first preference votes.
Or
here.
heavily
Look at who owns Channel 7 and look
left,
who owns
I wouldn't
Channel
say
10.
We got 12%.
And then you look
Greens,
at
small vote in One
Australia's media
Nation,
landscape, and it is heavily liberal, heavily conservative.
It's the wildest thing.
Here, what we're seeing is a swing there of 6.3%. The Labor Party on 53.7. Now the counts a bit slower in that one. There may be some swing back, but that's a pretty substantial swing, 6.3. And Zisun's we're projecting will be 53.7. He's actually currently on 53.5.
Like I said,
Crystal,
I've had to keep every single one of his
fucked us.
Fucked
us the most. Fucked us with our gun rights. Fucked us with the GST. It's just
because it's been heavily affected by the redistribution.
too many
It had a
fucks.
series of areas around Campbelltown.
I'm
and
annoyed
Inglewood
because I
added to the electorate
wasn't
with
able
half
to
the
vote
margin. Jenny Ware
until
was elected
after he
last
left.
time. It was a very
Yeah, Dutton's going to be
elected
extra
election
pissed
for all
because he's
those
going to be
reasons.
unemployed on
Everyone's gone
Monday.
into the 2022 election.
He'll find a job.
She was elected last time, but this time
He'll
run the
find
family
a job.
trust like he already does.
She'll be behind
Yeah.
the primary vote in this contest, and that translates into a two-party preferred swing of 8.9%. I mean, Labor hasn't held this seat since they lost it in 1996. This is the classic tradies seat.
Wow.
Labor hasn't been able to win since they lost it in 96. But at the moment, at this stage, it looks like David Moncrief, who I must say was not one of the higher profile Labor candidates. This is not a seat that I don't think Labor, I mean, it was a seat I had my eye on just because the
That's really
that was
bad.
another fucking disaster.
But at this stage,
Oh my God,
for Labor
yes.
to win back
The
views for
multiple
the first time in,
technology.
that's nearly 30 years. That's a
Yeah,
big-
ridiculous.
that's a
And
big
that was
change.
at the behest
It is.
of
Let's go to Richmond. The Greens are going to be celebrating this, Anthony.
what's his
this
name?
is Justine
News Corp
Elliott's
man.
seat,
Rupert Murdoch.
the Labor local member there in
Oh,
New South
yeah,
Wales.
just
The
to
Greens
He wanted the
candidate,
NBN killed.
Mandy Nolan, is a comedian, author,
Because he didn't
writer,
want people
artist,
to
and
have
teacher.
actual proper access to
Yeah,
their
I don't think I'll be
internet.
celebrating this. I thought I tried to override this result. It's actually still coming up at the moment. If you look at the first preferences here, and we won't go on to the swing on this one. At this stage, the Greens are ahead on 33.9, Labor's on 27, and the Nationals are 18.7. Now, at the moment, I am
What the
projecting
fuck?
on those first preferences.
They actually going to win this seat, the
will slip
Greens?
to second on 27.5.
Yeah.
The Labor Party will lead on 29.9.
I'm guessing then
and the
that
Nationals will finish
preference will
third
flow
on
to Labor.
24.
I would
Now,
you would
at
hope
this
that
stage, I would
I would
fucking
imagine
hope
that
so.
if you're voting,
Labor wins that
if you're
seat.
putting a
So
one
do
in
you
the
think
Nationals
Labor
box,
holds
you're not putting Labor
Richmond?
last. You're putting the Greens last.
Given the way
Oh,
those
fucking
figures-
hope so.
One interesting thing here, last time, the thing that got Labor over the line was the Libertarian Party, who was known as the Liberal
Oh yeah, it'll go to
Democrats, ran
preferences,
last
but I'm
time,
saying
and they got about
if you put a
7%
one in
of
the
vote,
Nationals
probably
box,
because of name confusion.
you're not putting
There was a
Labor in the
Liberal on
like in
ballot
the
paper,
in the
people
last
voted
box.
for
You're
the
putting
Greens.
Greens
This
in
time
the
under the
last
new name
box.
Libertarian, they're
Better
only
hope so.
2%. So
I mean, I'd imagine.
Otherwise, what the fuck are you doing?
Labor Nationals last time probably won't be there. The Nationals finished third on the day.
At this point, you might have to refer to a how to vote card.
Yeah, no, put that in doubt. It's not a green gain.
That huge result. We're going to come back to that because that's going to be a standout.
Absolutely. Right now, let's go to the Liberal headquarters tonight in Brisbane. Olivia Casely's there, and Liv. Well, Antony called it a little earlier.
Hang on, I've got
Peter
footage.
Dutton's lost his seat at Dixon.
I've got footage from the
So
Liberal
question of leadership
headquarters in
comes up.
Brisbane right
You
now.
are coping and seething. You just
This now means it's a leadership question open
Yes.
for the Liberal Party.
Yes.
Yeah, look, the coalition were never
I need Peter Dutton to
favourites,
come out.
but
I've got a clip
for
ready just for
while
him.
There, it did look like they could make history and turf out the first term government for the first time since 1931.
Yeah, 5 weeks ago it looked like that.
Tonight, though, that hill has proved
What a different fucking campaign.
right now, I've got to say, is more
I don't think that was going to happen. Like,
than it had
he's
been in
been such a
2022
dud
after
since the
that
start of this year.
election then as well, and we're not seeing the kinds of tears that we
And I
saw,
think it's because Albanese hasn't been like giving him losses. Like Albanese actually tied himself up.
When we look at this, I mean, the stark contrast to the end
I wanted
of
to
last
check. I need to
year
check,
when the
check on
coalition
Hunter.
was riding high in the polls. I don't think we
Have a
can
look.
Understate the impact of
I agree,
Donald
Crystal.
Trump,
He's been a
on
fucking
this
potato all his
election.
life.
He has been toxic to centre-right
The
governments
spud.
across
Yes,
the
the
world.
He's been a
spud.
fucking spud.
They tell me
Let's have a look. So this is the seat I thought One Nation would actually had a chance of getting. It looks like that's not going to happen. He's in this, like the One Nation candidate is in the second spot. He's got a 6% swing over the last line. So the Labor candidate's fucking running away with it.
At least that's a good thing for One Nation. They've got an electorate that's Labor versus One Nation.
Yeah,
I mean,
I just saw there's another electorate there that was Labor versus One Nation as well.
And that's all you can ask for, really.
Oh, what a fucking disgrace. Green 71%. Boo. Boo,
Fuck.
Melbourne. Boo.
Of course, it's fucking Melbourne. Jesus fucking Christ.
Boo, Melbourne.
Burn the fucking CBD to the ground.
to pick up. Also speaking,
Yeah, you tell them, RC.
albeit yesterday, essentially they were trying to say that what was the
Nobody gives a
front
shit
bench
about
doing
South
over
Australia.
the past
They had a
3
couple of
years. They
seats there.
weren't happy with what
Ruth
came
B.
forward.
Mayo and
Ultimately, they wanted the
Let me have a
next
look. I won't switch my house.
front bench to
just read
be
them out.
based on performance and not on loyalty. And clearly, Peter Dutton hasn't done enough to retain his
Ruth
seat.
B.
No, that is a huge blow indeed.
That's
Lydia.
going
Thank
Labor.
you. And that question of the Liberal leadership will now be a very
10%
live
swing.
one, and some of the names already being discussed.
They better fucking cross their fingers that these pre-poll votes are the way they think they're going to go. Because if they're the same, there's going to be 10% swings across the
What about
country.
Susan Lee, by the way?
I don't think it. I think Liberals are lying to themselves.
Well, let's check in.
It could be
Jeremy
cope, but
Fernandez on
I
the
do
board
tend to.
the seats that are changing hands. Jeremy.
I
give
don't
them
think the
some-
electorate
I give them
changed
some-
their opinion that quickly.
Because
it's arrived in the most dramatic way. Now, let me just take you back to the start of the night. I told you the coalition had 57 seats. They needed to gain 19. But look at the shape of this board. How the colours on this side have diminished, the colours on this side have gained. Let's just go through them. how Labor has shut the door to the coalition being able to claim victory here. This is
so
the
Mayo
comment
is
of Labor
staying
marginals.
centre alliance.
They have held
They've
to
increased
every
their
single one of these. We are projecting
two-party
only
by
a few blanks
3%.
here. Bullwinkle and Tangney. These are in Western Australia. The count isn't quite high enough for us to be able to project a winner in those
was
seats.
a
Now we go further
pretty
this way.
tight
We've got
head-to-head.
Bean going to Jesse Price, but otherwise.
Ooh,
Labor's
that's another
largely hung on to this side of the board. Richmond, the count is still advancing there. We're not in a position
58
to be
to
able to give
41.
that away
That's,
just
that's
yet,
an
but
8%
certainly on
swing.
the count as
Who's
it
this
is
for?
right now.
This is Sturt in South
uh,
Australia.
The Greens are
Oh,
ahead
okay.
in Richmond.
Okay.
Now let's take a
Another
look at
liberal.
the
That's another
crossbench.
liberal seat
The
lost.
crossbench
If
largely staying
these,
the
if
same.
I
However,
don't,
the seat of
I
Brisbane
don't
has
think
gone
these
from the
numbers. I
LNP
don't
to
think
the
these
Greens,
results
and
will
now
hold.
looking like it's gone to
But if
Labor,
they
one
do,
seat
this
they
is a
worked
fucking
very, very
wipeout.
hard to gain off the Greens. It's the same for
Like
Griffith
this
as well.
is looking
Griffith,
very
they
much
had
like
gone very hard on campaigning there.
the
They have,
YouGov
Labor
poll
has gained Griffith
from this
it looks
week.
like as
Like
well.
the
Now let's talk
that
about
rolled
the
up on the
incursion
30th.
onto the coalition side of the board. This
This looks
we
perhaps
pulled it off.
story of the night.
Yeah,
Like
that had
Dixon
that had
seats.
Labor
we entered the night
which
on
that had
a
Labor at 85 seats,
1.7%. This
and the
is
Liberals
Yeah,
in
just
the 40.
before.
Do you still have
Just
that up?
before.
Appears that he has lost that seat. Now, you heard from James McGrath. We're going to wait for the
no,
full
where did it
numbers,
go?
the pre-polls to come in,
Where
but it
did I
looks
have it?
very difficult for
Results?
Peter Dutton to regain his
YouGov.
seat.
There it is.
There you go.
So this is the YouGov polling.
Interesting.
We're fucking living it.
So this is look like yeah.
Where Warren Edge
I'm just not
parting office
convinced that
If you look at an area like the Hunter or really any coal mining area, there are jobs in that industry that town has done. Oh, what a way to win votes in 4 swing seats. Yeah, well.
The coalition needed to gain
Yeah.
from this side of the board. Doors closing here, doors closing here, and doors closing on its own turf as well. So that is the state of play on the big board on the 150 seats. We're still waiting for numbers
See
to
if
come
my
in.
missus is going to
but
be
this
happy.
is looking like a very, very strong night for Labor.
Oh, dude.
I just don't see the
And over here on the Central Coast, 8% swing to Labor.
The one that jumped out to me
Yeah.
there.
I just don't see the pre-polling, like not pre-polling, pre-voting being heavily liberal. Dutton was a dud before pre-voting
really
was
has been.
made available.
And, I think that over the course of the last couple of months, that was the seat that was tipped absolutely to be held on to by the Greens, even if the other two in Brisbane went the other way. So that's quite a shake-up tonight.
I think we've got Northern Territory Senator Jacinta Price. Jacinta, Peter Dutton tonight.
How you feeling, Jacinta?
With your embrace of Donald
Make
Trump,
Australia great again, eh?
Great again.
Yeah.
Are you part of
Let
the
that
reason
work
for that
out.
loss?
How'd that go?
Oh, that's a big
Yeah,
call.
Tom Bolo, I thought it was.
mean,
I thought they
you
were
sling enough
fucking
mud
high.
in an election. It sticks, and
Hmm.
we did see a prime minister.
Oh, he's got Jack Murphy
who
by him,
absolutely
so by a
misled
slide.
the Australian people.
Oh,
all
look
the
at
way
him go.
through and was rarely called out for his conduct, and I think that's absolutely deceitful.
But Jacinta, let's just talk
of him
about
to
this.
do
Let's
so.
just talk about this seriously. At a time when Donald Trump was sending shockwaves
I'm
around
talking
the
about
world,
it seriously.
It's not a smear campaign. I just want you to address it seriously, Jacinta. At the time that Donald Trump was sending shockwaves around the world, disturbing.
So if you don't think that I'm addressing this seriously, I am addressing this deadly seriously, in that if you sling enough mud, it will stick, and absolutely.
Sure, stick on your
Labor,
skin.
Certainly, the media have slung enough mud in terms of this particular issue. You made it all about Donald Trump. We really couldn't care less about
They
the way
didn't,
Donald
though.
Trump
They
is governing
didn't.
for America. We were concerned with the way Australia is being governed under an
Albanese and Dutton had the same reaction.
The situation's not going to get any better going forward. It's not going to get any better.
Let's just talk about this sensibly, Jacinta. We saw you wearing a "Make Australia Great Again" hat at a time when Donald Trump was poison to the world. We saw you give a speech in which you used a
Well,
Donald
well,
Trump
well,
value
well,
statement to
well,
make
well.
Australia great again. So can I come back to the question? Are you partly responsible
Can I-
for
okay.
what the Liberal Party
Let
has
me come
suffered
back to the
tonight and Peter
question.
Dutton's loss of his seat?
Yes, Indigenous Australia is
Let me come
responsible.
back to the question. That's a whole lot of mud you just slung right there.
Mud,
Can I
give me a
just say,
fucking break.
In terms of wanting
You don't
the
have
country
mud
to
up
be
there.
great,
Hasn't rained in
you were
3
wearing a
years.
MAGA hat.
those
You
four
said make
words,
Australia great again at a
right?
time when
Because the
the
media
party was running
can
away. Oh,
go
look, the Greens
through
number went
your
down to 2.
personal Facebook photos and find a picture that was taken in jest at Christmas time and then smear you with it. That is the
Oh,
problem.
it's okay. She wore the
That
she
is
wore
the
the
issue.
MAGA hat at
It's the
Christmas time.
smearing that goes on, certainly within the media. Just as you're trying to say, take this seriously. I'm deadly serious about this issue, and what I'm deadly serious about is that here in Lingiari, Aboriginal people are going to continue to be marginalised. The gap is going to get wider because we take an ideological approach to all of these issues, and Labor will continue to do that. They'll invest money in organisations and not listen to the little people on the ground. But I'll continue to fight for those people who actually want to be heard.
That's fair to say Labor listens to midgets.
Labor, and you know, if you want to take
So,
things seriously, perhaps send an investigative
as it
journalist
stands now,
out and watch what occurs in
Labor
remote
has
polling
the
booths.
same number of
The
seats
AEC has been alerted to this
they
over
had
and
at the
over
last
and do
election.
very
So
little
if
to deal
nothing
with that
changes, if
situation.
they win
I
no further
urge
seats,
the ABC
they are
as a
exactly where they
taxpayer-funded
started.
organisation to go out to remote communities and see for yourself
Wow.
exactly what occurs.
That's bad for
Because
There are
I'm
still
deadly
28
serious about the
seats in doubt.
situation. And
That's
if you think
bad.
things are bad right now in terms of the cost of living, it's only going to get worse going forward. But what I do know is that if you sling enough mud
What's
in a
gonna get
campaign,
worse?
it sticks. And if you mislead the Australian people over again,
So
that's
far,
what
the
Prime
Liberals are
Minister has
down
done,
25
that's
seats
what
with
sticks.
28
I
in
mean, it was a
doubt.
huge ask to try and unseat.
So they could come. They could come back. They could turn it around
That's only been done in
and pick up
1931 was
all
the last
28
time,
seats,
obviously. But believe me, you,
and they'll be
this
ahead
doesn't
by
mean, we
3.
give up or we back down.
They
We'll
will have.
just
They
work
will have
harder
picked
and
up.
we will learn
They
from
will
the
have picked up
mistakes we've
3
made in
seats.
terms of
No.
our campaign.
No.
Losing Peter Dutton is a huge loss. Is a
No.
huge
And
loss.
Dutton would have still
And the
lost his
Liberal
seat.
Party will determine
This
what
is a
the
good
leadership
point.
looks like for their party.
Crystal
going
says,
forward.
"Oh, if only we
But
had a
we will absolutely
constitutional
learn
amendment to
from
make
what's
government
occurred,
listen to the Indigenous
during this
people
campaign.
that she
Senator
campaigned
Parsons
against."
Brennan here.
Like, you are correct. She is probably the last person in the world
You're putting it
who
down
has
to the
who
media,
has the
but
right to
what went
complain
wrong from your
about
perspective?
Indigenous representation to the government.
Well, look, I would have
That's
to
true.
say
Given
that
her
certainly,
position on The Voice.
we could have
Oh,
provided our
fuck.
policies sooner to the Australian people to have a better understanding of what we wanted to do to support Australians better than what the Albanese government
And-
has done. We could have called out his lies earlier on in the piece.
Oh, fuck right off. You've been
and
calling him a
instead of,
liar since
later
day
on in the
one.
piece. Absolutely, we could have done
Meanwhile,
that. But
they've
we will
been
learn
meanwhile
more,
they've been
as we
playing
go
this whole
forward as to the mistakes we've
how many
made,
times have we heard that
and
the
own
Labor
those
Party's going to get rid of
and make sure that we
negative
don't,
gearing? The
repeat
Labor
them
Party's
going
going to
forward,
tax
because
your
ultimately,
capital, your unrealized
it's
capital
how
gains.
Australia's going to go
The
going
Labor
forward
Party's
is
going
our
to
greatest
introduce the
concern,
voice
but
just
it
through
doesn't mean
legislation.
we
Like,
stop doing what we're doing. and
all
fighting on
lies,
behalf of
all
Australians.
from the Liberal
Yeah.
Party.
Tell us what you're seeing in Solomon tonight. This seems
It's
to
not
be
gonna
one
happen.
seat that's bucking
Unfortunately,
the trend,
Crystal, she is a senator,
sliding towards the
Yeah.
country Liberal Party tonight.
so she gets to
Was
be above it all.
her senator seat
look, I
up,
mean, we did see,
or is she still good?
obviously in the northern
I
suburbs
honestly
of
don't.
during the territory
Yeah, I
election.
just
What's her name
know.
again?
Swing, we wiped out Labor in the
Jacinta
northern suburbs,
Namatjira
and,
Price.
we did have our first Green ever in the Territory Parliament, but
Don't
crime
ask
is
us
huge
how
No,
to
she's
spell
right
it.
about the voice
throughout
being
the Northern
divisive and requiring
Territory, and that
race-based
is one.
authentication for
There was
voting.
obviously the stabbing death of the shop.
That is a bit of a
just the other
Yes,
week.
but
bit of a
we're
curly
past
one
that.
too. Yeah,
A lot of
like
territory
what is
residents
it?
feeling
Yes,
it bloody
but we're
tough,
past
and they're
that.
feeling
Yeah.
the impacts
We're
of
past
things
that
like
point.
crime. So,
How long did the Senate
It's
have
more
their
of a-
seats for?
getting that
6
swing,
years.
6 years.
She was last. She assumed office
All
in
right,
22.
Senator Jacinta Namatjira Price. thank
Yeah,
you.
okay,
Time
so
for
she's
that.
good too.
Okay.
She'll be
She's
up for
another
next half Senate election.
We
Yeah.
are going to
Yeah.
check in now with Dan Tehan in his seat of Wannon, as we mentioned, with Peter Dutton gone. Who will be the Liberal leader? Casey.
Yeah, David. This has been a seat, the seat of Wannon in regional
please pick
Victoria,
Angus.
A massive seat.
Please pick
A lot
Angus.
of
That'll be
interest
fucking
because of
gold.
The run of an independent, Alex Dyson. Dan Tian's standing by to speak with us. Let's first have a look at the figures. Dan Tian is on 43.1% of the primary vote. He is in good shape. Alex Dyson with just
he's
under
got that.
a third
He's
of
got
the
that.
vote. I want to
No
show you
problem.
the change.
This is what Chris was talking about with regards to the Dutton campaign bus. It got bogged in the CBD.
How the fuck did it get bogged in a fucking CBD? What the fuck? A little rain just... Oh, my God. Jesus Christ. What a fucking dud of a fucking campaign.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Oh, come
Of course
on.
Of course I switched when it was on break.
It's blazing. It feels there's some sort of discussion.
Even if it's on a break for the TV, they should be still be going.
You may have actually cost yourself some seats in other places.
No, this is when they all nip off to the
honestly.
bathroom.
To be honest, our main focus has been Labor throughout this campaign. We've had energetic candidates in those.
Yeah,
seats,
sure,
but
Dave
overall,
Farmer.
The focus of the
Yes.
policy team, the campaign team, and everything else has been the head-to-head contest.
I just want to point out,
Labor.
the ABC's website is still fucked.
Why are you so
What the
obsessed with
fuck?
It just says updated an hour ago, and it's more than an hour ago.
I think that's interesting with Michael.
What the fuck?
It is a marginal seat on paper.
Could the,
he has been a strong brand in that seat, but he didn't have a great campaign.
who does
a
election
couple of
desk?
weeks ago. He was out a lot on housing.
The
And then he had a bit of a
AEC
problematic
handles
The
debate
AEC,
with
could
the
their
housing minister,
API be bugged?
Claire
I doubt it.
O'Neill. And in terms of looking
I think
at
We would
everybody
have to
else
look at
is
another
do you think
website.
that was a personal brand? Oh, we're looking at shots now of the Prime Minister getting into the car at Kirribilli.
I mean, they all pull data from there.
Okay.
No clearer sign that the Prime Minister is on his way.
Yeah, there you go. The PM's off to make a statement.
Quarters in Grandler. And Dan, can you hear us?
Channel 10's
who
numbers
else
are way
is gathered
behind
outside?
the ABC's.
So
Channel 10 hasn't called it yet.
Okay. So we can see the gate
Yeah.
opening. So what is it? About a
9's
20,
back in 30
20-minute
seconds or
drive?
something like
Yeah,
that.
Dan said about 15, but it's
ABC Senate update
9 on the
claims
East Coast.
2 minutes ago.
This is early. Historical.
All right, let's check the Senate.
Senate. I've not had the Senate tab open because I figured Senate results would be worse.
Generally,
No,
we
it
just
still
don't
says
look
1
at the
hour
Senate.
ago.
Oh, really?
Updated an hour ago.
Oh, for fuck's sake. What the fuck is the ABC doing?
I hope someone gets fired.
Welcome back to Australia.
I know that,
25.
yeah, it says here updated 2 minutes ago, but this isn't updating properly. This is 3.4% counted.
We're way past that at this point.
Canterbury Hurlston RSL Club, which is 15 kilometres away. So we are.
Dude, I just
calling,
listened to
as
Channel
you
10
know,
say it,
that
and then I listened
Labor
to ABC
has
say
won
the exact same
election,
thing.
and the Prime
Sorry,
Minister is
Channel
now
9 say
moving
exactly the
towards
same thing
Canterbury
in almost the
Hurlston
same way.
RSL,
That was so
where we
weird.
saw those scenes of great elation not that long ago when we called the election.
Proper party.
Yeah.
waiting for
Chris says,
Antony
I like
Green
Albo. He's my rep before, and he was good.
arrives there.
Meetings
We
never
saw
asked.
there
That's
from,
good.
Sarah Arbo
Not a lot of
earlier
not a lot of candidates.
when, that
do
was effectively called at about 8:30.
They do count first preferences.
Early.
Despite being a lefty, he actually might be a good representative.
Yes, they will sweep now down to either the, I don't know which route they'll take. They might sweep up onto the Harbour Bridge, over the Harbour Bridge and straight out to Canterbury.
Sorry, not ABC forever. ABC always behind the count.
Person sitting in the back of Commonwealth 1 as they.
Sorry, they don't
move
count
there, and we've got
preferences.
the
They count.
camera
Hang
on
on.
a motorbike by the look of it. Trailing.
Did they just call it?
Not
Did they just
dangerous in
call
the
it
rain at
Commonwealth
So,
One?
Katie, he is a stickler for
Yes, that's what
tradition,
they because
and
the
he
license plate is
will
Commonwealth
be
is
waiting
C1
for
and it's
Peter
Commonwealth plate.
Dutton to not only
Really?
call him, but
Okay.
Yeah.
then tradition would dictate that.
Yes, we are a Commonwealth.
You would expect so. And I think, look, again,
We
we're
are
so
still under
fortunate
a
in
king.
Australia, really, to have a situation
God save the
where
king.
we
No,
have
just
these
they called it Commonwealth
robust
One. It's like,
campaigns, but actually,
Peter Dutton and Antony
Chris says, former AEC worker here, we never counted Senate papers at the local level, just box them up and send them to AE office on Monday.
You know,
Okay.
a very, you know,
Every
good
election
outcome,
I've
whatever they
covered
were
like
seeking to
previously,
resolve.
even
So
before I
actually,
used to stream,
they know each other,
was,
they respect each other.
I had Senate results.
PM is a traditionalist, so he will be following tradition.
So same as when I worked for Channel 7, we had Senate
yes,
results.
he will. But it's lovely to see Jody there.
They were very preliminary.
Got a glimpse of
We had
Jody,
them.
who's been by his side through this campaign, and I don't think it's easy being the partner.
I can't imagine what a pain in the ass it is to unfold all those fucking
the
Senate
partners
papers.
of both, Peter.
Oh, the Victorian one was a
been
fucking pain in the ass as well.
It's exhausting, as you guys know. Those
Absolutely.
5
Oh yeah,
weeks,
mine
but
went
we've seen so
halfway
much
up each
change
wall.
Tonight, we're going to head over to.
I was
Lee's
like
over
sliding
to
along
just see
the box.
What the state
Yeah,
of the House is, how that is
it was
shaping
a
up.
fucking mess.
Yeah, Ali, there was a lot of talk tonight
Like,
about the
I
potential
love it,
for a minority government.
when I'm doing
inside the
it,
virtual tally
it's a
room now,
fucking
we
pain in
have
the ass.
a virtual House of Representatives. Right now, our computer is calling 70 seats for Labor, and they will be dealing with a crossbench of
Your computer
at
is
least
shit.
9, according to our computer. You can see our crossbenches
I
here
doubt
in the
it.
grey. Labor MPs in
Do you not
the
rely
red
on a
and
computer?
not a
Get yourself an Anthony Green.
These are the seats that are in doubt now. They are the 40
So we've got the
seats that we
in-doubt
have
seats
in
in
doubt.
light
Remembering
grey.
Our target of 70 was the target for the night. And so that is looking like with 30 seats
Greys are
called,
taking over.
that the coalition is nowhere near being able to fill out these seats. They will be hoping that some of those seats that are actually at the moment in the
I don't know if anybody watched
will
all
fall
of the
their way,
debates,
but it
save
is
for the Sky
looking
one.
like a sweeping
But
sort of
I did,
sea
and
of red here.
the
with
most
that
striking thing was the
crossbench,
difference
that
between
Labor will be dealing with, or potentially
the ABC
as we
one
see these numbers roll
and the
through,
one
some of
from the
those
two commercial
in-doubt seats
networks.
could also fall Labor's way.
Yeah, and
The
they're not too far
ABC
off
one
the
was
magic
professional
76
as
number,
fuck.
are they, Liz? Thank you for that. We're going to go to Dan Rapopoli.
Single person
in
asking
the
questions, no
Hunter.
ridiculous
Dan,
jokes.
how are you feeling about tonight?
Channel
how it
9 one
has
had
played
this
out for you?
the chick in pink.
G'day guys,
Moderating.
very good. We'll wait and see what the numbers
They took
finally
questions
end up being,
from
but
like
it's
emails and
fantastic to be
shit.
here.
Well, let us tell you what the numbers
fuck am I
are
watching?
that
Like,
we
it
are
was
seeing
just
coming
so-
in. You're sitting
it's
at
gonna go well.
43.3% of the primary
was
vote.
like,
That's
what
up
are you doing?
2.7
What the
with more
fuck
than
are you
30%
doing?
of the vote counted. So that ain't bad, Dan.
Pretty good.
PMC
We've worked
forever says
hard
the
over
air
the
is
last
human to
3
forgive
years.
divine, but
It's
to
not
really
just,
mess up a text
me as the
computer.
MP, as the team, and all the
Well, the
volunteers
ABC
behind me.
teams,
We've
indeed.
worked extremely hard.
Yeah.
So the results are what the results, and very proud of everything.
Yeah, so that two-party preferred, Stuart Bonds, One Nation,
one of the nuclear
40%.
power plants was slated
Wow.
for.
That
You're
is
the
a
chairman of the
solid.
nuclear
You can
committee.
you.
What does this tell you about energy
That is
policy
a solid
and the future of
fucking
manufacturing
effort.
in Australia?
That's pretty
Considering
good.
last time he got
Clearly
21% and
shows
didn't
that
make it
nuclear's
to the
on the cards here in the
didn't
Hunter.
make it past
And,
the
Peter
nationals.
Dutton and his crew can say what they
Nationals
like
member.
there, but the voters have now had their vote and they've had their say. And we didn't. And now that we've had this, I think
He
they really should put this to bed. and we
he
should
did an
continue
interview.
on
So
with making
the
sure
kid
that we're doing the
from
best for
Lewis
Australia.
Pugilist or whatever his name
Do you
is,
think it came down to
the
nuclear
kid
or the
from
other factors at play?
Leo, his name is, from Channel 6
I
News,
honestly think it came
which
down
is
to
like the
hard
online
work we've
news thing.
done
He
as a
did
group in the Hunter over the last
he did
3
interviews
years.
with
We've been to
some more of
everything. We've worked
the
hard.
the
We've
candidates
gone
that
around,
don't
we've
normally get
spoken to as
coverage,
many
and he
people as we can,
he
and we'll
spoke to
continue
the
that
spoke
for
to
the
the One
next
Nation
3 years as well.
candidate from Hunter.
What
Reasonable
about
bloke.
cost of living in the Hunter?
Really
It's
reasonable
tough,
bloke. Like
for everyone.
the
but
whole
as
"Ooh,
an
One
area
Nation's the
where
party of
it
stupid
is
racists." Like
particularly
that's
tough. Was that the
that's
theme
not it
as you
anymore.
spoke
I
to
think
your
that's the
constituents
like
on a daily
the
basis, not over the
trumpet of
campaign,
Patriots
but over a
party
long
now.
time?
Yeah.
They're the fringe lunatics.
Over the last 3 years, cost of living has came up a
Yeah,
lot.
Volume Hits One Nation has
and people
been
are definitely doing
around
tough
for
here in the
a
Hunter,
long
and that's why
time,
we've
to
done
the
our
point
cost of living
where
next.
they
R.I.P.
can't
Michael
matured
Spooker.
enough.
Well, this is an extraordinary
What,
seat.
the problem
this is
with-
Aston. I don't think there was a single Labor person I spoke to, and I don't know about my colleagues in the weeks preceding the election who thought they were anything like a chance. It was gone as far as everyone I spoke to.
Everybody I
Anthony?
spoke to,
And to
everybody
say on those numbers,
I
that is
heard
the
who was talking about
by-elections
this
margin that's shown there.
was
The figures are about showing
poo-pooing
compared to the
Victoria.
last general election when it was about
was was like, nah, Labor's not going to do well in Victoria. It's going to be going to lose a bunch of seats in Victoria.
There for the Greens.
Well, to be fair, they haven't done
8%
well.
swing.
The last election. So, I mean, you've probably got on
Okay.
top of another sort of swing. You've also got.
Okay, the Liberal seats are fucked.
I mean,
but that's because the Liberals are fucked.
Swing. That's
They are
with half
fucked.
of the primary vote count Labor
Why
is
the
going to be
fuck
head on
would you vote for
preferences
Liberal?
The big vote for the Greens, so that's not turning around.
And the seat of Menzies, held by Keith Wallahan.
I still remember
or it
Paul
was
in the
held by
90s being
Keith
egged,
Wallahan.
yeah.
We mentioned earlier in the coverage tonight one of the hopes of the future for the Liberal Party, a potential future.
Didn't
candidate.
Pauline Pants
in the
down in that
90s,
two songs?
in the
Is that-
90s, Pauline
He's
Hanson
up
was
against
racist.
Labor's Gabrielle Ong, a lawyer.
Like
former
she
public
was
servant.
openly racist.
And at this stage,
Yes.
Menzies is
But the problem with that
But
is
when-
that she's always, any party she is a part of is always going to be thought
It's
of
always
that
gonna be
way
seen
by
as-
anyone.
yeah.
By anyone who was around that time, and
Yeah,
anyone who was around that time.
It's tough to get rid of.
True. However, I think even the oldies have recognised that Pauline Hanson has softened her tone back in the 90s.
Well, not only that, Pauline Hanson was right about a lot of her shit.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Pam
she was
Forever
right.
says last time many people in so many people in my area were ragging on
Thank you very
OMP,
much indeed. Just a
calling them
question
all
for you,
kinds
Jim
of crud,
Chalmers.
all kinds
Earlier
of
in the
crud.
evening, you had some
I
very
asked them
tough
which actual
words
policies they
for Angus
disliked. They had
Taylor.
no
What happens if
answers.
he becomes the leader?
At the time, they had
Well, I think it'll be very
interestingly sane
strange if he
policies, and I'm not
escaped the
surprised
blame,
it's the same
for
this
what's
time.
happened
Yeah.
here. You know, so much.
Oh,
of
she
the
still is.
progress
She
that
wore.
made over the last couple of months.
She's
was about the economy.
She's
and,
not.
She's a
you know, to be
she
upfront
does that
with
for
you, I couldn't
stunts. Like
believe
that's
my
a
luck
Yeah,
politically
she's a
when
clown.
She'll
tax
still
cuts
she'll
because they would
still
legislate
do
higher
stunts,
income taxes on 40
but her
million
rhetoric
Australians. As PK
is
pointed out,
not as
that
racist
was
as
one of the dumbest things
she
that I've
was in the
ever seen.
90s.
I just love
Angus
how
Taylor
he
shouldn't
sets off
escape
with his all.
responsibility. He shouldn't escape the blame.
I do that.
I think Peter Dutton will obviously be accountable for what's happened here, but he shouldn't be accountable on his own for what's
Chicken
happened here.
Little
I think
says,
Angus Taylor,
I don't know who told you that,
has
mate,
been
but
one
we
of
know
the
Victorians are
biggest
fucking retarded. This last state election proved that.
and I say that as his direct opponent. I know that you will think
Oh,
he would
God.
say that.
Yeah,
but
I
I think
see.
objectively,
Yeah.
so, you know, it's up to the Liberal Party what they do now when it comes to their
Uh,
leadership. It's very strange if Angus escaped all the blame.
James McGrath, Angus
And
Taylor,
but that's the thing. If you
Victorian.
listen to like the shit the Democrats say they want to do, you're like,
little old James McGrath.
the fuck? These guys sound like the Greens.
Yeah, like the US Democrats sound retarded, and they
Crazy,
have
yeah.
actually no leadership.
One of the dumbest things
Well,
I've
That's
when they
not the
vote
case
fucking-
in other countries.
when they did it.
When they vote like what David Hogg in as like their co-chair of some bullshit, it's like okay,
They are dented.
I'm sorry, Chicken Little.
I'm someone who always
yeah, my condolences.
supports lower taxes. And
Yes.
the position that we took to the election was for overall lower taxes.
It would appear you can, Costi. It would appear you can.
Basis of the decision.
Yes, we can say
I think
retarded
it's
here.
Clearly, you don't approve of it.
I think it's too
There we
early
go.
for us
That's-
to
yeah.
actually start apportioning.
So fucking hell.
We Queensland are a bunch of backwards racists and deserve all they get.
Let's just see where the party room ends up.
Victorians today, I
My
can't wait
party
to
is
move to
taking a lot of
Queensland.
pain. A lot of
Same.
people have
I
lost-
can't wait.
People have lost seats who are candidates who worked so hard. And there are members out there.
Dude, all I want now is that green number to go to 1.
Yes, I just want to go to one.
Read your ability to read.
Then the prophecy has been heard.
Magic ability without
Dutton gone. Green's back to one seat.
So what is the like, how safe is the Melbourne Green seat?
I think
Very.
Super safe.
71% very.
Oof. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So that
You're not gonna
number's
lodge
never
them.
going to.
Yeah,
That number's
that's
never
very
going to.
You're
zero.
never gonna lodge them until.
Oh, they're back.
Overall lower taxation.
ABC's back 6 minutes ago.
We're back, baby.
There you go. There's the example. Very safe. Very.
IT technicians doing overtime.
Volvo, very safe.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, they're all back now. Yeah, that's good. All right, so I can go to the seats again. Yeah.
Aussie voted Greens. His seat's going to be the green one.
How dare you? I voted One Nation One.
Wing Party, it was about still being
They need the money.
and pro civic society.
And nuclear power, where does that go now?
Is it still 4%
Does
that you got to get of the vote for
does nuclear
for it to be paid
die
for?
with Dutton?
Well, I think
I think so. Yeah.
No.
The amount you get went up too.
are up for review.
I think it's closer to $5 now.
Isn't the
$5 per vote.
you know, I mean, yes, there's an issue about tax, but
Is it like per vote or is it per group?
The Treasurer's point about the performance.
Never really paid attention to that.
Blaine he should share with it. That the
Current
coalition's
election
central
funding rate.
proposition was.
Yeah, I just remember the numbers.
From January 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2025, the current election funding rate is $3
the economic policy
and
in Australia.
38.6 cents
I don't know if I accept
per eligible vote. So that is primary vote.
Per vote. Yep. First. So first
If you
electorate.
put a one in the box, think of I am handing this party $3.38.
And they have to get 4% for that.
In terms of
I don't think there's a minimum, right?
Business.
I think it's just first party votes. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not aware of a minimum.
We had an energy package.
Because I thought, I remember someone telling me it was 4%. Maybe that was Queensland.
So a registered political party is entitled to election funding when a candidate it has endorsed receives at least 4% of the formal first preference votes in an election. An unendorsed candidate who is not a member of a Senate group is eligible for funding when they receive at least 4% of the formal. So it's 4%.
To Queensland
Okay.
police officer.
I voted One Nation. They've got
So if you get 4% of the vote, you get some money.
As a leader,
And it's per seat, not nationwide.
I think he would
Yep.
take responsibility. He's that type of man. He's a very decent and honourable man. And sadly, what Australians never saw is he has an absolute cracking sense of humour, that self-deprecation and so forth. But
sadly, what Australians never saw.
Wait, what?
Well, why didn't you
Wait,
shut
what?
then, buddy?
And we'll see.
What
him,
the fuck?
Buddy boy?
Deliver his view on what happened today.
Okay, so let's go to Brisbane.
Mate.
You focused a lot leading up to this election.
Labor gain from Green.
Outer suburbs, the Labor vote, particularly in those outer Melbourne
The
suburbs.
seat of Griffith is a
And that was
Labor
great concern, clearly,
Labor
for
gain from
Labor.
Green.
They were picking up what you were picking up as well.
And
When
the
you look
seat
at
of
what
Ryan
we can
is
see
a
so
is a
far this
Green
evening,
retain.
How does Labor look in those?
So the two Green seats
Particularly
are Ryan in
Victoria
Queensland
parts of
and
Western Sydney
Melbourne
as well.
in
Any votes they did
Yes,
lose,
in
they
Victoria.
lose to independents.
Oh
Again, it's that
no,
trend.
they got a root in Queensland. That's not good. You need to kick them out.
Largely in their 30s and 40s. It is exactly the demographic.
Don't want them to root into the fucking electorate. Otherwise, they start looking at the electorates outside of their electorate and say,
unfortunately, I think my
I want
kids
that.
voted. I think my daughter voted Green.
Millennials was over 60%
Yeah, but is she in
in favour
Ryan
of Labor.
or
So can I
Melbourne?
ask- so can I
No,
ask,
she's
you're-
not.
you're
She's
both
in
pollsters.
Sydney.
And so,
That didn't really matter. They did it.
targeting this you two
Oh, they're going to win
the
Wills,
polling
yeah.
industry generally. Did the polls underestimate what's happened tonight?
yeah.
Oh, actually, no. 10 minutes ago, has the Labor Party ahead by 2%?
10 minutes,
Maybe not.
Okay.
What,
Maybe
in-
not.
Where's this?
This is in
Wills.
Victoria.
So taking
This is
in
wherever
preferential
RC is.
voting, taking in preferential voting, it might still that the Labor.
Okay, well, they'll have to distribute the Liberal votes, which I would assume a lot more would go to the Labor Party than the Greens.
Yeah.
The Socialist Alliance, which is all going to go to the Greens.
All of it.
One Nation, which will flow to the Liberal Party, but then eventually get to get a Labor before the Greens, I would hope.
Most likely.
Legalised cannabis, that's
Canada's
going to the Greens.
Probably.
Fusion
So
Party,
Greens
that's going to the
first,
Greens.
Labor.
I reckon it'll be Labor. It'll be
left-leaning.
tight, but it'll be Labor.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's still tight. Like
He's ahead of the current here, but ABC's projection has him winning by a hair.
yeah. I'm still thinking that he'll still win.
And as I see it, if you lost your leader, you've lost a future leader in Keith Wallahan. That is a diabolical situation for the alternative governing party.
Well,
Opposition leader Angus King.
That Keith Wallahan
Yeah, apparently.
Let's fucking go.
Fuck me.
Come what may, with his own contest there in
PMC Forever says, I didn't mind regional Queensland before the FIFO plague. Moved to Brisbane for a job and wouldn't have done so otherwise.
Campaign pictures you can see on screen there from
I don't
the
mind
party
Brisbane.
headquarters. I
I just
suspect
don't
that
like-
you can live in a
like-
moment.
yeah,
there you
like-
can see whether that means Peter Dutton.
I've
is
been in
about
Brisbane
to
a few
give his
times.
concession speech. to the
I don't mind it,
crowd there. This is
but
not
one of the
speech
times obviously was
he
during the
wanted to
floods.
give. I mean,
No,
clearly,
that wasn't
many
fun.
in that room.
Wait,
many in the
which
coalition
floods? Yeah.
Understood that there was a much stronger likelihood of Labor winning a
07.
minority or even
The bad
majority
ones.
government. But I don't think
2011,
20,
20, I think
Oh, it'd be
it's
2011.
would have expected to see
18,
Dutton
and
lose
then
his
It was
seat.
2011.
Sarah?
it was
When
2011.
the dam
okay.
broke.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
very
2011
yeah,
was pretty bad.
2011.
what kind of a speech
I've
it
heard
is
stories
Peter
about
Dutton
that.
gives if he
Yeah, that
thinks
were.
what
I
James
was staying in
said just now, you anticipate
Barton.
that he will take personal responsibility.
think it was
There's a whole series of questions that cascade from that.
Sorry?
We
Down the
don't know
bottom of the
exactly
bottom
how
of
some
the
policies
mountain
that have caused so
in
much
Brisbane.
damage to your party tonight
Mount Cootha.
came into being.
Yeah.
The nuclear
Yeah.
question
This
is
is when I
one
was
of the
working for
key
Channel
ones,
7.
of course, and the question about
Oh,
to you,
okay. What were you doing up here?
there was an
Working for
option
Channel 7.
for your party to choose
Just covering stuff.
a future with nuclear.
No,
that
we,
was
um,
I damned
justified.
it broken.
Into that
I got
comes Peter
shipped
Dutton
up there because
moving
of the
in
floods. They
through
needed
the
they needed
crowd.
people.
Oh,
So
technicians to
they
do
needed
stuff.
they needed a nerd.
Ah,
Of course they
fair
did.
enough.
Speaking of nerds, look at that nerd on stage. Love it. Love it.
On top.
And I think you're a massive fucking bellend. An embarrassment to America.
We wanted for the Liberal Party, for our coalition, or indeed for our country.
Oh my God!
We've
Fucking,
worked hard every
there we
day
go.
over the course of the last 3
Sound
years
nerd got
to
it
do
in the
our
end.
best for our amazing country. One of the great honours of being the leader of this party is that we have met people from every side, every corner, the length and breadth of this country. And there are many amazing stories.
Unless you,
People
of
who
course, are in a
sacrifice,
place where I
people
want
who
to
are
put
doing
a
hard
nuclear
at the
power
moment,
plant.
and I've
I
always
worked for
wanted in
technical
public life for the
services,
best
Crystal. Like I
for
can't
our
I cannot
country,
reveal
the
more than
best
that.
for
That'll be too many
every
data
Australian.
points
The
For
highlight of
Costi.
my
be
career
able
has
to
been
dox me.
as the Defence Minister, and over the course of this campaign, on Anzac Day, we caught up with young veterans in Townsville at the RSL, and it reminded me of how lucky
Group
we are
technical
as a country.
services was
And I
IT
want to
and
acknowledge all of
broadcast.
those men and women in uniform who keep us safe as
So
a country.
we did all the technical stuff from fixing, like getting the satellite uplinks to work, to ingesting data
Now, we
centers
didn't
sent to
do
us from
well enough
Disney,
during this campaign. That much is
to
obvious tonight, and I
getting the
accept
Avid
full
machines to work.
responsibility for that. Earlier on, I called the Prime Minister to congratulate him on his success tonight. It's an historic occasion for the Labor Party, and we recognise that. I congratulated the Prime Minister and wished he and Jody and Nathan all the very best. And I said to the Prime Minister that his mum would be incredibly proud of his achievement tonight, and he should be very proud of what
What?
he's achieved.
Does Dutton know fucking Shorten's mum?
Albo's mum.
Albo's mum.
I also
No, I think
had
she
the
passed,
pleasure
though.
of speaking
Are they
with
like good
Alan
friends
Francis.
or were good friends or
Ellie and
something?
I have been
Yeah, no,
Oh,
your
they're
mum
all
proud of you.
they're all
a
mates.
number of
Like
elections
they're all
now, but
like
she was successful
they're all
in Dixon
colleagues.
tonight,
Like they all have to
and
fucking
she will do a
spend
good job as
a whole bunch of
lo-
time together.
as
I
a
can
local member.
understand.
She lost her son Henry, which is a tragic circumstance that no parent should ever go through. And equally, I said to
Oh shit! The
to
Greens
Ellie,
number went
her
to
son
0.
Henry would be incredibly proud of her tonight, and she'll do a good job
Tell you
as
what.
local
That's
member
gotta
for
be a
Dixon,
glitch.
and I wish her all the very best. Please.
Nah,
Oh,
no glitch.
shit. Quick, take a screenshot.
Just did.
Greens are fucked.
Nice.
Greens are cooked.
Now, it's been a great honour to be leader of this amazing party for the last 3 years. And I want to firstly acknowledge David Littleproud, who has been a great partner in crime. He's led the National Party with great distinction. He's had the strength of character to stand up on issues which are important to us, and we've worked incredibly well together. He's done a great job, and he will do into the future. I want to say thank you very much to Susan Lee as my deputy, and also Angus Taylor as a shadow treasurer, and other
So when
senior
is
members who have contributed to
Oh, dude, Susan
the success of the
Lee.
last couple of years.
Susan Lee.
I also want to say
She's technically
a
the
very,
leader
very
now,
big thank
'cause
you
she's the
tonight,
deputy.
most importantly to
Oh.
the millions of
Oh,
Australians
shit.
that supported the Liberal Party.
When does the
Coalition.
when does the
It's
new
not
parliament
outlined, as I
take
point out,
seat?
and there are good members.
Well,
and
as soon
candidates
as
who have lost their seats or their
as soon as
ambition,
one of the sides can
and
form
I'm
government.
sorry for that.
Oh, because
As soon as-
they've already.
An
As
amazing
soon as there's
party.
enough people
Can I say thank you very much
in
to
one
John
party,
Olsen, as
and the election is
president of the
certified
party,
for them,
who's done a fantastic job.
that the
to
leader of the party can
administer
go to the
all of
Governor General and say, "Hey, I can form
Secretariat,
government."
for
Pick me,
the
pick
work
me.
that they've done.
How many seats do they need?
They need 70. They need 76. So Labor's good Blitzen. So Tim Little, the race Cook says, "Didn't you know Food and Easy grew up in a housing commission flat?"
The AFP who've done.
I'm never going to hold that against anybody because you know what, Chicken Little, I grew up in a housing commission flat.
Who's Food and Easy?
Like Albo, I own a home.
Albanese.
I have the best media team in the country.
Yeah, I'm not going to say no. Like,
Adrian Barrett
what?
and their team.
I don't really care.
They've done an amazing.
Like, I'm not going to shit on anybody growing up in
them.
public housing becoming the prime minister.
all
I think
of
that's a
our
fucking
staff,
fantastic
thank you
story.
very much.
Yeah, that's a
That leaves
well,
me, of course,
not
with
so
the
much
hardest
rags
part,
to
that is
riches,
my
but
amazing
that's like
family.
a pick yourself up by the
Australians
bootstraps
have
kind of story.
Well, it's the that's the Australian the
Boundary.
thing about Australia, where we're not stratified by class.
Mm.
Yes, but no. Yes and no.
We do have classes that are embedded, but
it's more flexible in
Yeah,
Australia.
It's
It's not as rigid like a British.
I'm so grateful for their support and their love.
People can climb actually the ladder of
like, you're saying
classes.
Band is ahead in Melbourne, but preferences are going to be a
Dixon had
factor
a
on if he
one-term
wins or not.
coach.
You're kidding.
Never held for one term at a time.
Holy
You are
shit.
kidding. I thought that was a fucking glitch.
Which is an amazing achievement.
Wait, what was a glitch? Oh, the zeros.
Greens has
What?
gone
The
to
Melbourne
zero.
electorate.
Bring him back up. What are the stats?
24 years is
Yeah.
a long time to be in public life, and
Melbourne.
it has
Shut the
been
fuck up,
an
Dutton.
amazing honour.
Wait, is
That's
he
more
quitting?
important thing to
the
look
people
at.
of Dixon who have placed faith in me over a long
There's no
period
quitting.
of
He's
time.
done.
And
No, I mean, is he
we've had
quitting
lots of
politics?
battles
Like,
and
is he
lots of
saying that
campaigns.
this is it? I'm going. I'm
Ultimately, we've
done.
been able to
I'm not coming
deliver
back.
An amazing
I
outcome
think
for
so.
our local
Probably.
community. To residents and to people that we've been able to help.
There's a swing
Wait, there's no-
to Labour.
With loved ones who
First
are sick
preferences
and
count for the division.
stranded.
Oh, it's going to second preferences.
There are many ways in which we've been able
Yeah.
to provide amazing support.
Bandit didn't actually win like the
Liberal family
50%.
right.
moving across
I thought he had
Yeah.
70.
but including in my electorate of Dixon.
That was the projection.
That was the
Thank
estimate.
you very much.
Oh.
So his first preferences
They
are 45%.
amazing people dedicated to their country.
Shit.
Ultimately, we live in the best country in the world, and I've always believed that. I always
Wow.
will. I love this
Oh
country.
shit.
I fought hard for it.
I'm
We've been
hoping the
defined by our
fucking Labour
opponents in this
person
election, which
wins
is not
it.
the true story
And
of
there's
who we are.
15%
But
Liberal,
we'll rebuild from here.
30%
We'll do that
Labor.
because we know our
2%
values,
One
we know
Nation, and the rest
our
is like
beliefs,
there's a
and we'll
1% on an
always stick to
independent, another
I want to say
3%
thank you
on
to
an
the Australian
independent,
people.
1% on
Holy
the
shit.
student pay.
They've placed
He's lost votes where everyone else
He's got a
gained.
4% swing.
The member for Dixon.
Let's see the
and
first
the leader of the
preferences.
opposition.
First preferences.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Greens.
Might want to switch it. So
So
everyone's
you
listening
have
to
to
Dutton.
bring it up now that he's over.
Yeah.
Ugly fucker. Embarrassing.
Oh my god, so
Gracious.
random.
He spoke to the Prime Minister.
And
He
I think you're a
congratulated him. He
massive
spoke
fucking
of
bellend.
Prime Minister.
An embarrassment to America. In my opinion, a total fucking moron.
And
Yeah?
he also accepted defeat in his own.
Everyone has been saving those for a while.
I've got him fucking lined up.
He would be a good local member.
Lined up and ready. He was just waiting for a
Third time
reason to
Haley
do
Francis
it.
Run there in Dixon, and this time successfully. He did acknowledge this was something he takes full responsibility for, the coalition's historic defeat tonight. He also offered an apology.
What a
Just see-
fucking
I don't think
loser.
he's going to say much more there. Offered an apology to the Liberals who've lost their seats and all those
Should have used that one at the
working
start.
and volunteering and putting
Anyway, so here's the numbers for Melbourne. So they've distributed first preferences at 18 polling places,
Okay.
and there's a 4.4% swing against Adam Bant.
It's four,
Wow.
4.4 down.
Wow.
Yeah. So the next person to be eliminated is going to be the independent, which is not going to take him very far. There's only 288 votes there.
Yeah.
No.
I think he's still going to win. Like that's way too high a first preference vote to get fucked on preferences. But I understand now
It's doable.
why they've put it back to zero.
Were the reason
Because it's in doubt now.
Clearly, there has to be some introspection here
Because
as
it's
well,
in doubt, yeah.
where they went wrong.
I didn't realize it was.
The other thing
Holy
was
shit.
Ryan.
His career was not
Holy shit! We might be able to kick Greens out of fucking Melbourne.
And he did a lot of travel around Australia.
Holy shit!
What's the margin of
We're going to do it.
The soldiers
margin for a recount?
And have those chats. And so when he
Depends.
They have to distribute preferences first.
See the pictures there.
Yeah, no, I get that, but like, how close does it have to be for them to? Like, is it within a certain amount or?
I honestly don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. Like, it just depends. Like, if it's close, then yeah, you have.
Jeff Bezos came, Bill Gates came, Mark Zuckerberg came. Many of them came numerous times. The bankers have all come. Everybody's coming.
Here I come. Oh, here I come. The strengths was the unity of the
Yeah, I'm coming. Yeah, I'm coming.
When governments lose office, they're first
Holy
in
shit.
opposition, they're a rabble, they're all over the place. The leadership's going back and forth. It was unified, but as you mentioned earlier, Sarah,
Fucking Labor defends a Liberal, like the Greens onslaught, and
I
they
appreciate
lose
you
Melbourne.
care about the environment, but the Nats aren't really the farming party, farming environmental
This is the
party
record
anymore.
low primary
They're
vote.
the party. They're the mining party.
Not been learned, James McGrath.
Yeah.
You've only got to look at their leader in the Senate, Matt Canavan.
Well, that plus who they're aligned with.
Everywhere he goes, he's wearing the fucking the mining outfit. So
sincere congratulations to the Prime Minister
Yeah.
in relation to the mention of
18 out of 43
Like-
returning,
That's a good
alternative
thing about
which ones
Australians
further
and
out from the
democracy.
CBD with a
It was
high
very-
Labor vote
it's
will
been
be.
an ugly campaign
I
over
don't
the
know if it
last
breaks
5
down.
weeks,
Does it tell me?
but the guys
Polling
lost,
places.
and we have lost.
Can you get down
It was
down to that
gracious
route?
Oh, yeah, hang on.
response.
Yeah,
I
it tells
think,
me.
Australia-
Ooh. Hello.
So you're going to know Melbourne better than I do. So
That means I have to actually
first
zoom
preference
in.
is returned. Melbourne CBD, South Yarra, Abbotsford South, Hawkesbury, Fitzroy, Carlton South,
Right.
Cremorne, Docklands. These are all CBD. Carlton Central,
They are-
North Melbourne, Richmond, Parkville, Abbotsville, North
Yeah,
Melbourne,
so-
Hotham.
Man, you're going way too fast.
Oh, you can't read it. It's too fucking blurry.
Big American Bar. CBD, South Yarra, Abbotsford South. That's, yep. Hawkesbury, Victorian, Dutton South. But do we have the results?
He's talking about
Trade Party, we're pro-Ukraine. We must continue to be that centre right.
What does that mean in practice?
We don't give a fuck about Ukraine.
You can't be a
I mean, we'll send them. We'll send them equipment
bad night.
because we want to see how that equipment goes.
To a more Trumpian party.
Outside that,
We must resist that party.
outside that, I don't think we really give a shit.
And we must focus on where Middle Australia is. So if Luke
Also, we
Howard
might produce
is
stuff just to
in
send it
trouble
over,
in
just so
Petrie
we can
and,
produce
I don't
stuff.
want to mention pre-poll because people are actually now drinking every time I say
Can you
pre-poll.
imagine
that if he
if-
does fall there, that worries me.
if this
when
ends up in a
suburbs
Greens
in
wipeout as
Petrie
well?
have swung against us.
Oh,
Like if the
fuck
Greens
me.
are just wiped out in the House.
I will take it.
Because
I-
they're
I'll
like
take it.
ALP
Still
81
only at a third.
with 26 in
What
doubt.
are we doing to make sure we get back that centre right vote?
I'll take it.
Middle Australia vote?
Fucking give
I'll
it
take
to
it
me.
too, yeah.
Greens wipe out. Get them the fuck out.
It might be in a way, but I also think it's something that the campaign review needs to look into.
Let's see if Friendly Geordie's is free. Because he's got to be having a fucking.
Oh, you got that up. Oh shit.
You irritated Chinese Australians, and this seems to have happened all over again this time.
No, he's not streaming. Bastard!
To try to ameliorate a number.
Or not
of those
streaming
factors, and that's
publicly.
something that, James Patterson and Dan Tien talked about, but clearly we've got more work to do, and the party does need to have a good hard look at itself. We've just lost our
Tom
second
Wallace
election.
well, suggests that even more Australians might move to US to reduce taxes and due to falling Australian dollar and return to
I don't know.
Who do you
Potentially,
think is
yeah.
well-placed
maybe.
to follow the path that you're talking
I think
about?
For a free farmer, it's a solo percentage. They now have very little voting power. Unfortunately, due to consolidation,
I did a review
yeah.
for the state MP after
Yeah.
the 2017 election loss.
Well, the
and
biggest,
never again. So
The biggest beef exporter in Australia is Cargill,
Is this one? Is it time for you
which
to
is an
step up
American
and say,
company.
I will do it.
it's for all of us to step up.
Is that for our
And
Angus
my
beef?
life to the centre right, whether in this
I
country
just general
or
belief.
overseas. I fundamentally believe in smaller taxes, lower government, and greater freedom.
Yeah, sort of things the
Sorry,
Nats should have been on the
freedom.
farmer side for back in the
It's
day.
up to
Split milk,
everybody in the Liberal Party,
Yeah,
the Liberal
they
National
fucked up.
Party, to come together to understand we've had this bad loss. Our leader has lost his seat.
I just sent
and we
I
need to work
sent the
together
family
to
chat
work out what we need to do
the
to
Greens
get
thing.
back
I
those
said Greens
people
most effective.
who did not vote for us.
But I said, oh, it's a glitch.
Yes.
Did not vote for us at the
And
2022.
like now that I've figured out it's not a
So,
glitch, I
James,
said actually it's
can
not
I
a
just
glitch.
ask you,
It's like
I mean,
Adam
just taking
Bantam
up
being
your
told.
point
My
about
wife sent me the.
entry and,
My wife sent the.
and,
the
not being
monkey.
able to,
Look like with the
attract
eyes
those
looking
voters.
sideways.
In the whole strategy that we heard about.
Oh, the two frames, and there's one where he's looking backwards, and there's one where he's looking forward.
Yeah, like sometimes it's the gift and the eyes are moving.
Cities.
Like that.
Why do you think that didn't happen? Let's put the question
Oh,
of
shit.
votes by women and the big difference between the
83,
vote for
Jesus
women and men
Christ.
for.
It'd be
the
even.
Yeah,
I reckon it'd be even more funny
Yeah,
if
Robertson with 53%
Why
counted.
didn't you appeal to
if
that
Greens kept
because of the
one,
economic message,
and it
or
was
because
Ryan and not
we're
Melbourne.
trying to tap
Hilarious,
into
they got a new
Yes.
I mean, what's your
That would
Yes.
be fucking hilarious.
Yes, please send them to fucking Queensland.
That'd be fucking
Get them the
hilarious.
fuck out.
Review should look into rather than me. I'm hurting as long as, and so is every other Liberal National in this country. I don't want to ad hoc make comments.
This guy's
in
still
relation
coping.
to what worked and maybe didn't work during the campaign.
He's been
It's got to
coping the
be
whole
done
night,
in a
hasn't he?
considered way.
More or
I worked for the
less.
Conservative Party after we had our third landslide loss in 2005, and it was finally when David Cameron, through Michael Howard, was able to understand how he could modernise
The Labor representative was like, let him cook. Let him cook.
About making sure traditional centre-right values, traditional conservative values, appeal to the modern country.
You need
and
to-
that's a challenge, and that's why I keep talking about Adrian Schrinner, who I think we have 18 out of the 25 wards in Brisbane when Labor have most of the state seats.
James.
And after this federal election, we'll have most of the federal seats also.
90% of the viewers watching do not know who Adrian
He's a
Schrinner
really
is.
good guy. He's the Lord Mayor of
Absolutely.
Brisbane, and
But
he sets.
earlier in this broadcast, you talked about a narrow goat track to victory, right? And the coalition's been picking this goat track between teal seats.
Ah,
on one
yes, crap.
hand
Get your pincers
and
out.
outer metropolitan battlers.
I haven't
on the
even
other,
like
and you've
thought
wound
about
up
looking at
tonight
West Australia.
Not winning any of the
Doesn't matter.
Because we know it's Labor. That's the issue. We know it's Labor.
Bradfield and
County
elsewhere.
WA
So
is
I don't know
7%
where the
swing to
goat track
Liberals.
is. I mean, if anyone else
Well, I'm
has
sure
views
the
on
election
this.
review will look into James.
They
Burrows'
don't have
goat
enough
track.
seats,
Kurt's
though.
into 1.1%
I'm not being
into
facile, but
independent.
it's been a bruising night for us.
More
Yeah, there's
is
what?
into ALP.
8 seats in
I'm
WA.
not being chemical. Our leader
Yeah,
is
it's
over.
not that many.
We've lost. We've done poorly.
6?
But it's
My
not.
leader has
It's
lost
not
his seat.
enough.
Someone I regard as
That's
a
the issue. It's not enough.
Someone who's given so much to this country. Someone who has.
Okay, yeah,
Politicians
that
who
canning
have
swing's
security
big. Was that redistributed?
24/7 like he does
I-
and others. It's because there are threats made. To
No
them.
idea.
Oh, that's Andrew Hastie's
James,
seat.
the question we're trying to get to is how is history going to remember Peter Dutton?
Well,
As a
that's
potato.
question of what the historians write.
As a
I
potato.
might need to
Oh,
look
the
at
One
those,
Nation.
because I think
Fuck.
they will
Okay, yeah,
remember
that's
him
why.
as someone who
what?
held a very
One
tough
Nation
seat
has
for a number of
9% of
terms,
first
someone who was a
preferences
very
in,
effective minister in the John Howard government,
in
the
canning in
coalition
West
government,
Australia.
and someone who
Yes.
did take a brave
Yeah, and
Pauline
that-
Hanson,
that
winning it
9%,
out.
to nuclear
that
energy.
9%, there's a 9% swing
Yeah.
against Labor from that.
terms
So
of- that was a
the
pretty big- that was
that
a
One
pretty
Nation
big-
candidate
that was a
has
pretty big thing to
Many
do.
questions to come. Yes.
eaten a bunch of votes from Labor candidate.
Question
Oh,
is, will the preference flow back to Labor?
They're not. They're flying. They're flying to the Liberals.
The results are down there. Are
Yeah, it's going to
extraordinary.
flow back to Liberals.
First, I'll say a couple of
Yeah,
things.
because
First, it's clear that
ABC's
Labor has won a
projection
majority,
is,
and they may well have a
Andrew Hastings
substantial majority.
with a
I'll just
7%.
make that absolutely clear. Secondly, in Victoria, all those seats.
You
that
can use
were
the board
mentioned,
again, Anthony.
Hawke, McEwen, Gorton, there's a swing to Labor. It may
How
come
will
down
most
with
people remember
3 poll
Dutton?
votes, but there's certainly no swing to the
Potato.
coalition. And in Bruce, there's a 12%
Yeah.
swing to Labor.
Exactly what I
Another
said.
seat was mentioned. And
From
there's that
chicken
swing all
salt.
across Victoria, and it's the smallest swing in the country. Labor has won Sturt for the first time since the
Pretty much.
1960s. Wow. So they've gained that extra seat in South. I haven't looked at
Jesus.
Boothby. I presume it's gone the same way.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about
Sensational
before.
swing.
Sturt. Yeah.
Monash, no idea who's going to win Monash tonight in Victoria. So, I mean, some quite extraordinary results.
7.5%
We need to get these for Tasmania.
Yeah, let's have a look at those. Shall we start with Bass, Bridget Archer's seat of Bass in the northeast of the state, covering Launceston. She's up against Jess Teasdale, a teacher in Launceston.
Yeah, and she spent many years teaching in the Northern Territories, moved back to Tasmania. This was the ejector seat. Bridget Archer broke the rules last time by managing to get re-elected, but not this time. 40% Labor, 30% for Bridget Archer, 13% with the Greens. Some of that loss of Liberal vote may have gone to some of the One Nation by the look of that, and there's an independent there.
50%
Let's just
counted.
look at the swing, the two-party swing. There is a 10.6% swing. Now, that
Oh
might
my
be
God.
1% or two, but still, that's a double-digit swing in Bass.
All right, let's go to Braddon, to Anne, to this, where the Labor candidate was Anne Urquhart.
Yeah, and Anne Urquhart's given up a Senate seat to run here, and she was a long-term, so she resigned a seat which she holds for another 3 years at Anthony Albanese's urging. Gavin Pearce is the retiring member. Mal Hingston is the new Liberal candidate, but he's not going to be the new Liberal member for Braddon. It will be Anne Urquhart transferring from the upper house at the moment.
So that's picked up two. That's just two picked up in fucking Tasmania.
13% on first.
That's half the fucking seats.
Jesus.
Counted. Let's look at the two-party preferred swing here.
Is Tasmania going to be a fucking Labor?
Oh, fucking
area?
hell.
Holy shit.
That's a fucking
No. Oh.
Liberals have been wiped out of Tasmania based on this, and now
Yeah.
let's look at Lyons.
Yeah.
This is in the centre of.
Yeah, they did. They did to the Liberals what they did to the Aboriginals.
Brian Mitchell.
Yeah. Fucking
There's as many
wiped
Liberals,
out.
there's as many Liberal members in Tasmania as there are native.
Bauer.
And Rebecca White.
Oh, shit.
Former Labor leader. She's
Oh my God.
Here you can see they're 43 to 25.
43.
Holy shit, it's fucking wiped out.
More than 11% down on first preferences.
What the fuck is Liberals doing that makes themselves so toxic?
These are just extraordinary results in Tasmania. You know, these are just amazing results.
So, should we bring in Cosentoni here? Because
We'll just do one more.
sorry,
One
beg your
more.
pardon?
This is, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, Franklin, down the bottom of the state. This is the one where earlier on Labor was in a bit of trouble. Julia Collins trying to hold the seat against the independent Peter George.
And I think they still are in trouble, but we'll just, I think we'll look at the first preferences.
Okay, they're
stay
keeping
there
that
at the moment
seat.
because we haven't got a winner for this. Julia Collins, 38, Peter George, 23, the Liberals, 17, Greens, 11. Now, Peter George, the Liberals directed preferences to the Labor Party, so that will make it tougher for Peter George to close a 15% gap. Even if he give them all the Liberal votes, all the Green votes, sorry, that still puts them behind Labor. And even if, you know, just
Sorry, Salmon.
split of Liberal preferences would re-elect Julie Collins. So she's had a bit of a scare, but at this stage, I think she's been re-elected.
Looks like Julie Collins is home.
Yeah,
So,
but Chris, like seriously,
Sky
name
News.
one policy that the Liberal Party other than nuclear power.
25 cents off your petrol, Crystal. Jeez. Only for a year.
Tax reduction. Only for a year.
I fucking can't stand these people. They're the worst.
Liberal policy was the fucking worst.
Has Sky News actually come back at all?
No, they haven't.
You don't get this. You don't get to hear what we're saying.
Here we go.
They are fucking coping and receiving in live time. It's fucking great.
And a big cheer from the Labor crowd. They love Penny Wong. Let's hear what she has to say before we hear from Anthony Albanese on his back-to-back.
No,
sorry.
He's been touring.
Sorry,
He's been touring every petrol station in Australia.
That's
every
sure
time
if
there's
you
a petrol
back-
station, there's a photo of.
He bought more
back-
He bought more worth of Kit Kats than he did fucking petrol.
He's responsible for this quarter's inflation figures. Despite spending so much money at petrol stations.
Like, you should especially backtrack on that sort of stuff in your campaign. You're fucked. You do not have a campaign.
I thought Penny Wong was a senator.
In our 26 million
Now she
people
is.
from more than 300 ancestries. And from
Doesn't
the
mean she can,
oldest
like,
continuing
do shit.
civilization on the
I
planet.
thought she was coming out doing a victory speech. I'm like, wait, isn't she a senator?
Yeah, she's a senator and she's just hyping up the crowd.
Friends, we love this country.
See, that's how you do a welcome to country. I acknowledge the traditional owners.
And
Next.
representing it to
Yeah,
the world
next.
is the honour of my life.
Line.
Because of who we are and what we strive to be. A nation that stands
Labour.
on its own 2 feet, that invests in the aspirations of all of its people, and a nation of courage and of kindness.
See, winning words. Where the fuck is Liberal doing?
And these principles in our campaign across the country. Our hard-working candidates, the thousands of Labor volunteers in every state and territory, in every community, working for a better future. Friends, 3 years ago, the Australian people made a collective decision to turn the page and write a new future for ourselves. Tonight, together, we start the new chapter. And we will write this next chapter so all Australians are part of our nation's story. No matter who we are or where we come from, no matter age or gender, no matter the lottery of birth, Australia's opportunity is for us all.
But yes,
Friends,
but
that Australian story
that rhetoric will work.
by our Australian Prime Minister, a man who shows what real strength is, a man
Excellent.
of courage, a man of compassion, a leader with the conviction of who we are and what we can be. A
Excellent.
leader with a conviction that builds Australia's future. Friends, some might want to mimic the worst of other countries. Albo always backs what's best about our country. Please welcome my dear friend, our Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese.
Anthony Albanese.
Where's his WWE intro song?
Damn it, I didn't know anything queued up.
Sorry.
I was more thinking Stone Cold Steve Austin. The smashing glass and the screeching tires.
Yes.
Best I can do.
My fellow Australians, serving as your Prime Minister is the greatest
Yeah,
honour.
Come on, that's pretty harsh.
God, is he?
Don't be like that.
Is that a lisp? Or is that
It's got a bit of speaking, Peter.
And a profound sense of responsibility. That
I don't have enough money to deal with this.
Like when people take the
impairment.
piss out of him, they really drag it
for
out.
the chance to continue to serve the best nation on earth. And I acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we may.
Wherever that may be.
Fuck.
And I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging today and every day.
God damn it.
Today, the Australian people have voted for Australian values. for fairness,
Yes and no.
aspiration and opportunity for all. For the strength to show courage in adversity and kindness to those in need. And Australians have voted for a future that holds true to these values, a future built on everything that brings us together as Australians and everything that sets our nation apart from the world.
Stop bringing non-Australians then, you fucking faggot.
In this time of global uncertainty, Australians have chosen optimism and determination.
Like I had a fucking choice.
Australians have chosen to face global challenges the Australian way, looking after each other while building for the future. And to serve these values, meet these challenges, seize these opportunities, and build that better.
Why'd they bring up this guy crying in the corner?
Australians have chosen a majority.
Sorry, I'm not looking at the thing. I'm trying to work out numbers.
they brought up a picture of someone from ABC who's looking down and it looks like he's fucking crying. Like, oh my God, I love you
Who's
so
the
much.
Labour for ABC? Because that's who's crying.
Yeah.
Chris Bowen.
No, that's the treasurer.
No. What the fuck is treasurer?
I forgot his
Yeah,
name.
he's fucking crying. Yeah, he's crying like a little bitch.
Doctor, whatever his name is.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I think the Australian people have got the name. A majority Labor
John
government.
Case has great more tax to the middle class.
Yeah, basically.
A short time ago, I spoke with Peter Dutton, who has, of course, conceded defeat. And
I said, suffering you, Joe.
No.
Well, of course, because he fucking doesn't see him all.
People with respect.
In my opinion, a total fucking
I
moron.
thank
Yeah?
Peter for his generous words at the end of what has been a very hard-fought campaign. And I want to take this opportunity to wish
Taking
Peter
a Mickey
and
out,
Shirley and
not
their
hard
family all the
fought.
very best for their future.
You've got to
Look,
say
it's
the nice
fucking
things about your.
collapse.
You've got to say the nice things about your competitor, Jim Chalmers.
Yeah.
Thank you, Prasad. I didn't care enough to look it up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Inevitably, the campaign and the coverage. is
Albo
about
knows not
our
to kick a man
differences
while
and
he's
our
down, and
disagreements.
Peter Dutton is
That
fucking
is the nature of
down.
our democracy, and it is the role of
He's
the
in the
media
gutter and
to
he's
serve
bleeding
it.
right now.
But now that the Australian people have made their
I want
clear
him
choice
stomped like
Let us all
American
reflect
X
on
style.
what we have
And he's like,
in common.
come on.
I
Come
should
on,
have used
Dutto.
this one for Dutto.
You just got your
matter where
shit
you
pushed
live,
in. It's
no
over.
matter how you worship or who
It's
you
fucking
are,
over.
whether you belong to a culture
ready
that
to
has
go
known
too.
and cared
God.
for this great continent for 65,000 years, or you have chosen our nation as your home and enriched our society with your contribution, we are all Australians.
Yes. Agreed. We are all Australians.
Like, yes,
So let all of
but
us work
Oh, there we go.
together
He's
to
going to
build
change
our
the
national
anthem
unity on the
to
enduring
I Am
foundations
Australian.
of fairness, equality, and
He'd
respect
better.
for
Noticed.
one another.
So there's 15 seats still in
My
doubt.
fellow Australians,
I just want to point out
I
the
know the
YouGov
world
numbers
is
were
thrown a
wrong.
lot at our country.
They
over the
underestimated
past
the
3
Labor
years.
fucking result.
I know so many of you have worked hard in the face
Because
of
YouGov had
Overestimated the
YouGov
independents.
overestimated the
And I
Green
know there's
result.
still much more to do.
Of
to
course.
put people under
fuck
pressure.
the Greens.
That is why it means so much
Oh,
that in these uncertain times, the people of Australia have placed their trust in Labor once again, including so many Australians who
I
have
can't
voted
deny it.
Labor
Like,
for
people
the
are
first time.
trusting Labor to get them through this difficult period.
Yeah, I think people understand that Labor
I
didn't make your food
this
more
solemn
expensive.
pledge. We will not forget that. We will
Well,
never
especially
take
with the
it for
eggs.
granted.
That's an
We
external
retain your trust
issue.
to
That's
drive our
Victorians.
government each and every day of the
We
next
didn't
3
create the
years.
flu.
The positive program we took to this
How do
election
I know?
was shaped by
Yeah,
the
prove
Australian
it.
priorities. And our
Just trust him,
government
bro.
will dedicate the next 3 years to
No, I just know
But kill,
that-
kill your chickens just in case.
Yeah, just in case.
bringing the rewards for your hard work within
I just know that voting
investing in our
didn't matter for
youngest
me
Australians
because
looking after
Labour was going to
older
win anyway
Australians.
because they have won forever.
Well, like I said, voting only matters
data
just to
point.
get the first,
Mm.
like just to get the people you first vote, the actual like electorate funding. After that, you don't really give a shit.
from tomorrow, back at work. Maybe not
But
everyone
it's a
here,
Sunday. What the fuck are you working on
and
a
that's
Sunday?
probably for the best.
It's okay. He's going to get
It's
penalty
God
points.
days.
We
You
take up
fucking
this
heathen.
task with new hope, new confidence, and new determination.
Dude, he said New Hope, Star Wars reference. It's May the 4th tomorrow.
Fucking hell.
He made a Star Wars joke earlier. Like he said,
He
oh, tomorrow,
did.
on Sunday, I'm going to either be Prime Minister or I'm not going to be Prime Minister.
Forward with no one held back and no one left behind.
Like,
I'm just
how's
going
that
to take this.
How's that a Star Wars joke?
Andrew Band's gone down.
I don't know. Andrew Bant.
I'm just going to say Bandit.
I was raised to be an
I'm going down.
My mum
He's
had a
going
hard
down.
life.
We're all going
She
down.
struggled financially.
He's down to
But she
43%.
taught me to always be
Fuck it, I'll
positive
take it.
and see
First
the
or second
best in
preferences.
people.
I
When it
don't know.
comes
That's
to
what
Australia's
Crystal
future,
said.
all of us have
Yeah, I know what we're
Oh,
talking
sorry, I
about.
didn't. I wasn't looking at the chat for a second there.
because when we look at
Yeah,
everything
Adam
going
asked
on
We're
Bandit.
talking about
around the
Andrew
world
Bandit.
today,
Oh, yeah, he's
when we
down. He's got a
consider the changes that will
5.28%
shape
swing
the
against him
future of the global
in
economy.
first preference count.
When we think about our
Ooh.
people and their
He might be
smarts and
done.
skills, truly there's no
That's
Hopefully
excuse
he's
other
done.
than
That's fucking gold.
Crystal.
here in
Friendly Geordies is going to be so goddamn happy.
Or is
Fuck
Geordie's
yeah.
a Green fan?
Geordies hates the fucking Greens.
Geordie hates greens.
Geordies,
Oh, okay.
Geordies likes the Greens as much as I do.
So he'll be.
Geordie
he'll
is
be
like
ecstatic.
a Labour right.
Geordie's
Geordie's like Labour right.
and make it our own.
He ain't with the fucking left
All of us.
grift.
Because for Australia to realise our full potential, for our nation to be its very best, every Australian must have the opportunity to be their best. To serve our Australian
Tom Wallace says
values,
appealing to boomers
we
to be
must
looked after by taxpayer
value
dollars in hospital.
every
Taxes will have to be
Australian,
increased.
and
No, we're just
Labor
going to let
will
them die in the
govern
street.
for every Australian.
Heating and cooling
Shouldn't
just
the boomers
skyrocket.
have
I don't know.
superannuation by now?
I know Victoria is not having a good run with heating because gas is real. Like your gas fields are running out.
Every Australian who wants a fair
True.
We do need to do
Actually,
something
I
about
actually
gas
use-
supply in Australia. I
It's
kind of
fine.
understand the whole Victoria in greenfield developments not having not allowing gas because I always thought, oh, that's stupid. Why? Like Victoria's got gas fields. What's going on? Yeah, you do, but they're running dry. Like Victorian
They are,
gas
yeah,
fields are actually running dry. So half like the reason for a lot of the
Not offshore
pricing
though, buddy.
elasticity in the gas market isn't just the high exports. It's because Queensland and gas from Queensland and New South Wales has to flow to Victoria.
That also, we
how much-
don't want to do offshore gas.
Yeah,
How much gas are we exporting?
Something like 80% of our gas. It's like our beef.
Almost all of our gas has been exported.
Like there are times where we've had to import gas from Qatar.
It is ridiculous.
Why?
It's
Where are we
because
sending all our gas?
China, Japan.
The issue is
We,
we're putting so much on the market.
Remember
that
before
we're not
when Crystal
reserving
was
it.
saying that John Howard fucked us? He fucked us because we cut deals with like China and Japan with fixed costs for gas.
That's
So,
ridiculous.
There are situations where the Japanese sell us our own gas back to us at a profit.
Yeah,
that's fucked.
Yeah.
It is turbo fucked.
Yeah, that's right. We export our gas very cheaply because it's in bulk.
Yep.
And knows the fact that renewable energy.
I am slightly annoyed that we don't retain.
Also, West
more
Australia is
of
the
our
only
gas.
state that has gas reservations.
Yeah, that's the issue. I fucking
Gas
want that.
reservations.
Yeah, so
Reserves,
the first
sorry.
20% of the gas is reserved
It's
for
reserved.
West Australian use.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Reserved
So
for
it's like,
domestic uses.
if we've got extra, we'll sell.
Yeah,
it.
that's right.
No
Crystal
fucking
says, what's even more ridiculous, gas companies don't even pay for the gas. They just pull it out and sell it. No royalties, nothing.
No, that's fucked.
But it is completely.
It should. That should be
and
taxed.
Fuck the goddamn fucking
It
liberals for
should be a
doing that.
percentage on how much they make from it, like straight up.
Well, we tried to do that,
Like
and
a
then
goddamn carbon tax.
and then the mining industry spent $10 million to destroy a Labor government.
Yeah.
So
Well, a Labor government
We're
just got in.
fucked.
Just make it happen.
this is the problem. They want to stay in. That in doubt number keeps fucking changing.
This card is not Labor red, or Liberal blue. It is green and gold.
That's a good line.
Yeah, but you can have Medicare cards that are different colours, by the way.
Yeah, the blue ones are for foreigners.
Of our national values in our national colours. Medicare belongs to all Australians, and together we will make it stronger for all Australians.
The
Because all Australians, quote unquote, paying
Rudd's
to it.
tax was actually better. The super profits tax that Gillard ended up passing was actually pretty piss weak.
Yeah.
So she shouldn't have actually gotten fucked for that. She got done by the carbon tax, which is the Greens.
Yeah, the Greens.
Because it was a minority
pushed
government,
it.
and the Greens did a deal, and the deal was you
Carbon
pass
tax.
carbon tax.
Deputy Prime Minister Richard Marles.
And so she did.
This
and
is
she
why
took the
this is
copper
why I
vote.
hate the Greens,
Oh, the Greens are
because
fucked.
Rudd
They do not compromise.
Rudd went to the Parliament with a fucking with a cap and trade scheme, so emissions trading scheme. And would have priced carbon at $20 a ton. Back in 2008, would have been perfect. Would have been bedded in. The market
Yeah.
would have developed, and companies would be incentivized to reduce their carbon footprint, because then they could sell their credits to companies that don't have a choice.
Yeah.
But the Greens decided that good enough wasn't good enough. So
And that's the issue with
perfect
Greens.
was the enemy of good.
Exactly.
So they sided with the Liberals and killed it.
Yeah. It was fucked.
And then which killed Rudd's popularity, because Rudd came out and said, "Look, climate change is the great moral challenge of our lifetime," and it's like, well, hold on there, calm down, Kevin. But I mean, if
he's
whatever,
107, but
whatever,
calm down.
his approach was pretty moderate, and it was moderate to the point where Malcolm Turnbull fucking agreed with it, and the Liberals were on board. But that got Malcolm Turnbull rolled by his own party, and that's how we got Tony Abbott. Tony Abbott ended up becoming becoming opposition leader, and Tony Abbott was a hard no on all of it. So Rudd needed to go to the crossbench in the Senate, and the
Tony
crossbench
Abbott
was the fucking
used-
Greens.
Used
And Bob
all
Brown
of
and
his
the Greens
powers.
were like, no, we're not doing it, and they voted with the fucking Liberals and killed it.
I don't think people realize, like, I peeped into like the question time back when Julia Gillard was in power, and Tony Abbott at that stage like shut down question time,
Oh yeah.
and that's what he was doing, was kind of shutting it down, like just wrecking havoc into the system.
So
that's
these
the other
mining
thing. That's the other thing Dutton did. Dutton ran out, was missing in action for the apology to the stolen generation. You know, something that is you can all objectively get on board with. Hey, stolen generation, probably shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, sorry it happened to you.
Sorry
Have
about
done
that.
Yeah. I
We
didn't do
as a
it,
government, representing the government of the day and previous governments, we're sorry about that. We won't do that again.
Yeah.
you have our sincerest apologies. Didn't cost us anything.
From,
It was
Maybe a little bit of
words,
pride.
but yeah, that's right. It didn't have a dollar value.
Pride,
Yeah,
but that's bad.
Remember when the third party was Democrats? I do, and I remember when they fucked us on the GST.
I'm sorry, but I won't.
Another never ever.
For a little while.
Another never ever promise. Except this one didn't hurt the Liberal Party because they don't get hurt by lying.
Didn't vote for it, but I fucking remembered the fucking pamphlet.
Yeah, and Cheryl Kerno jumped across to the Labor Party, and then lost her Senate seat or Senate slot, I think, from memory.
Yeah.
And I do love it.
Oh, I love it.
I can love it.
To the Labor Party's heart and soul, our rank and file members and the mighty trade union movement of Australia.
Fuck, we're under a train union.
My friend says is very upset. He really wanted a minority government.
It's not going to happen.
You don't want a minority government. Minority government is what you have in Europe, and it is fucking clusterfuck.
It is compromise, and it's the worst of your options.
So you always have a minority government because the Senate has to be negotiated with. So you always have it anyway. Even the Liberals have to deal with the crossbench in the Senate. So everything's a negotiation, but you don't want to have to fucking do that in two houses.
And Australia knows that, so they don't they change their votes between House of Representatives versus the Senate. That's why we get the split.
I think it's representative of the country as a whole. Because I wanted to show this before.
Country as a whole in the Senate versus the electorate in the House of
These are the party
Representatives.
totals. I found this quite interesting. This is the national party totals.
You're not showing it.
Oh, sorry, I thought I hit it. There we go. So these are the national totals. So overall, it's 56-44 Labor coalition. But here's the interesting breakdown.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got, 34 Labor, 30 coalition, independents about 40%, Greens 14%, Greens about 13%, One Nation 6%, Trumpet of Patriots 2%.
Yep.
Now, I reckon you'll see something very similar in the Senate. You'll have a handful of you won't have independents because independents in the Senate it's not really conducive because of group ticket voting.
Yep.
But I mean, here's your Senate allocations so far. So Labor Party's 110, 2 more likely. Liberals 1-6, 4 more likely. Greens have 1-1 with 4 more likely. One Nation.
Paul Enhances 1
continuing 0-1-0 likely. David Pocock will be returning to the Senate. Trumpet of Patriots none
because fuck them.
So
Lambie is none because fuck them.
So, but I just thought the party titles were quite interesting. All parties. Family First.
It's a very interesting split.
They managed to con 115,000 Australians to wasting their vote.
That's very disappointing, but expected, actually.
I just want to remind everybody this.
At least it's only 153,000.
This was the insane polling.
It's expected. When you look at IQ values like the curve and all that shit, it's expected.
Could have been worse.
So my mate's like, bro, I don't want more tax. I don't want unrealized gains. I can't even afford paying the tax man on what I have achieved so far in life. So the Liberals were running on raising your taxes. There was a tax cut that will go into effect next financial year. And another one that goes into effect the financial year after that. Now it's only $250 and then $500, but it's not nothing.
It's not temporary.
Liberals were getting rid of it. No one's
Yeah,
taxing
these-
unrealized gains. That was bullshit.
It's always been bullshit.
There's a study that Labor's doing looking at superannuation accounts that have balances over $3 million. Now, I love you,
Right.
man, but I'm pretty sure you don't have a balance of $3 million.
I mean, not yet.
There's about 250 superannuants out there in Australia who have balances over $3 million.
That's why you diversify between different superannuation accounts.
$3 million in a
Exactly.
super fund. That's a bit of a perversion of what super was for. It wasn't meant to be treated that way. And I'll blow your mind. So in America, they have 401ks. So they have IRAs,
Correct.
individual retirement accounts. So regular individual retirement account, which is through your company, like through your employer. You don't pay tax on the money that goes in or any of the capital gains
It comes out of it.
that come out of it. But when you in the drawdown period, there's a minimum drawdown amount, and you have to pay your regular tax on the amount.
As if it was income.
A Roth IRA,
It's different.
when you pay into it, you pay the tax. So you pay tax on the way in.
Yeah, so it's off
and
tax
on the way out,
income.
you pay nothing.
Yep.
So
Which is
there
better.
are a whole bunch of billionaires who have taken advantage of Roth IRAs, and now the Americans are looking at taxing those on the way out because they were never intended to be used that way.
Oh, okay.
So
Which is very
superannuation was
disappointing.
never intended to be a vehicle for making yourself uber wealthy or hiding your wealth from the tax man. Superannuation was always intended to supplement and eventually, or supplement and in some cases replace the age pension.
Yeah, the idea was
It was
replace
meant
it.
because the age pension was always meant to be a safety net.
Looks like our
Not a plan.
founders, our four founders actually realized that we weren't able to actually get the tax
I'm thinking of
revenue
something else
from it.
I'm sure they were going to do something with like the. I know that. Yeah, I think you're right. They did do the balance thing a while back.
Hmm.
But there was another thing they were going to do with big ass super balances. Most people don't have their house in a super fund. It's not even a self-managed. I think it's actually explicitly disallowed. Yeah, that's true. You can't have your personal. It has to be an investment property. If it's self-managed, some people cheat, and they like structure it in a weird way.
And they'll get caught out eventually.
This is you've got to put 100% of your income in super at 15% tax and just withdraw it if you're over 55. You can do. There's weird rules that come into effect
After you get into the
when you get to
that
like
period.
up into the 50s, and you can
Start
you can
to
make
withdraw it.
you can make non-concessional contributions in excess of the normal limit. So, like when you get to 55, your annual limit is like $300,000. So you just start slamming cash
input
into the
That kind of
your
makes sense,
superannuation,
especially at that age.
just to build
because-
up money into your super, so that when you go into the drawdown period, you can
Because-
it'll last longer.
Yeah, because
Ideally,
the
during your
compound
drawdown
interest
period, you're
wouldn't
still
work.
getting return on investment.
Yeah.
So,
Like at that stage, compound interest doesn't matter to you because compound interest takes too long for you at 55.
Yeah.
So you might as well
It's
just
why all
slam
these
as
fucking
much money
plans-
as
it's why all these fucking brain farts to like, oh, we're going to let you take $50,000 of your superannuation out as a deposit to help you with a deposit on your house. Now that sounds like a great idea, but if you're young and you're using $50,000 of your super, that's probably a lot of your fucking super. I can't remember what the
Almost all
super
of
balance
it.
averages are, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't
It's
get
almost
into
all of
like
it.
six figures until like people are in their late 30s. Average.
Yes. Like I'm barely getting to like the 3 digits, and I'm
Also, your house doesn't
35.
add money to your super.
So the average super balance by age in Australia is at 35 to 39, $83,000. So you're not even into six figures yet.
Yeah, exactly.
Imagine someone who's 35 who's got $80,000 in super. They take that 50, they take 50 grand out and they use it to buy their house. So now that they've got a mortgage, they're probably not going to
be adding extra
concessional contributions.
Yeah, it'll just be the minimum from the employer.
Whatever the employer pumps in. So they're
you
not
have to go literally back
that 50 grand balance back. They're going to be 50 grand worse off when it comes to compound interest. So it's going to take them.
You have to literally have to go back.
It's going to take them another 10, 15 years to get back up to the same level they were. And
the issue is, are they going to work that?
Yeah,
out?
okay. They'll have paid off their mortgage by the time they're 65, hopefully. But big fucking deal. You can't eat your house.
They got fuck all to actually live
and it doesn't
in that house.
You've got fuck
and
all
the house
super.
And the house doesn't make money.
Yeah, sure, your house is an asset, but it's not appreciating. Like it's not an income generating asset. It's a keep you warm at night asset.
Well, yeah, when you sell it is when you see those appreciations.
Yeah, you don't realize.
Yeah, and you're not going to see that
until you sell it. And if you sell it, you've got nowhere to fucking live.
You're poor.
So it's like me saying, "Yeah, I'm a millionaire." But I can't spend my house.
Exactly.
So
like in terms of assets, you're a millionaire. But in terms of actual cash,
my only target was that if I die, there is enough in my life insurance and my superannuation to pay off the house and cover the misses. And I have achieved that. That's all I wanted to achieve.
Yep.
Yeah, basically.
My missus has convinced me that I'll die first because,
to be fair, she's kind of right.
No, she thinks that she's doomed. She's doomed to lose me. So it's about her more than me.
Okay.
She's not right. It's like she kind of right.
Well, no, she's the one.
You're gonna die.
She's got high blood pressure. She's the one that has a bevy of medical issues that doctors can't diagnose. Right?
But you're gonna die, though. That's why you need to kind of get your. That's why you need to get your records in state.
Kierkegaard.
That's why you've got everything in order. That's right. You got everything in order.
Let's give it.
Don't tell me you got no. You come on. You've got everything in order, right?
What do you mean?
You hesitated. That's why I'm like going. You don't have anything in order, right?
What do you mean? I don't have anything. What in order?
You hesitated. That's why I think you don't have everything in order. Please tell me you actually do.
No, we do. That's what I said. I've already got it.
Okay. Okay. That's
I
the
said
issue.
I said I have achieved that. Okay. I am at the point where if I drop dead after this stream, the missus is looked after. The house will be paid off. The missus will have some money to take care of herself for probably 10, 15 years.
That's all you can hope for.
And that's And then I assume the kids will move in and take care of her. The kids will be like, "Sweet house." The last one that will be in the formal video streams, yes. Does keep pestering me to write a will, so I do have to visit an attorney.
You really kind of do need to do that.
Yeah, I know.
You need to declare.
I don't want to give a lawyer money.
Your Honor,
you need to declare your exeter.
Lawyers money.
Your Honor, we don't have
giving people money.
A formal will.
Hang on over to support@freestream.com. Like what we do here.
Don't worry, if you don't have a formal will, the fucking state will take your damn shit.
I know. Well, no, they don't take it.
Declare executor. That way, either your son, daughter, whoever takes care of your estate.
How about wife? You think my wife can't be the executor?
No, yes,
they can.
Yes, but
but
the problem with that is if you both got
You
the
say
same
she's a
time.
whammon.
No, if you both got the same time, then it's
Oh,
up in
that's
the
fair,
air, and all your kids fight about it. Whereas with a will, it's like, okay, this person gives it to partner, and that person gives it to partner, and if both go, it goes to someone else.
Yeah, you could
It
say in
moves
the
up this
will,
way.
if my wife is still alive, all of it goes to her. Then outside of if she's already dead by that stage, then
I
you
just
can
want to point
go
out
down
it's
the
still
steps.
0 green.
Stop for a moment and think, when did it become
Fuck yeah.
weakness to be kind or generous or inclusive
That's-
or gracious?
Oh,
And
that's
again, I
great.
come back to the way that Anthony leads our team.
Let's have a
You
whip
know,
through
he's
the
not-
fucking seats, shall we?
He doesn't hoard power for its own
So we
sake.
can look at the leaders.
I think it was that guy, by the way, who was crying.
Oh yeah, that's the treasurer. That's
Oh yes.
yeah. So Albo won his seat with 66.6%.
Devil.
Should have been 69.
That doesn't bode well. Dutton has of course lost his seat.
Yes.
Oh, it keeps getting worse for him.
And I think you're a massive fucking bellend. And in
Let's see. Adam Bant, according to the ABC's projections, let me
Yes.
refresh the latest. According to the
He's gonna
ABC's
lose.
projections, Adam Bant is unemployed.
Fuck yeah.
Womp womp.
Fucking get rid of them. Fucking both. Get rid of the fucking Liberals and the Greens. Get rid of them.
Stuart Bonds has come 10% short of
disappointed.
of getting the first lower house seat for the One Nation Party since Pauline Hanson.
Back in '96, wasn't it?
Back in '96, yes. I think the '96 election, but I think it was '97.
Oh, okay.
Bob Catter has won this election. Shock horror. Let's see. The seat of Wills looks like it may be going green. It's fucking razor's edge.
Wills. That's in.
This is where RC is.
Oh, okay. Might go
Brisbane
green.
is going to the Labor Party. That is a loss for the Greens. Griffith is going to the Labor Party. Max Chandler Mather will have to return to the unemployment line. I'm sure he can get a job at the Australia Institute. And unfortunately, Greens retain the seat of Ryan in Brisbane. That may be their only seat. Quickly whipping through New South Wales. Banks is going Liberal. Banalong's going Banks is going Labor. Banalong's going staying Labor with an even bigger margin, with a fucking 9.6% swing. Absolutely fucking staggering. Gilmore is staying Labor with an even bigger swing. That's fucking insane, man. Robertson is, of course, staying Labor with a bigger swing. Bradfield look like it might be going into Colblet. So there may be another teal unseating a Liberal Party candidate.
Good.
Calais is staying with Andrew G. No, wait.
Yeah, top G.
No, Andrew G is dethroning the fucking Nationals.
Yeah, top G.
So that's the Nationals' loss.
Good.
To an independent.
Fuck them.
That's
22% swing from Nationals. 22%.
Yeah. Fuck them.
That's insane.
Says, what about the small, hardworking families who buy a few properties to have a nest egg of rental income for retirement and pass on to their children, or those who own investments and one farm with cows? It just sounded very familiar. To make extra income, to live some comfort and find to their children. We aren't the problem. The problem is with people.
What are you
and
reading?
find so large.
Where are you reading?
My mate's watching, but he's messaging me on WhatsApp.
Oh, okay. Directly. Gotcha.
My guy, man, we've talked about this before. I got no problem with that, man. Like, none of what you've said is impacted by this.
We have no problem with that.
Like,
BD, we have no problem with that, right?
So
With what?
Just owning a couple of investment properties.
Yeah, if you want to have a few properties and build a nest egg, if you want to, somebody's got to rent places.
I think the point was that hiding money in super was the problem.
Yeah.
Yes.
You want to own 100 houses, go fucking gold. As long as they're being rented out, I'm cool with that.
Yeah, that's right. You are allowed. You're allowed to earn from the sweat of your brow, man.
You want to have a real estate empire, go for gold.
Yeah. Like if your dream is to kind of own properties,
as long as 80%, 90% of those properties are being rented out, I'm cool. Like I go for it.
Anyway,
the question is, are you maintaining them? Which is ideally, yes, you are maintaining them.
Cowper is a Nationals retain. Back's starting to hurt. Looks like Di Lee has beaten Tu Lee. She may have retained her seat according to ABC's projections in the current count.
But how will we know
so she
which
will
league
have won by preferences. Liberal preferences will have flowed to her.
How will we know that? How would they know which Lee is going to get what?
I know. Surely they were just going to get confused.
I know. Because of racists and stuff.
At least they can call it for Lee.
That's right. Either way, they can call it for Lee.
Lee wins the seat.
Yes.
Albo wants over 1 million houses built very quickly. Yeah, but it's only going to be through the housing Australia fund, and it's not just houses. He wants apartments built as well.
It's apartments.
The plan is to. My understanding of the plan is, there's a lot of yeah, I know it's Cabramatta.
Yeah.
My understanding is the plan is to for greenfield builds in apartments, like 40% for to earmark for first home buyers, and like 5% of the apartments are meant to be public housing. Yes, sorry, hovels. Yeah,
kind of makes sense.
That's how we build now. Unfortunately, unless someone wants to start building some new cities.
To be fair, the Victoria Labor is ripping down the old fucking. Sorry.
Sophie Scamps is staying. That's another teal. Let's see. Actually, let's go back. They're about to run through some seats.
She's been easily re-elected. I mean, she had a double-digit margin.
Yeah, she was fine.
She's increased the margin even further. She holds that seat with us.
Yeah, they're ripping down the old low rental buildings.
Yes, because we've been looking at whether
they were building back in the 70s.
Apartment blocks.
The teal independence.
Yeah, those get ripped down.
And rebuilding, or just turning into
rebuilding based off the split that Thermo mentioned.
The electorate increased in area, so that's a big difference. But she's ended up with a 4% swing in her favour. So Allegra Spender has absolutely no.
Yeah, housing commission is public housing. It depends on what state you're in.
Yeah, Victoria's ripping those down, building them back up. The split will be based off what Thermo said.
Another Teal independent or community independent, Dr. Sophie Scomps.
Significantly, all these Teals won from second place.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that some of them will be sold, most of them will be sold, but some of them will be commissioned.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah,
they're basically taking back the land and kind of repurposing it for
also
the most part for private property.
Also, one of the schemes that the Labor Party has now for I think in West Australia is the government takes a financial interest in your home. So you basically buy a house with the government, and when you die, the government takes back what they put in.
Like the Victorian government in their scheme.
We're definitely at the moment.
Okay, well, Queensland government used to do something
I think the
similar.
model's been used everywhere. I'm pretty sure all the independents have held their seats. I haven't so far.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it.
Seats in Victoria.
They'd go guarantor on a house loan, and you'd pay off the loan. Like, say you own 30%, right? And so you'd pay the 30% of the mortgage, and then you'd rent the rest from the government.
Not quite.
And so
if you're going based off
like I said,
Victoria,
it was similar. Like it was kind of like a rent to own type thing, where you could slowly buy off parts of the house over time.
Yeah, they. I think they have that in New South Wales as well for housing commission.
Yeah,
there were a few housing commission properties where, like these were the standalone ones, not the ones that were part of like townhouses and stuff.
Yeah, it's
like,
different to
and you have
the
the option to buy. But rent to buy is a good idea.
Well, not really rent to buy. It's like you rent it off them, and you could refinance chunks at a time.
Yeah,
like I want to refinance another 20%. But the way they do it was, say the house was worth, 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom, and it's worth $2,000 a month on the market, and you own 30% of it. They then only charge you, like, they calculate, okay, so 70% of that, and then they go, right, well, it's housing commission, so we can only charge you $200 a week.
Is very strongly
or whatever,
right?
And
where the
it's
government
actually a
owns
lot
majority of it versus the person who's in it owns like a minority stake in it.
Yeah, but the government can't step in unless it's on the chopping block for being sold or something like serious happens. Like,
I like
damage
the
or
idea
whatever.
of a government equity scheme. I think that's a happy medium.
It's just not what they're currently doing at the moment.
Yeah,
That's the
they
issue.
used to do that. Like, they haven't been doing this for 20 years.
The other idea,
This is a tricky one. Russell
the
Broad
other
was
idea
the
I
Liberal,
kind of
lost
have is that
pre-selection running as an independent. Got Mary Aldred as the Liberal candidate.
you can actually have government back, like so for rent to buy schemes. You could have the government back the developer.
Just look at those first preferences. I mean,
So if someone falls through, the government basically backstops the developer so they don't lose any money.
Oh, yeah.
Scramble anything on that for us.
Okay.
What do you see there?
Like you do financing through the developer for rent to buy.
Yeah, so the developer goes ahead and does builds an apartment block and they're all like it's 100% rent to buy. People apply to rent to buy.
Interacting oddly with the
And instead of the developer taking the risk of people not paying, the government takes the risk. So they're the backstop. Instead of having to go to a bank.
Was what I thought you were talking about.
Well, the government becomes the bank.
Okay, now
Yeah, basically.
But well, if you know anything about economics, governments are basically banks with an army.
Catch up. Maybe it was Flinders. I was looking at on the screen. Let me find it. She's down here somewhere.
They take in money and they distribute money, and they have an army.
They take in money by force.
Yeah.
Flinders is the state seat.
So does
Because
the
if you don't pay, what happens?
Can't pay.
They take
you
force.
away.
Exactly.
That's very interesting.
It's all
Zoe McKenzie will have
controlled
difficulty if those numbers continue.
with a bullet.
Because if Labor, Green preferences will probably
More or less, yes.
That's a disaster.
Does not
I
be a
didn't even have
bullet, could be a
Flinders on my
blade,
list.
but same thing applies.
The future generation of Liberal leadership, which
Why
includes
don't you have
that
Flinders on the
MP,
list
Zoe
of
McKenzie, and Keith Wallahan next door.
seats
If
to
after
watch?
this
Surely
election
that's
there
not
are
a-
people arguing that the problem for coalitions, they didn't go further enough to the right and they lost votes to One Nation. It's not One Nation and those parties that lost the election. It's seats like this. And the Liberal Party is losing votes to independents all around the country.
And the number of Climate
Urbans.
200 backed or community voice backed independents.
Oh yeah, that's the other one. Community voice. There's another like Climate 200 thing.
Maybe the
Like a
new
pack.
financing laws that the coalition and Labor have come to
Right.
an agreement on might sort of make it easier for the coalition next time. But it's
Well,
a big issue.
but James McGrath, just quickly on that, there was this big question mark as to how much effort the Liberals would put in after the last election 3 years ago to winning back.
Green
those
seats are still in
seats.
doubt.
Whatever you did or didn't try to
All
do,
of
it meant like you're
Good.
losing more seats to them. Places like
I haven't even called the
Bradfield, possibly Flinders.
Willis is back to ALP ahead.
Well, it's a problem.
Good.
That's going to swing. That's going to swing back and forth. That's going to take. That's going to take that.
That's good. They're going to swing back to Labour.
And then we have teals on the other side.
Most already went to them.
All the bigger voting areas are in Labour's area.
Cooper's an ALP retain. Deacon's an ALP gain from the Liberals. Bye-bye, Michael Sukkar. Couldn't have happened to a nicer bloke. Goldstein's a independent retain. Indai is an independent retain, of course. Kuyong's an independent retain.
Yep, Bill Shorten his seat is retained to Labour.
Considered look into why this has happened. The question is,
you must have some idea tonight that you can say we need to do this.
My friend says we're actually all pretty sad from the results. Man, don't feel sad.
No, I'm not really
sad
about the results.
Wait, who are? Is he saying we're sad or his group is sad?
His group is sad.
Oh
no! Don't be.
What are his?
Sad. They're all
Dutton
listening.
lost
Hey
a seat.
everybody. Hi everybody.
Greens. Yeah.
Why are they all sad?
Because I think they're Liberal voters.
Oh.
But Liberals are fucked.
No, but always the silver lining is there's fewer Greens.
Yeah.
People are the future of the party.
Yes.
Zero Greens.
Bonus.
Will be a challenge
It's like
for us.
it's a whole new world of zero Greens. Adam Bant could very well be unemployed.
No fucking. I want it to happen. Want it to happen.
Party or the LNP, whichever, will not have.
I know my prayers were answered.
In most of the capital cities of Australia.
Yeah, Dutton lost and Greens looks like they're going to have none.
That's the thing.
I didn't care. I got you one.
Seats there. Adelaide.
As long as it wasn't Dutton.
Yeah.
All the Greens.
All the
It
Greens.
was a minority government and it was someone other than Dutton.
Exactly.
You could say chicken and egg, but the organisation
I was
sort of became.
I was content with Prime Minister
And this has got to be
Angus
a
Taylor.
concern, hasn't it? I mean, how do you attract?
I would have been more
people
content with
if
Prime Minister
the,
Angus
the
Young,
future of the
which I
party's
almost
being
said.
wiped out, but also that your
But I'm pretty sure I'd need a shovel.
sort of functional in the big cities.
Well, I can look at Brisbane, where we control Brisbane City Council.
Oh well, that's wow.
Wow, you
Control
earned the
Brisbane City
fucking
Council.
local.
Good job.
The local council. Ah, fuck me.
By Adrian Schrinner and the team have been in power since
Like,
2004.
that fucking
And
changes
what they've done
anything.
is they've run a low tax
Such is the
agenda,
divine
a
right of
pro-service
kings.
agenda. And what David Christopher
Now we
will
need
do
to make some
in
fielder
Premier
workers needing a fair go,
Queensland
not tax till
is
blue.
make sure that he
Yeah,
runs
there's
a
also like the Future Made in Australia thing,
on service delivery in
which
Queensland. And
might work.
to me, that is the model we should be looking
Like
at.
I said
Yes
before,
and no.
like I said before on the regular show, I
I
dream of Australia being a green energy superpower. Whether you believe in climate change or not, there are enough people in the world who do believe in it, and we should be selling shit to them.
It's just not that diverse enough. That's the issue.
Well, yeah, we should have started in 2007 with money made from the emissions trading scheme.
And look at how he's
But
going
yeah.
as Premier of Queensland.
Yeah.
In terms of
Oh, well.
We need to keep moving. Apologies. Let's go to Jeremy Fernandez at the big board for a better look at how the state of play is going. Cheers.
You know, you take one look at the big board and you can see the scale of what's happened.
Oh,
Let's
Jesus,
just
look.
what's gone on here. Since
Fuck
last
me.
check-in with the big board, a number more seats have been
1,
filled
2,
in with
3,
colour. So
4,
we've seen
5, 6,
the
7,
most
8,
safest seats on
9,
either
10,
end
11,
and the most
12,
marginal
13,
in between.
14,
This first column here for Labor,
14
one of the most
seats.
critical parts
14
of
Liberal
Australia,
seats
and they
went to
need
Labor.
to hang on to these seats to keep
And one
that
went
red wall
independent.
And one went independent.
Any coalition
So far.
incursion
And none
from
seem to
making
have
its
gone
way
from
onto this side of the
Labor.
board, and
in
they've
any
None
successfully
have
done that.
none have fulfilled.
Labor colouring in almost the entirety of its side of the board and also making waves on coalition territory. They've claimed all these marginals.
And
on
when
the
you
coalition
think
side, going all the way up
what
to
Dutton had to
Leichhardt,
do was
and
hold
down
every
to
single one of
Bradman.
these
Bradman has seen a
seats
swing of about
and get 15
15%.
more.
So they've made deep inroads into coalition territory. Another notable thing here to see is the number of independents that have been returned to the crossbench.
All of them, I reckon.
Dai Lee retaining there. Curtin,
That's the only
Cooper,
one I'm
McKellar,
disappointed.
Goldstein,
Right, I'm not a
Whitworth,
big fan of
Uday,
Daly.
Yet again, Warringah,
Which one,
Mayo,
sorry?
Clark. And
Daly.
You've got Bradfield over here with Nicolette Buller.
Not other Lee,
off
but
the
Daly.
retiring Paul Fletcher. So let's
Lingari was
now
marginal
the
Labour.
seats where we are not
Yeah,
in
it's
a
now
position to
not
project
marginal Labour
just yet,
anymore. That's
but
very much
we
Labour.
can see who is ahead. Now you'll note from that last count there weren't any Greens on the board.
Actually, there's your new Liberal Party leader.
In Ryan in Metropolitan.
You've got it right here, Andrew Hastie.
Why him?
He's young. He's well spoken. He's former military.
Okay.
He's
Yep.
He's got a full head of hair.
Hey, there's a bonus.
He's from West Australia. Don't hold that against
That's a
him.
bonus. That's a bonus.
Also, he won his seat with a swing to Liberals. So that's an advantage. He's in a safe seat.
8.1%.
So
0.5% swing. This is absolutely handout, but the picture around the nation is swings to Labor.
Check on
everywhere.
Let's take a look at New South Wales. How's
See
that
what
come up?
So again, we're seeing a
Votes
swing
is doing.
toward Labor 4.2%. The ALP now have 55.6% of the two-party preferred vote on what we've got at the moment. And look at the seats that they've gained. Hughes, you call that the heartland for at least the last few decades. The seat of Banks, the seat of Bennelong.
Okay, so the AC doesn't make a declaration on election night.
What about Queensland? Queensland is another one.
They legally need to wait 13 days for after the election day to receive postal votes back.
Quite some time. They continue to dominate.
They only make a declaration when it is mathematically certain.
Dixon, Peter Dutton's seat.
Like they literally counted 50% of the votes.
Can ALP
50%
get
of
to
the votes they've
100?
counted.
Hold roughly a third of the
That's
seats
my question.
in Queensland. So a massive thumping there
I
off a 3.5%
don't think so.
swing, and they are nearly even.
They were at 80 something and they needed, and there was what, 15 uncounted?
State government in Victoria has been considered a bit of a liability for this federal
So,
campaign.
they would need to win all 14 seats that are in doubt.
And of course, this was the only mainland state.
So if they win every single seat that's in doubt,
the coalition, well, that
they will be at 100. They will not win every single seat that is in doubt. I can say that unequivocally.
Fewer pickups in that state
because there are seats. There's going to be at least one Green. There could actually end up being two Greens.
State level doesn't seem to have affected this here because we're seeing.
Don't say yes, sir.
I don't want to kind of guess anything.
Willis is a maybe. I'm pretty sure Ryan is a definite.
Hey, another 3.4% here. Labor have picked up Sturt, and that means Labor hold every.
With what? Sorry,
Wills has gotten wider.
Adelaide. It is a wipeout.
What'd you say, Willis?
In Adelaide,
Wills in Victoria.
What do you mean wider?
52-48. So the margin has gotten
We've
wider.
seen a very strong Labor
To the Greens?
Western Australia.
No, to the Labor.
Wrong.
To Labor.
Labor's
okay.
itching in.
I don't know if you've got it up or not, but you're still on that.
No, I
An
don't.
early account because a small account because the polls
Labor's kind of winning in, so
swing toward Labor.
looks like they might just win it by hairs.
It's off the back of a 10.5% swing.
AC is a who's leading page. They have Greens at 0.
Growing at that sort of a rate. The
Good.
expectation might have been
Fuck the Greens.
in the West, but we're not seeing that. We're seeing a roughly a status quo result.
I am looking for a Greens wipeout.
Count progress.
TGD.
Exactly.
About the mood of the country, about
Total Greens death.
I want to bring in Tony Barry
And fuck the corpse of the Greens.
Tony, when you look at these figures, what does it tell you about where the nation's at and how the party now reviews this result?
Well, it starts with we've got to stop drinking the Kool-Aid from the fire hose and having a serious review. And it can't be like past reviews where we punish the innocent and protect the guilty.
What do you mean by the Kool-Aid?
Well, we keep on deluding ourselves that we're just a few tactical devices away from winning an election. Back when we used to be the party of lower taxes and lower government spending, we could compete on those values-based narrative. But we don't have that anymore. We don't have a values-based communication. We have a bunch of tactical devices. it was pretty clear that we didn't have policies in the can. And I think any sort of review needs to be honest.
You got your policies from the can.
The reasons for the loss.
God, that camera in the background is fucking. It is very distracting.
Which remains, you know.
Oh yeah, that'll be
like,
guy with a steady camera walking around getting weird jobs.
So it's more than just a federal problem.
Going with a DP's telling.
Looks like he just found out pan, tilt, and zoom.
Not just being.
Oh, look at this.
Check this out. Whoa.
How we sort of build on that values-based narrative.
Some of these issues, I'm thinking about the Liberal Party in Western Australia, in Victoria, the culture wars. These are not new problems. Why were these lessons not learned the last time?
Yeah, that's a very good question. That's something we need to be honest about. And I think, you know, the great temptation in this review is to look at the campaign performance and blame the wrong people. The fact is the shadow ministers didn't do the policy work. There was a bunch of policies rushed out at the last minute. There was no pre-positioning of those policies, why they needed to be. They just kind of rushed out the door in the last minute. One of the policies, the petrol one, was supposed to win us the outer seats. That clearly didn't work. 15 petrol stations? Yep.
That Dutton went to?
Yep. And you know, there was no sort of...
Well, no, he just didn't go to enough petrol stations. That's the problem.
Yeah, they'll learn all the wrong lessons, and next time they'll go to 30 petrol stations.
And sort of produce it on the budget and reply speech. So, you know, the party needs to get back to its core beliefs and values, lower taxes, lower government spending, but articulate the case, not just leave it for the last...
Oh, they've called 40 fair
and try and
Conservatives.
On market days.
Yep.
Cos, I want to look at this stunning result for Labor. What does it tell us about the primary vote for the Labor Party to have done this work?
Well, it's clearly gone up, and they're capturing a growing number of Australians who we've been talking about now for some time. That is younger Australians under the age of 44, millennials and Gen Z. But the other point I'd like to make is that over 6 million Australians have voted for something other than the major parties today and over the course of the last 2 weeks. And the majority of them preferenced the Labor Party. So this narrative, again, that the coalition has built in their heads around this mythical voter out there that votes for minor parties, that is right.
Yeah, it turns out the quiet Australians preference Labor.
That gets into all this stuff is completely false.
They may have voted for, you know, One Nation and Trumpeter Patriots and Independents and Greens, but they preference Labor.
Duopoly, but when they will preference the Labor Party because, should be no surprise to anyone, at the beginning of the campaign, the coalition started by promising...
Oh yeah, it would have required the government to put pressure on the petrol stations to not raise their prices just to pocket the 25 cents. It was always a bunch of bullshit.
And no hope. So of course this is the result.
And
how much can the Labor campaign take credit?
It was a brain fart. They did it during COVID, which nobody fucking noticed because nobody's fucking driving.
I think both. You know, a victory of
He's
this
like,
size-
it'll make everything cheaper because stuff that's transported will get discounted. Bro, stuff that's transported doesn't pay the fucking excise.
Campaign, and they did. Paul Erickson ran an absolute professional campaign. One of the best.
They don't pay the fucking excise. Why would they?
And
petrol.
They either pay the mileage. They either get the mileage, or they don't pay the excise. So
wasn't fuel cheap because no one was using it, no one was consuming it. They had to get rid of it anyway.
Well, yeah, there was a point where
there was a glut. There was too much of it, and it's like
there
we
was
can't
so
get rid
much
of this
oil
shit.
off the coast of the US. You had to pay.
It's been a very bad night for the Greens.
You had to pay.
They're going to have
to give it away. Like you couldn't give it away.
I mean, even the seat of Melbourne.
It was worth negative. It was negative like $40 a barrel.
Is right now in play. Now, I mean, I spoke to Antony.
That would have been the time to buy.
Yeah, that's exactly right. No companies do. That is why Gina wanted it.
I really wish I bought it at that time. The issue is, where would I store it? And that's the issue. If you bought it, where would you store it?
Maybe a bright shoot in Richmond, that's northern New South Wales, but the Green story is a fascinating one. They too have been really capturing a lot of the grievance, particularly of renters on housing. But it seems that on these issues, while the other independents, the so-called teal independents, have been able to maintain their positions.
Oh,
The Greens have gone back.
The Greens fucking around with the Housing Australia Future Fund and grandstanding on it.
The Liberals.
Fuck them.
The Liberal Party embarked.
Oh yeah, fuck them.
It fucked them. Arguing against it and then getting a pittance of extra money when you held it up for a fucking year.
Yeah,
like it could have actually made some money by then, and you do a victory lap over the stupid pittance you get. Like ridiculous.
God, people recognise that.
They campaigned against it because it wasn't.
So
enough.
they held up the Housing Australia Future Fund because they said it wasn't enough. Like they did what the Greens do.
How much extra did they get?
I'll have to look it up. It wasn't that much.
No, it wasn't. No.
Would it have made that much during that year?
And Gen Z have come out in force for the progressive side
I'm not sure.
tonight, and I think that
It's one of the things where it compounds.
they have to get back to the economy and actually building.
Yeah, so the Greens pressure, this is their release from 2023. Greens pressure extracts $3 billion spent directly on housing. Housing Australia Future Fund will pass Senate. Fight for rent freeze and caps continues. So my friend who owns properties, fight for rent freeze and rent caps. Yeah, you should be happy. The Greens are gone, bro.
Yeah.
These guys are insane.
They are
also they wanted
to
to freeze rents. Constitutionally, the federal government can't do that. That is a power reserved for the states. Same with rent caps.
Oh, okay.
In exchange for the Greens support the Housing Australia Future Fund bill, the government has agreed to spend a further $1 billion immediately and direct spending on public and community housing. The funding will be distributed to the National Housing and Investment Finance Corporation. This brings the total housing spend extracted from Labor by the Greens to $3 billion immediately and directly, 6 times the maximum the government was initially willing to spend on an annual basis. Yeah, that's because if I put $10 billion in a fund and I let you take out $10 billion every year, there's going to be no money to take out anything in year 2.
Yeah.
Huh.
How the half worked was they put $10 billion in the fund, and then you can, out of the returns the fund makes, you can take out $500 million a year to spend on directly constructed properties.
On a couple of properties per year.
On $500 million properties a year, yes.
One or two.
So yeah, they did this, and then they called it like, a victory. They held it up for 9 months. So for 9 months, it couldn't make any returns, couldn't build anything, couldn't be distributed to build anything. So renters are on the march. Renters have watched on in horror as Labor refuses to cap and freeze soaring rents.
Oh, fuck
Do you want to see
the
a rental crisis?
High rents,
cap rents, freeze rents.
Yes.
Freeze rents and tell landlords that you're going to be freezing rents.
Second rate, rise the fucking
second they
taxes
are able to raise rents, they will raise them at as fucking high as they can go straight away.
Second scenario, just raise the taxes for landlords up as high as possible.
You're paying $800 a week. Now it's $1,200.
Yeah,
now
exactly.
It's $1,500.
And everybody does it because they have to.
Yeah, across the board, just jumps right up
because who knows how long
future proofing. Yeah, they're future proofing. It's like, come on.
I looked at rentals, and I'm glad I purchased my property because rentals have just gone up in Victoria. It's ridiculous.
Preferences are flowing pretty solidly towards Labor. And
I'm slightly annoyed that I had to stay here, but I'm so glad in the short term I'm paying less.
With a 9% Labor margin, that tells you an awful lot
of
what's going wrong for the Liberal Party in South Australia.
Let's move on to Boothby.
Fuck me. They are getting
in the
fucked.
Adelaide southern suburbs.
And this is where Nicole Flint came back to run after she retired at the last election through health
It was
reasons.
only at
She's running on
13.
this side.
Seriously, only
But it's
13
all
seats
no
outside of
avail. She's
Queensland.
12% behind on primaries.
That is what?
Greens. And after preferences, we're saying there's
They
a
are
swing of
fucked.
just under 10%. So Boothby, a
can't
seat
be right.
really laboured for years to win. They've now got it with a 13% margin.
But you got a reminder, Catters up in north, Greens in the south. Where the fuck is the Labor Party going to sit?
Finishes account between Rebecca Sharkey and the Labor
They're
Party.
getting fucking hammered in both like areas.
Stop doing a preference count because of the way the numbers are coming
Like both sides, they're getting
Oh, I
fucked.
forgot to check forward for.
Yeah, the seat of Moore, Ian Goodenough, was the Liberal MP.
let's
He
see.
lost pre-selections.
So
Now
it's
standing
Ford.
as an independent.
Ian
It's Connolly,
Goodenough.
who previously held the seat of Stirling. He's having a crack
Ford.
at Moore. He was pre-selected for Moore, and then you've got the
Looks
Labor
like
candidate.
Ford looks like it's going to Labor.
And yes, and what's going on
Ford.
here is
Where's
you know,
Ford?
first
Ford
preferences.
is
Labor's only got
that's Tim's seat.
20 to 30,
Ah.
32.
Tim's
okay.
electorate is Ford, and
But
it
the
looks
Liberals
like
on
it's going from
30,
Liberal
the
to
Greens
Labor.
on 12, Ian Goodenough's got 10. We're getting preferences.
Okay, I'm blaming Tim for that.
A good job, Tim. Great work.
Well done.
It has to be Tim because there's no
What the
libertarian.
fuck, Tim?
Oh, never mind. Liberal Democrat
to the
Party.
Labor Party in more. So at this stage, rather
Hang
than
on.
The left-leaning white party.
Liberal Democrats.
Yeah, if you look it up, it's.
No,
I
there's
think
no.
it's
I'm
left.
just looking for the first
To the seat of
first
Canning now in,
preferences.
Perth, South
Yeah,
East.
Liberal left, like.
Little bit of
Liberal,
good news for the Liberal Party here, and a very important.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
they didn't
whatever.
run. They didn't run in this election.
Andrew Hastie,
Okay.
a potential future leader of the Liberal
Still
Party.
blaming Tim.
And certainly he's had one of the best results.
I'm just going to assume that Tim is one of the 3,095 people in his electorate who voted for Trumpeter Patriots. But we'll find out tomorrow.
We can ask him tomorrow because apparently he has a set schedule.
And if we look at the preference swing, I think we've got the swing there. There's a swing of 5.4% to Andrew Hastie. I don't think there's a lot of seats around the country with a swing to a sitting member for the Liberal Party.
Yeah, see, like I was saying, there's your new party leader.
Yes, and perhaps a leadership
Yeah.
option for the Liberals.
Ah, there you go.
Fucking
I called it first.
Left. A final one over in the West. Fremantle.
Perhaps a
Josh
leadership
Wilson,
option. Yep,
safe
you're goddamn
seat
right.
For Labor there. How do you go?
Yep, Western Australian.
The problem for Labor
Fucking-
there is Kate.
That's where our leadership's come from.
She's in second place at the moment. She came very close to winning the. She's got
Liberals not including Nationals, 14 in
We'll
Queensland,
leave it on these numbers for
13
now.
everywhere
Very
else,
close
total
to,
27.
winning the
Nationals
state
have
seat of
9
Fremantle.
total.
At
LNP
that state
36.
election, the Liberal Party directed preferences for
It's
Labor.
so small.
That general election, they've
So
effectively
small.
It's funny.
So at this stage, and
The
Green
Guardian
preferences
map
are far
has
well
Liberals
away
and
as well.
Nationals
I
separate.
think Josh, they've got no preference.
That's
count.
wild.
Josh
In
Wilson
Queensland.
If they're doing
might
that.
be in a bit of danger, but what I would
What?
say
Here it
What?
is. In Queensland, Liberal, National.
Because in Queensland they're an actual coalition. They're not.
Yeah, they're one
party.
party in Queensland. It's the Liberal National Party.
Yeah, the state
No,
party's
no.
one party.
The Federal Party's one party in Queensland too.
I thought they were separate.
That's
They were
wild. No,
Liberals and
no, he's right. No, he's right. The federal party is it's one party. That's why
It's
you see
it's the
Liberal,
Queensland branch
Nationals,
of the
and
Liberal
Nationals
National
win.
Party. It's one party in Queensland.
That's what got me.
So then,
Because
why
I
are they
looked at
separated in New South Wales between the light and dark blue?
Because they're nationals.
yeah, it's because they're
Yeah,
distinct
they should be
parties.
Technically, they should be green.
Go down.
They should be a dark green.
Yeah,
see, they're separated
National.
in New South
Yeah,
Wales
they're
as well.
because they are separate.
because they are separate
But
parties.
that's what I'm
And you-
saying. These should all be the same color because they should
Yeah.
be LNB.
That's
In
got-
Queensland, there
that's-
should be one color.
That's
the Liberal
the
National
weird
Party.
thing with Queensland. They're actually just one party, the Liberal National Party. So if you look at the whole of Australia, the coalition has 3 parties: Liberal,
Yeah.
National,
Liberal National,
and
and
the Liberal
actually,
National
there's more
Party.
than that because there's also the Country Liberal Party, the CLP, and the Country Labor Party in here. I'll show you.
Yeah, I'm not counting those. Those are nationals.
Is it Lingari?
But the whole point of it is it's a coalition. So you can have multiple parties. So
there you go. So the Australian
Which
Labor
party?
Party, Northern Territory branch, and then you have Citizens Party, Indigenous Party of Australia, Northern Territory Country Liberal Party.
Really?
NTCLP. It's a separate party, but it's all the one. They all have the one cap, like the one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like the Liberal Nationals. It kind of gets encompassed into the same party.
South Australia in the seat of Sturt.
That's
Liberal James
that.
Stevens
Yeah, that's a good
has
point.
crashed
Crystal
by
says it'll be a
almost
Queenslander who becomes leader to
19%.
have all the votes.
Labor's Claire Clutter
Could be a Nationals Party leader as opposed to opposition leader. Yeah.
the new member there. There'll be others too.
Well, the
Senior
deputy
Dutton
leader is in
Michael
Queensland.
Scott
Sisson Lay is
Beetroot
is from Queensland, I think.
Nah, the beetroot's gonna reign supreme.
We're not
Sisson
calling it
Lay
the
is,
leader. Adam Bant does appear to be in a pretty tight spot, tighter than normal, in his seat of Melbourne. Astonishing
Yeah,
figures.
fuck
There's
him.
a start of landslides, except
Was
this
Weiss
time,
pegging him again?
unusually, it's towards rather than away
Oh no, Sisson
from
Lay's
a
from New
sitting
South
government.
Wales.
Okay,
Seat of
let's get the
Farrier.
final thoughts from each of our panelists. James McGrath, to you first.
Well, isn't she
Nominees
incumbent though?
an LNP
Being the
representative
deputy.
on a night like this. What are some of
Yeah,
your
she's
final
the
thoughts?
deputy.
Oh, it's been a pretty brutal
She had a
night,
9% swing
for
against
my
her.
leader and for my party.
Ooh.
Okay.
And all the members and
And a
supporters
fucking
out
strong
there.
independent too.
My thanks and support.
Independent got
We've
20%
been
of the
down
vote.
before.
What the fuck?
Rebuild. We will come back. We will hold the government.
Look at the curb.
We'll come back and we'll hold the government to account.
We've got a
Oh,
good history.
Not going to have a lot of
yes, you
seats
are.
to use, but
Australians. We've got to make sure we take stock of
I
why
could
we
do
lost
it.
this election and have a serious
You're not gonna fucking do it.
to those reasons and make sure that we come back strongly and fight Labor and win the next election.
Ain't
Jim
fucking
Chalmers,
not.
a landslide. Obviously, what does this mean for the next term of Parliament for you and your colleagues?
Well, first of all, I mean, we're very grateful to the people of Australia for this outcome tonight, a majority Labor government.
Like we had a
to
fucking
deal with
choice.
the substantial challenges that we have as a country. And, we approach this second term with humility. We know that we weren't re-elected.
It was the last time a Nationals leader was a leader of the coalition. Fuck, I don't even remember.
We were a better place to meet the moment.
It would only be
And,
temporarily.
appreciate the faith that people have shown
Like when the
in
Prime
us.
The
Minister
coalition
is
says
like,
the party with the most seats in the House gets to be leader of the coalition, and the other party becomes deputy. So it really could be a Nationals leader
Well, the betting
LNP.
markets have had a very busy
Wow.
this evening. I'm
That's
working
crazy.
on
Like-
a book on who's
like
the first
the Nationals are usually
It'd be Barnaby Joyce
leader.
then.
Frydenberg and try
Yeah, yeah. It'd be
Barnaby
Barnaby
Joyce
Joyce.
is the leader of the National Party.
election to get him back into
He didn't
Parliament.
lose his seat, so he's still.
There really aren't.
He's from
It's
he's
The
New
Red
England.
Rooters got
That's
fucking
New
lead
South
it.
Wales.
Yeah, that's tomorrow's question, I guess, because it's been a tough night.
Doing it.
for The coalition.
He's leading it.
Congratulations.
Red Rooters leading it.
Good God, can you imagine? Holy shit. Imagine Barnaby Joyce is the fucking opposition leader.
And if you'd asked me a year
Wonder if
ago,
that's
I have
changing
to
the
imagine that.
NLP,
He's
the
been the-
National Liberal Party.
But dude, he has been the opposition leader.
We've got more seats. We get to be the first letter.
Australian women to see a record number of Australian.
He's been the fucking acting
Look at me,
prime
look at me.
minister.
I'm the captain now.
Yeah, exactly.
From the Senate to the
He's
House.
done that before.
Hear that younger Australian women are moving to more progressive sides of politics, and I think tonight it shows that Labor.
Because younger Australian women were always just so conservative.
Well said, Laura.
I suppose summing up some of those
Yeah.
trends, I mean, if we think about it, both the Coalition and the Greens were sort of pushing grievance
According to
platforms, if you like,
projected
in this
TCP, so
campaign.
this is the tally room.
And we focused
Projected
on
TCP is a
reasons
calculation of
on a night
expected
like this,
results
but
should the swings continue at its
win
current
is
rate.
really
It is
in
determined by applying the current swing in each seat against the results of at the last federal election.
You know, it's
The
talking
polling
about
place
the
is yet
future,
to
all
be
those
counted.
remarks that we heard.
So
from the Prime
according to
Minister in
the
his speech, and the really interesting thing to me is
according to the
who's gonna be
AEC,
going
Look at
back
that.
towards-
David Littleproud is
currently
actually
the leader.
I really
Okay.
wonder whether
Yes,
that's the case. I mean,
he's currently the.
I think he's from Queensland
national
too.
leader.
News Corp was
He
Of
is.
the
His seat was
Nationals.
the, his seat was the
Of
first called.
Nationals.
been a vote for
His
something
seat was the
very
first one
different.
called too.
And I'm sort of interested to see whether
So thank
So-
God for
According
the
to
mercies.
AEC's numbers, has the Labor Party with
regardless of what happens
77.
in the Senate in terms of the
Mhm.
language of our
They have 7
particular
seats that are
discussion. It
close:
goes back to the
Bullwinkle,
issues that people
Fairfax,
wanna know about, right
Ford,
across the
Longman,
living,
Petrie,
getting
Solomon,
things
and Wills.
to work better in the country.
Laura, thank you.
I don't know.
Tony Barry first for your
Gut
final
feeling
thoughts.
things weird.
Just on Laura's point,
Gut feeling.
grievance is a powerful force in the electorate. It's
Labor wins by a hair.
On the right track, wrong track. There was an overwhelming wrong track sentiment.
In this
So I
election,
don't think that was so much the problem.
The Greens are not fucking winning that seat.
An agenda that the public felt
They are fucking not.
Melbourne or yours?
Who else? Sorry, my electorate. They are fucking winning it. If it comes to one vote, I am the fucking one vote that stops Greens actually taking power in that seat.
Voters to take on added risk by a change of government.
So I think we're going to wrap up soon because I don't think there's much more to go.
We kind of wrapped it up. Like Labor's winning, Dutton's out, Greens are fucked, Independents are fucking winning.
You guys got it right, I guess. Turns out the polls are wrong in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Tearing itself apart still about court cases and defamation. Fact,
Where are the rest of those 12 going to go?
the front page of the Age was about the ongoing
I've no idea.
defamation case.
It's a spread between Labor,
Former leader. 2
Liberal
days before
Nationals,
recall opened,
and maybe Independent.
The Victorian Liberal leader promoted Moira Deeming and gave her a platform to speak to the media about the court case and about bankrupting the leader. This is just before pre-polls open. So all those candidates who are out there waking up at 5 a.m.
They used to
going
have
down
a
to the
seats
train
in
stations
doubt.
and campaigning, open up the papers to that message. I mean, that's not a way to win.
Where
over
did it
voters
go?
with those sort of narratives.
There it is.
And until those stories.
All right, let's run through. So these are the currently the seats in doubt, according to ABC News. So Griffith, so it is a green seat. The ALP is ahead.
Yep.
That is a massive swing.
The ABC thinks it'll end up being ALP, but they're not ready to call it yet. Bean in the ACT is independent ahead. Holy shit! I thought. Wow, I wrote the ACT off at the start of the night.
Yes, you did.
And it looks like they might actually fucking elect an independent with
13
a 13% swing.
Wow.
That kind of tells like the temperature of the electorate that they're not playing the two-party
Yeah,
part.
they don't want to play the two-party game anymore.
Exactly. Which I'm here for. I'm here for that.
Bradfield has the independent ahead. It's a Liberal seat.
We'll see what happens.
Fairfax is ALP likely but it's an LNP seat.
With a 10% swing.
Fowler is an independent
might have
likely from a Labor seat.
Maybe.
It's going back to Antony Green for a
leader after the 29th.
Yes.
It's fair to say party members and the party caucus didn't necessarily embrace him as the one who was going to lead.
Yeah, it's probably the Socialist Alliance.
In the middle of 2020, when in the middle of COVID, they had a by-election in Eden.
Some fucking
Labor
communist.
only just scraped over the line. The Liberals drew last spot on the ballot paper. The Labor Party had a much better spot. And if you go through the tickets, it was the donkey vote that got Labor over the line. Luck. And 65 years later, he got this. I mean, it's just shows you sometimes right place, right time. And he got through that challenge. And today, he's just got one of the biggest victories in Labor history. Right, Mike.
Yes, give us the final take. It's a very good point, though.
The Labor Party is still around 35%, the Coalition around 31%. The Greens on 12.6%, but it's not very strong in the seats they held. 12.2% for others, 6% for One Nation. It's been slipping. There's more pre-polls and urban figures coming in. The change in vote there, the Labor vote up to Coalition down 4.5%. Smattering to other parties, translating into a two-party preferred 55.8 for Labor, 3.7. I do suspect that will come down. I've been looking at some of the pre-poll figures. They are a bit worse for Labor than last time.
That was interesting because he had a negative swing on top, which means
let's have a look at the chamber.
He's calculating based on Palmer United numbers from
seats,
last
which
election.
definitely won. Labor 87.
So that means fewer people are voting for Palmer.
12 others, as I said, the Greens haven't confirmed any of their victories yet.
Thank God.
They will win at least one seat and perhaps two. If we look at the seats,
Somebody should buy him a hamburger every time they see
Labor's
him.
up to 89, the Coalition on
Every time
39.
what, sorry?
Just wanted to have a
Every
quick
time someone
look
sees them, they
at
should buy him a
changing the
hamburger.
members
I'm not fucking
with lots
buying
of
a
bacon and
burger.
bacon grease.
David Coleman,
My Parliament can fucking buy his own burger.
Yeah, but he
I
probably
thought you meant
free.
the guy on screen.
Losing
No, I
Ford
mean
is a
Parliament.
disaster for the Liberal
He
Party.
has a heart
Hughes,
attack.
for the first time
I mean,
in 30 years,
yes,
Labor's
I'll
won. Hughes,
buy Anthony Green a burger, but
they'll say they've been trying to get back.
that's it's not relevant to the goddamn point.
I'm certain about that. Well, I've got to go through all the numbers after the election and have a good after tonight and do that. But Russell Broadbent and Ian Goodenough. Russell Broadbent, I think
Ian Goodenough
Ian Goodenough, definitely. Luke Howard, who's held on in Petrie for years, and James Stevens. And just on the other side, let's see what the other side of this looks like. On
Well,
the new
clearly
members.
wasn't good enough.
It's all red.
He got defeated.
Soon in Banks. I did practice that, but I can't remember it at 11:30. But she has one button. Sorry, it's a great victory for you. I'm sorry I've lost the pronunciation. Just teased out in Bass. It's my last election, so you can all abuse me now. Cara Cook in Bonner, Anne Urquhart, who's transferred from the Senate. Nicolette Buller, I think, will win Bradfield again. Have a look at later figures. Bassam Adbo in Cornwall. Matt Gregg in Deakin. Ali France.
It's a lonely fucking Liberal. Lonely pair of Liberals on this
Gordon,
list.
Alice Jordan Brand, Tom Benning and David Bass have inherited seats from retiring members. David Moncrief in Hughes, who's the complete surprise to
So
me.
Bean on the
Matt
out,
Smith,
so
possibly expected. Longman, Rhiannon
Labor's
Douglas,
probably going to win that.
Alison Penfold is a new
Win that
national
seat in
in
the
line.
ACT anyway.
Rebecca White, Joe
Yeah.
Brisky, a new national, a new Liberal in McPherson.
I doubt it.
That's what,
Monash. I'm not sure about a lot more counting to come
four
there.
Liberals,
Labor's
a new members.
potentially winning Menzies, Tom French in Moore, and Julianne Campbell in Moreton. The seat which was marginal has now got a margin above 15%. So I mean, this is just if I'm going out in an election, this is an extraordinary one to go out on.
I was going to say that. I was about to say that, Anthony. It's put on a show for you, Australian democracy, for your last hurrah. But
Yeah,
don't
we
run
all
away
heard.
just yet.
The computer.
Too bad your fucking website sucks.
My blood pressure would have been down.
Look, when you've got Antony Green, who needs
a computer?
Right now, Anthony, we couldn't leave you tonight without hearing from some significant Australians about your contribution to state, territory, and federal elections for more than 30 years.
First of all, we'll just
All right, well, I'm not happy.
Come on.
let's go across to Antony Green.
No,
Anthony Green has the first
Come on,
hour of
you got
counting there.
We have some breaking news. We're going to go to Antony
I'll
Green.
Antony
catch you
Green.
guys later.
Anthony Green.
Yep, I'll
Anthony
see you
Green.
tomorrow.
Antony Green
Catch you tomorrow.
is to election analysis and election results, rather like Tina Turner to rugby league, simply the best.
Let's look at the overall votes.
Antony Green is the Fibonacci of the tally round.
Antony Green
well, he's
is
so up
the GOAT,
himself.
the greatest of all time in bringing election news
all
and
of them are.
analysis to Australians.
I think we could probably call this election.
Antony Green is probably the most factual and the most professional person covering elections.
He wants to say at the
has total
ABC.
respect for facts, and he's very careful about his judgments.
Sorry, I was distracted there.
I don't know if he's want to say ABC. I think he really is
Antony Green
like narrowing
is the
down to
democracy
Anthony Green.
sausage of Australian broadcasting. You cannot imagine
No,
an
I
election
meant like
without
the most
Antony
accurate
Green's
person
an
at the
expert.
outlet
You
and
look
an
for
upstanding
expert
person at the ABC.
Well, you look to experts.
Oh, upstanding?
Yeah.
That's questionable.
I think Australia's
Accurate?
leading
I don't know. I'll give it to Anthony Green.
There's a
To
4 in
more
total.
That's
accurate.
a good number to have.
Yeah, it's 5 is better.
Antony Green is a legend.
Who gives a fuck what you think?
They have 4 candidates under 32% of the vote.
This guy's the safest job in Australia.
My best recollection of him was the
Yes, but
1998 election.
he's kinda
The early
earned it.
return showed
He's
that we
earned
were
our
going to
respect.
lose some of the miracle gains we'd made in '96, and I was pretty nervous. And we were at Kirribilli House, and I wandered out, and there was a couple of my friends, including Donald McDonald. And just as I arrived, I sort of, "How's it going, Donald?" And he said, "Antony Green's about to say something." So we stopped talking, and Antony Green said,
Let's factor in a couple of likely seats leaning that way. The coalition are on 74. They are in government, and there are 9 seats in doubt. Let's make some sort of prediction on those other 9 seats. And the coalition
God, I'm getting
have 77
flashbacks.
seats and a majority of 6.
I immediately reached for a double Scotch
That must be
whisky
2007.
and was assured and
No,
happy
that was,
for the rest of the
that
night.
was,
But that
98.
was the sort of
2000.
effect he had, because I knew that he looked at it carefully. He wasn't
Okay.
getting carried away. He'd done his homework.
There is something very special in that moment when Antony Green calls it. And I distinctly remember that in 2007.
I've got
Yep, there we
another
go.
8 seats held by the Liberal Party, which the Labor Party is ahead in.
you're right.
I'm
That's
not
all to
seeing
see.
any Labor-held seat which the Coalition is ahead in.
I was in a room with just a few members of staff, and we had a very simple, crude, primitive whiteboard in our office as we went through seat by seat, as we thought we had the numbers in those seats to prevail. And we were being deliberately cautious about each of the
I
numbers.
remember Kevin 07.
Then 2 things happened in rapid sequence. One, Antony Green called the election and that I'd been elected as Prime Minister.
And we're prepared to make a prediction at this stage, and that prediction is 85, 10, 53.
And about 15 seconds later, John Howard telephoned me before we'd reached the conclusion ourselves that we'd won.
For me, the sense that we'd absolutely won that election came in the moment that Antony called it. The cheer from the tally room was absolutely magic.
So thank you, Antony. And by the way, thank you, John Howard.
But I wanted to come back to you on a couple of things. Are you guys done?
Yep.
Oh, Anthony's doing ooh.
Oh, yeah, I'm oohing a bit.
We noticed that you were oohing. We wondered what it was about.
I'll go through my Antony Green handbook.
There are so many layers to what Antony has brought to election coverage in Australia. Not
Oh,
just
fuck off,
coverage on the
Scummo.
night, but conditioning and helping people understand how the system works.
It's going to be a
Oh,
coterie. It's going to be a menagerie. Well, I won't call it a menagerie because most of these people are quite reasonable. Menageries are animals.
Because of his coverage, election after election, people understand a lot more about the system, the preferences, and that really is a huge legacy because democracy is an incredibly precious thing.
There is no one broadcasting on
Yeah,
an election
you need
that
autistic
has
to look
an
after it.
understanding of the data at the level that Antony's had.
I've got a lot more figures here than I've got in my computer.
And importantly, he's trusted. He just comes at it from an objective point of view. People listen to Antony.
He's one of the best
and they wait
psephologists
for
in the
him
world.
on election night to declare the winner.
Anthony, I think you're
Yeah,
a little
he
concerned that it might be
tackles
more
other
false
elections and
Yeah, I'm just concerned there might be
Yeah.
a bit of a Donald
Jesus
Party
Christ.
effect going out there on people watching.
Anthony, I always say to people, rule one is have more fun. So that's my advice to you.
I hope
Nah,
whatever
fuck
you
that.
do with the rest
Fuck
of your
that.
life, it brings you satisfaction because you will
Autistic
depart
rule,
the
focus on
active
your
political
results.
scene with, I'm sure, a rare gift, and that is respect across the board.
Thank you for your service. ABC is a public broadcaster, and in that sense, he's a public servant.
off,
I think he's
Scarro.
done a great public service. My other message for him is life after politics, mate. Enjoy it.
Now that you've finished observing politics from the grandstand, mate, you should enter the field yourself. After all, you know how elections are won and lost.
Oh, fuck
I'm
off,
sorry
Rod.
to be using you as
Rod
the
is such
main
a smug
ABC
prick.
election
I
analyst.
know.
You've probably made the right decision because it's always best to go when they want you to stay.
And I
rather
feel like
than
when he
stay
was
they want you to
when he
go.
was prime minister, he wasn't such a smug
Enjoy
cunt.
life in the inner west.
I will be absolutely
fucking
intrigued to hear whether or not
US
on the first election
I
night after he retires,
Oh, my
Antony
shit.
is glued to the ABC,
The US
or whether
ambassador
he's
fucking
completely recovered and he's
inflated
just
his
out to dinner
ego.
with mates and not paying it any attention. I think I'm hoping the second for him.
Let's Juilliard kind of temper it down a bit.
Oh, there you go. And the former Prime Minister, Paul Keating, says Antony's made a thoughtful and earnest contribution in deciphering shifts in elements of the Australian polity. Antony Green has much to be proud of, he says. After an exceptionally long innings, we wish him well, as we all do. Annabelle.
Yeah, well, first I'll take the tie off. I think this should
That's
go to the
it.
Australian Museum of Democracy. I mean, it must. I think it's about 15 years old. But it's like, undo the button. And now I'm a retiree.
How many buttons are you going to stop at,
Just one.
Anthony?
I've got to work for a few hours yet.
Now, I know you're
Crab,
the
calm
only thing you
down.
hate more
Calm down,
than
Crab.
when the bloody computer goes wrong is being the centre of attention.
I'm as nervous as a duck in a log.
Oh gosh, I get
It's an
that
in-joke.
reference. The Peter Lewis, South Australian in-joke. But we've heard from the Prime Ministers, and it's time, I think, on behalf of the millions of Australians.
Yes, he's
that
retiring,
have
yeah.
Loved
This is his
watching
last
you,
election.
learned so much from you over the years, watched your brain when it's in a state of panic, and there is no more beautiful thing. Tonight we saw that Your brain doesn't need anything.
This shit is my
to call
nightmare.
an election. It could do it on papyrus.
Like I'm right there with him.
And
Like
we've all
fuck.
benefited from your abilities
Being
and
a
skills
centre of
over the years.
attention.
There are people tonight wearing
Yeah,
anti-green
where
t-shirts
you're
and
at the
doing
background
anti-green
and become
bingo
the foreground,
cards.
and
Thank you from all
you're
of them
retiring after
and
that.
from us, Anthony.
Like, what the fuck? Who's going to take after me? Unfortunately, it's going to take some time to adjust.
Look, I came here on a 6-month contract in 1989 and to do research book for the 1990 federal election. And Ian Carroll, who hired me, just took a punt.
Isn't that usually how it
applicants, but I was
starts?
the only one with serious computer skills. And he thought, oh, you can talk
Especially
to
if
the
you're
engineers.
in that team for a short while and then you
computer system. Somehow
stick
ended up
around
on
for a long
camera.
time.
People like Kerry O'Brien, Paul Lynham, Andrew Ollie, all backed me over the years, Quentin Dempster, many other people. There's so many engineers, computer programmers I've worked with. I've always had to be very cautious, and I'm prepared to work stupid hours, but I can't ask programmers to work ridiculous hours like me. Look, it's been fabulous fun. I enjoyed developing websites. I've enjoyed educating people on how the systems work. I've enjoyed the work I did on
Anthony's
reforming the
fault.
Senate system.
The website
And,
shat itself.
I'm a bit overwhelmed by all this. It's just the biggest bunch of
You know
flowers
you
I've ever
can't
had in my
blame
life.
that to
And
him.
thank you all. It's just been
That's right. He
fabulous
is
fun.
who he is because he's the only one who could use a computer in 1989.
See how we go from here.
Yes.
No, indeed. Look, Anthony, you've got the
And
whole
he's very
crew
autistic.
standing around here
I
watching
can
you,
kind of
and
believe that.
We all thank you for what you've done. It has been a privilege watching you work and prepare for elections, state elections, federal elections, a referendum as well. It's been an absolute honour to work with you and watch you work. And look, to echo Annabelle's comments too, a big thanks for helping Australians understand how our complex elections work, making it understandable, accessible, and that's been a huge and pioneering the way elections are covered on Australian television. So a big thanks to you.
You fill the building in the lead up to elections with all of your knowledge, beavering around from floor to floor to floor. You've made all of us better. And as David said, and whoever said that in the package, you've taught Australia how to do it better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, well done. Well done, Ed.
I have to add to that. Did Crystal's thing like it's only a computer that does it? No. He is the computer. He actually analyzes it himself and like gets into the nitty gritty of it.
Yeah.
Not unlike a computer.
Yeah, he's not a presenter. Not
Like,
someone
he's
who
not
just points
supposed to be there.
points to the walls.
And
I just wanted to point out these same energy.
oh yeah, definitely.
We had to do it. Liberal tears.
Yes, you do. Fucking
Liberation
get
from
on
Trumpet
that.
of Patriots ads. Yes. Yes, indeed.
Yes.
In France, they're currently raising a glass of champagne to the fact that Peter Fuckwith Dutton, who thought he'd be our new PM, and now won't even be in the parliament.
I fucking drink to that.
And ABC's coverage has stopped. It just flipped me over to the. Oh no, it's flipped me over to the finished Channel 9 coverage. So I think that's it.
We're done.
Aussies watching the federal election results while another 2.5 million pack their bags.
No,
Coming into the
they're
polling
always
unit.
gonna-
For fuck's sake, come on.
Like they're not going to pack their bags. They're always going to pack their bags already. Yep.
All right. So that's it. That's the show. A new government.
Yeah.
Well, the government has been returned. We will post-mortem it in Aussie news on the show tomorrow. So, yes, we'll see you then for that. I'm going upstairs to go to bed.
Yep.
So I'm very glad this election I didn't drink because it means I'm going up to go to bed and I'm not going up to throw up all over my bathroom. So
I have no stairs, so I'm all good.
all right.
I drank
Well,
for you.
Have a great evening, everyone. What's left of it. Great day for all the Americans watching. And yeah, I will see you I'll see the Americans tonight for the pre-stream and the Australians tomorrow. Have a great night and day, and we'll see you then. Bye.
All right, gotcha.